There we go. Now we're live on YouTube. You said you wanted to see Frodo's sword. It's actually Bilbo's sword, just to be clear. It was Bilbo's sword. And then Frodo obviously uses the sword on his journey. The thing about Sting is Sting's a great home defense weapon because it's actually only about as long as my forearm is. See? It's actually not. It goes to basically the first knuckle of my pinky. See? So it runs from here up to here. Why isn't it glowing? Well, there's no goblins or orcs around in my house. So yeah, it runs from basically here to here. So it's not a long sword, you know, by its definition. This is the definition of a short sword. Designed for stabbing, close environments, caves, etc. You say I'm a goblin, but I can evidentially prove to you that I'm not a goblin. Or you got a license for that thing. You don't need a license for spoons. This is very clearly a spoon. You think it's broken? It's not. That's how I know if any goblins come to the house. The reason I like Sting is one of the ones that has a functional belt loop on it very nicely. That there is also a functional belt loop that would actually work very well. It even would work at the correct angle. It's a pointy spoon used for detecting chat. Yes, yeah, that works. The tungsten cube is also designed to detect chat because the tungsten cube gets more dense the more dense things are around it, like chat members. Somebody has touched it and left a grubby fingerprint on it. Now, what kind of person would do that? I honestly can't tell you what kind of person would be so rude as to leave a fingerprint on the blade of the weapon. Who would ever do that? It's a mystery to me. I'm going to be honest with you, I'd be more concerned if it was Spare Human, because if Spare Human picks this up, I'm pretty sure the only thing she would pick it up for would be to use it on me. You subscribe to the Dwarven Fighting Creed? That makes sense. Right, if I press this button, and then I... Okay, so... Womprat said he wants to go Alpha Legion, and I will do more of these later, so I'll show chat what they look like in Space Marine 2 if we get a chance to do that. I've never painted something Alpha Legion. Is it sharpened? Legally, and for the purpose of Twitch Terms of Service, no, that's not sharpened. Good thing you're not chat because you're not here. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure I'd use it as a toothpick. I'm going to be honest with you as well. That seems kind of rough. So yeah, Tamiya extra thin cement. But yeah, if you're looking for Warhammer in the UK, I would always recommend Element Games. The stuff they do here is just good. They've got a huge array of Warhammer 40k. But if you go directly to the Warhammer 40,000 website, we can go Warhammer 40k, and I can go what's new? New releases. Red Corsairs. Ooh, that's Huron Blackheart's group. Oh, they've got new model. Oh no, they've got cool new models for them. Have Chaos Terminators been reworked yet so that they are the same size as the Space Marine ones? Ugh. This is one of the models I was interested in because Ethan Shan, I think, is a new model and looks quite badass. This is one of the ones that I'm very interested in. Hello, Vicky. Would I come on stage with you and do a two beat? Yeah, I'd do that. Fuck it. That would be great. The problem, Vicky, is that I'm reasonably good at explaining what it is that you've got to draw. I think it would be even funnier to do it in reverse because you know how to paint stuff. I don't, but Wayland Games are also good in the UK. Yeah, Wayland Games are good as well. They're another good brand. There was something I wanted to check on here, though, because some of you might not know that a while ago, Games Workshop released something called the Primaris Marines, and they also changed the scale of a lot of their models as a result. I have these Centurions. These are no longer actually that useful as far as I understand it into the tabletop. I've got a lot of these Vanguard veterans, but I don't think they've been reworked. So these models, I think, are all firstborn and haven't been updated yet. The one I'm really wanting to know more about is the Terminators and whether those have actually all been updated now, or whether it's just the range Terminators that are updated. A lot of the firstborn is out of... I don't think this has been updated as a build. These look like the old ones, so I don't think the Vanguard vets have been re-released. No, those are the old build. These are still the same old models, same old sprues. Those haven't been redone yet. These have been redone. Those are Primarisified. These have been... So Terminators have now been reworked. Interesting. Okay, so that's been redone. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, well, let's stop yapping for now. Let me go back and do that. Sabu, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub, buddy. You are absolutely a legend. I really appreciate you, dude. Let me add you to the list, and we will work through the list of... So as you can... If I do this... So I've got a list of the subs, and I've got a list of the things that people want on them. We'll be fleshing that out. If you don't know what you want for your tier 3 design, you can always ask me to choose, and I'll choose one for you. Or you can always wait until we're playing Space Marine 2 later and go from there. Let me do this. Let me do... this. File. Sorry. Open. Downloads. Vicky, yeah, I'd be down for that. What's the plan? Where are we doing it? When are we doing it? And how are we doing it? The partner plus is at 139. Thank you all so much for that. I really appreciate it. Like I said, the goal is to get to hopefully 300 this month. It makes a huge difference. It's obviously a 40% difference. Month on month, obviously going from 50% to 70. We'll do it on the DreamHack Creator stage on Sunday. Yeah, fine. Fuck it. I'm fine with that. I think it will be awful. Have I got any squigs? I do not have any squigs, no. I have some Tau, mostly Space Marines, and a few Chaos. But I'm fairly sure it'll just be Space Marines. But content, exactly, yeah. I'm down. I'm very down. So thank you all very much for that. Vicky, thank you for the tier 1. You're broke for tier 3. I know, don't worry about it. I appreciate every single tier 1. You are a legend. Thank you so much. I know very well that not everyone can afford a tier 3. That's why, I'm just saying, if you would normally consider giving 5 gift bombs, I would absolutely really appreciate it. People could consider instead, at the start of the month, dropping a tier 3 instead. That's what's... Loco Cat, thank you so much for the tier 3. Speaking of... Remember, if you have a specific request that you know for your Warhammer model painting, please do let me know the color scheme you would like when you sub. I can obviously make sure I check these again to make sure I didn't miss any messages, but that would save some time later. And if you don't know, like I said, we will be switching to Space Marine 2 later so people can see. You would like a Chaos Mini pink and purple? Give me 1 second, Lithium. I'll go and grab one, see if I've got the right understanding of what you mean. You don't have a request. I will choose one for you, Loco Cat. Thank you very much for that kindness, buddy. I will give me 1 second, I'll be right back. I had a hair tie. Do I have a hair tie now? No. Lilithian, are you still here? If you are, when I was a teenager, I painted these. Is this the kind of pink and purple that you mean? It's not really working very well. What about up here? Forgive the terrible freehanding that I did when I was a teenager, but like that. Emperor's Children? Okay. We can do an Emperor's Children for you. Why hair tie when headphones will do? I don't have the headphones attached to my head, so the headphones stay here. I move and the headphones don't come with me, so when I come back, my hair's everywhere. Okay, so we've got Emperor's Children for Lilithian. Thank you again, Vicky, for the tier 1. Temperius, thank you for the tier 3 sub, my man. You are a legend. Do I have a Sister of Battle to paint? I do not have a Sister of Battle to paint. No. PP145, you guys are absolutely smashing this. I was a little bit worried when we weren't 10% by 10%, but we're not even halfway, and you guys have gotten us very close to halfway. I really do appreciate it. Thank you all so much. 151, oh my god, it is delayed. There is a delay on it, so not a problem at all. Thank you very, very much, Temperius. Over halfway, what a legend. Loco Cat had no specific requests, so we'll probably get chat to vote on a couple of options. There was another T3 in there. Loco Cat said one. Sabu lost one. I've got them all on my list. So Loco Cat said no specific request. Temperius, did you have a specific request for your model color of choice? Do this. Anything teal or cyan, so space wolves. Okay. Space wolves, I might not have the stuff I need for space wolves. So it may end up Thousand Suns. But I might also use these to try out some different types of painting I've never done before. So Warhammer a couple of years ago released a type of paints called contrast paints. Good morning, Lamina. How are you? If you'd like any of the shoulder pads to make custom, I likely have sets of them. Oh, awesome, Womper. Thank you. I do have some 3D printed resin ones, I think, that I have for my Raisin Guard. That's an idea. Raisin Guard, not Raven Guard. Done. What is Guardians of the Wild Sky? Guardians of the Wild Sky is GOTWS. Let me grab you a Steam link quickly. Library. Ooh, store page. So Guardians of the Wild Sky looks like this. Let me go to Twitch, which is what I was doing before. Twitch. Where's my Twitch? Thank you. Not my channel, my dashboard. This is Guardians of the Wild Sky, for those of you who don't already know what it is. It is a PAL world-like, I would say. So if I get rid of the cat cam, you've got survive, build, and craft and explore vast magical worlds you capture and bond with powerful guardians. Realistically, it's like PAL World and Enshrouded had a baby, and you added in flying ships. At the moment, we're yapping, but I've been playing this quite a lot. Very, very enjoyable, very kind of chill. Yeah, I've promised not to get Vicky too into Warhammer because she's already got enough expensive hobbies with Pokemon cards, etc. So I did say I would hold off on that one. Contrast paints are the greatest. You've also designed shoulder pads. Oh. You've designed shoulder pads. Ooh. Vicky builds Lego. There's no money left. I was actually reading something really interesting about Lego on online the other day. So apparently, if you use like Glade air fresheners or scented candles in large amounts around Lego, the essential oils inside of those candles basically break down and denature Lego bricks, and the whole thing could basically just disintegrate over time, over repeated exposure. So today I learned if you're going to have Lego that you really like, don't use essential oils and like air freshen stuff around them because it can actually denature them. Yeah, it's something around ABS plastic. Do this. Oh, CS King Barbar, thank you very, very much for the tier 3 sub. Of course I can do Sister Battle Naira Vereth. Okay. Let's do this. CS King Baba. This is a battle Naira Vera. Or Malum Kado is always a good one. Yes, your Lego raised up. You could print a tome and you want to scale down. Yeah, let me grab this. ABS plastic plus Lego. Say hello to Emily. Yeah, this was real sad to see. Essential oils and Lego do not mix. Learn the hard way about essential oils. We've been using a reed diffuser as an air freshener. It was sitting on the fireplace mantle next to the Lego Pride set. One spill, about 10 minutes later, this is the damage done. It's becoming brittle and crumbling in your fingers. We later found on our Lego post from 3 years ago warning about essential oils, but didn't show this level of carnage. This is what liquid exposure will do to Lego if you get essential oils on it. It is wild how degraded ABS plastic is in general. Absolutely wild. Essential oils are just bad in general. Like most of the time, they use the word essential, but it's because they come. Yeah, there you go. This isn't here. It comes from essence. They're actually harmful to. They're really harmful to animals. You shouldn't be doing that. Don't do this. The reason I came across this as well is that I was looking at. I have to strip some paint from some of my old miniatures. There's some miniatures I painted when I was like kind of 16, 17. That because I was shaking so much from my surgery at the time, I just didn't do a very good job. Though I'm not happy with them. And when I look at the models, I'm just a bit like, I could do so much better with that. Essentialism also it talks to the essence of them and was made to be like, oh yeah, it's essential. It's not. It means it's of the essence. That's how they justify that. Yeah, don't use essential oils if you have animals. Don't use it if you've got Lego. You shouldn't really even use it if you've got things like Warhammer or any kind of clay polymer. Humans or animals? Yeah. Regular rubbing alcohol and strong spirits will also get to ABS. Yeah. Things like isopropyl alcohol will fuck up ABS. Yeah. So be very careful if you're using scented candles that contain those oils around Lego sets, because this kind of thing can happen. This is surprisingly common. You saw a cat help post the other day, said the cat was having weird episodes. Turned out they'd got a eucalyptus oil diffuser. Bro, yeah, eucalyptus oil is very bad for cats. It's become a problem in parts of California. Ultra isopropyl and ultrasonic clean for mini stripping. For Warhammer, yes. Yeah, you can use like a... You can use what they call... I think they call them jewelry baths. They've got like little... I've had a friend who recommended... Yeah, one of these. This is like a little pod that uses... normally they use UV light and a liquid and a small amounts of... and basically shaking it to clean jewelry. But if you put like a Warhammer mini in one of these of the right size and you put in isopropyl alcohol, for example, it's the right kind of cleaner that will work, it will strip all of the paint off of your miniatures. Simple green, yeah, simple green if you can get that as well. Water picks for flossing are like mini pressure washers. Interesting, I didn't know that. You hate the sound of these things. The reason it's really good is the amount of shaking means that the isopropyl, for example, gets the mini really well. And it basically strips the paint off of them. It's the kind of thing that I may genuinely get one with what JB donated so that I can do that. If you're bleeding a lot from your teeth, Alpha, I would suggest that you go and see a dentist. Just going to be honest, like definitely go and see a dentist. Airbrush cleaner, which is 2-butoxyethanol, doesn't damage minis and will strip paint off with 0 effort. Where is all of my Vallejo stuff? Metallic black, primer. We say that my paints are organized, but somewhere are my larger bottles of things like airbrush, flow improver, and airbrush cleaner, because I do have an airbrush. You might not have seen it earlier. My airbrush is on the bottom shelf. Look after your teeth, people. You only get one set of teeth. Jimmy Carr has told me that is absolutely not true. Like you don't have only one head of hair either. So yeah, this is one of the most played demos from Next Fest. It's scored mostly positive. Let's actually see what people are saying that's bad about it. Let's have a look. Why didn't that not work? Positive, not recommended. So close to being something. Combat is unfun and unrewarding. Not really. You have Pokemon, not Pokemon. You have Guardians for that. Building sucks. Building is very, very technical. It's not very intuitive at first, but it's very, very detailed. Only one back. Live with your knees. That's true. Yeah, you had baby teeth, so technically 2 sets in general. Exactly. See. Ultrasonic cleaners work by making tiny cavitation bubbles and making them pop, blowing dirt off. It basically keeps the liquid moving around so that the miniature is always exposed to fresh isopropyl, basically, so it keeps it cleaning even after, if you just let it to soak there, it doesn't get it below the surface level of paint will get taken off. I don't like the building this, but I think Luther would love the building. I want to invite Luther into the world and invite Luther to do some building in this, because I think actually the building system is really comprehensive and very, very good. Just it's not the kind of building system that I really enjoy. So So I am open to having a couple of people join me today, like mods, you know, Charon, people I've played with you in life. People want to come and join in, they're more than welcome to. I will do this. Those. You have questions? Interesting. Hated the building part. I think most people just don't like the building. That's what I've seen. In the age of AI, we should be able to accept the fact that an AI voiceover and story give any genre not need to read a book that, let's be honest, game developers, but should not need you to read a book that, let's be on what? Weird. Weird. Okay, fine. We'll actually play the game. There are some people who have baby teeth and never remove them and their body doesn't push it out, can lead to infection, but people who neglect that don't care for infection. You know what? Wild. John O'Clock, thank you very much for the 5 community gift subs, buddy. You are an absolute legend. John, as a question, given that you are a tier 3 sub, what would you like your Warhammer miniature to look like if you know? And if you don't know, it's not a problem. Thank you very much again for those T1 gift subs that you've given to Sim Games, Kefi, Corey, Rez on the weekends, and Total Anxiety. What a name, Total Anxiety. Thank you very much, John. You're an absolute legend. Thank you. You miss PS, but the way I look into cameras giving you purpose. I'm glad, Apple Wayland. I know that Thor only looks at the camera when he's angry. I look at the camera all the time because chat is up on my teleprompter. So I can look at chat and have a conversation with you guys, you know, while we're talking. Some people say they find it quite weird. Some of you seem to quite like it. So also, John, you've now given 369 gift subs. So I now have a song by the Yin Yang Twins in my head for free. So thank you very much, John. When did this game release? Well, currently it's up on Steam as a free demo. We have not got a full release date yet, I don't believe. It says coming soon. That said, once we're in the game, while the game clearly does need some polish, it's actually quite far along. To the window, yeah, see, if I sing it, it's that song is fine until it's not fine. Stop staring at your soul. No, it's mine now. Oh wait, the world needs a second to start up. Give it a moment. Give it a moment, and some of these things will just disappear. Polish. Someone else for was. I think they're Polish. Speaking of was, are they around? If they are in chat today, there you go. The world's caught up. So this is Guardians of the Wild Sky. For those of you who haven't yet seen it, it is a survival crafting based game where you are fundamentally somewhat like a Pokemon trainer, but also that was a good AoE. Thank you. I'll take the food. We need to work on something we've got a big project that we're now working on. So some of you saw me play this the other day. Did a couple of quests, but we can make our own airship. So like you can one-to-one build the hull of your own airship. Or you can be like, you know what? I would like to use this pre-built design here and build the airship. So this is my goal for today. It's to make an airship. The store has a tendency to sit motionless, staring at his chat screen. I'm not having him staring at a teleprompter. Oh, you mean like this, Perth Wolfman? It's creepy, isn't it? If I just stare at you guys and you stare back. Ah, yeah, see? That's why I do it when I'm reading. It's very different. You can tell when I'm staring at you versus just reading. Insufficient materials placing as ghosts. That's what we want. So we need to go and find Oh, do we have to really find the bits for every individual? Oh, wow. Okay. Be warned, traveler. These skies are alive with more than wind and wonder. You will find others among the clouds. Some may greet you in peace, but the ships that bear a red flag serve the Crimson Dread Fleet, and their intent is seldom kind. Your airship will answer your call. Open your map and teleport aboard, or summon it to your very side when the shadows press close. Tread carefully. Danger serves these horizons. Remember, you may open your map by pressing M. Is this actually, like, finished? Nearly. I mean, I need a bit more iron, I think. Oh, no, it's not finished, no. We're going to need a lot more iron, I think. Luckily, I've got a bunch of spirits over here, all doing crafting of iron. You just realized that I'm not on Discord right now? What do you mean I'm not on Discord? The mammoth is collecting wood for the ship. These guys are all here assisting with the crafting speed. So you can see here on the UI that underneath the in progress, there's a little 3 number. That shows you how many people are how many monsters are working on that one item. 157, is it? Nice, thank you. And it's got 4.2 times speed, which is important. If I have less of these crafters on it, that's going to go slower, but that means that I can basically get a hold of these iron ingots significantly faster. I've got 53, and then they're also going to make me a bunch of increased gear because we've been using flint gear and stone gear for several hours, and apparently that's not very efficient. The game is kind of dark and blurry. Dark and blurry. Salia Knits, thank you very much for that tier 3 sub. You're an absolute legend. Salia, do you have any idea what you would like your Warhammer miniature to be? I, for some reason, wrote down Salia Knights with a K. It's fine for you? Interesting. Is it? What would be causing that? James Brown, thank you again for that 100. And enjoy your lurk. Good luck with it. But you're watching on TV and it looks fine here? See, my OBS is picking it up fine. It's literally picking up 1-to-1 from the game. You are seeing what I am seeing. The only thing you might be having an issue with is there's no back. If it was the grey chat and you were seeing that grey overlay, it's just the game is grey for you. Maybe the gamma is too high? That wouldn't make it dark. That would make it... It may be. If it's blurry, I wonder... I might know what this is. Yeah. It's the fog? Oh, okay. Fine. I was wondering if it was the amount of green, because Twitch sometimes has a problem with bitrate for green. So if you have a game that has a lot of green in it, like some of that does as a view, it can sometimes cause bitrate issues on receiving end. So I was wondering if that was what it was. Hello, Shoy. How are you? It's an absolute pleasure to see you. I don't know what I'm mining anymore. I was distracted by Shoy's message. How are you, Shoy? The fog might mess with the compression. You're on low quality. That could be it. I am doing good, thank you. Oh, the kids gave you the flu. Send it back. Tell them that you want to return it to sender. That's what I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, we're doing really well today on our Partner Plus program push for the month. Really nice hanging out with chat. I'll be painting some of these after I've done a little bit more of Guardians of the Wild Sky. We will switch into Space Marine 2. I'll do a couple of rounds. I'll do some painting. We'll just have kind of a chill Monday, really. I had quite an intense weekend doing a few bits for Thor work. So today I would like to have a bit more of a chill day. You're here for painting? I think it'd be quite nice too. What I might start doing as well is that I know that painting isn't massively engaging here on YouTube. So what I may do is just do some like longer Warhammer painting and miniature assembly streams over on YouTube. Or that might be what I do over on Kick. Because I know some of you were suggesting that I go over and start streaming on Kick as well. I've been speaking to people like Madame Diablo and a few other people who I know who multi-stream there. It's a good enough idea. It certainly makes sense from a business perspective. But every bit of advice I've had from everyone says make sure you get your existing community to go over there to watch you rather than relying on growth over there, because you'll want to have an existing good group there when you're streaming rather than just have what like YouTube does, where people just rock up, say stupid shit and leave. So I'm thinking about that. I know we've been discussing it in chat a while, and Thor and I have been talking about it. I would, of course, still stream on Twitch. I'm not going to stop streaming on Twitch. You don't like Kick? Why? Because they don't pass money to stake. I've looked at the ownership structure and how the money flows through Kick. I asked for their financials, and it's literally, while they are owned by a couple of the shareholders of stake, the money doesn't flow back up to them. They basically just like live streaming. They're just a bunch of people who have probably too much money and not enough sense. But hey, I'm fine with that. So it's interesting. These are all things that I had to consider, because ultimately, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not happy with Twitch right now. Twitch have made a series of really fucking weird choices over the past few months, and I can no longer stand behind them like I once did. So as an example, Twitch partnered with Roblox, who are known for being a problematic platform, particularly where it comes to child safety. Then you've got Twitch's unwillingness to leave people who are in breach of terms of service for showing links containing child pornography. They unbanned that user after 30 days. Why? Kick's left them permanently banned. If Kick is permanently banning people and Twitch is unbanning them, what kind of world are we living in? Oh my god. So, I don't know. I know people are like, oh, I don't like Kick, but really, right now, I'm not okay with Twitch and some of their choices. Yeah. Not enough dollars? Too many dollars, not enough cents? Possibly, but like, why? Like, Roblox is not a good group of people to partner with. Like, I'm really honest with you, like, there are significant safeguarding problems inside of that platform. They've not resolved them, and they've been aware of them for a very, very long time. So why are we still in a situation where Twitch is like, oh yeah, you know what we'll do? We'll partner with Roblox. Nothing's wrong there. We're not going to protect children on our site. We didn't, have a big issue with Dr. Disrespect, who we banned for talking to children on the site, but we're trying to encourage people with Roblox. That's definitely what we want to do. How insensitive and just, even insensitive, just dumbass, like, do you have to be to think that was a good idea? It genuinely blows. Sorry, I know I'm going on a bit of a rant about this one, but this one blows my mind. Like, Twitch needs to understand that a lot of creators, myself included, rely on Twitch income to live. Like, there are full-time creators on the platform. To be making the kind of choices where they're like, oh yeah, you know what, it's fine to unban somebody who shared links including child pornography on stream. Like, and that was like 2 weeks after the Roblox thing. It doesn't look good, Twitch, especially with what's going on in the US and stuff. Like, as an overall attitude, you should be protecting kids and finding a better way of doing it than the fucking UK government, which which is scan your face, because that's not a problem anywhere. You could be doing more. Instead, Twitch are just fucking around. Like, so I'm not really very impressed with them right now, and I'm sure that comes across. So yeah, I will say, actually, if there is a platform like Kick where they actually are going to ban people who are bad actors in that regard, If Kick's doing that and Twitch isn't, how can I say, you know what, Twitch is fine, but Kick isn't? Like, YouTube is awful, full of slop, and covered in AI. Yeah, sure. But at least they would ban somebody for this. Like, it just blows my mind. I just fundamentally don't understand what that decision making is and what that looks like. Like, why is that the norm? Like, why do Twitch think that's okay? I don't know. Like I said, I've been thinking about this for a couple of days, like just trying to understand what's going on inside of people at Twitch's head. Like, because it just makes no sense to me. Like, why is that okay? It's getting better. Sometimes sustainable business model. I completely agree with you, DP Fox. But then again, neither does Twitch on paper. So you have to remember, Twitch on paper makes a loss. And the reason that Twitch makes a loss on paper is down to the cost of encoding and how Amazon works. So under competition law, Amazon can't charge Kick more than it charges Twitch for AWS. As a result, Amazon knows Twitch is going to make a loss because Twitch pays Amazon for AWS, the system which Twitch uses for its processing. But Amazon, the parent company, still makes the money. Whereas Kick spends the money, gives it straight to Amazon, and Amazon gets tidy profit off of it. So, like, Amazon know what's going on where, you know, where Twitch isn't making money, but Amazon is making money from Twitch. So when people say Twitch makes a loss, yes, Twitch does make a loss as a company, but Twitch doesn't make a loss for Amazon. And that's the difference. So it also makes a loss, and likely because of Amazon. That's why AV1 encoding is so important, because AV1 encoding is going to reduce the cost of that provision across the board. That's why it's so important for Twitch to be working on AV1 encoding, but we've been waiting for that for 2 fucking years now. Like, where are we with AV1 encoding? I'm only using a very basic wooden bow as far as I recall, but actually not bad. The bow feels quite good. If I right click, do I aim in? Yep, nice. I wonder if I can shoot. I like how it stood behind the mammoths that are fighting. That was a good move for it, wasn't it? I don't do much damage on this, but it's enough to make a bit of a difference. So this is a 30% chance of success. It's likely to fail. I can throw another trap beneath it so that if it doesn't catch, it would drop into the next trap. So you can juggle the guardians to make sure that you catch the ones that you want. Now, I can't actually harvest stuff because I dismantled all of my construction devices, but I do have a second base over here that has my mining crew and my lumbering crews working. See, they're all mining away. So I've actually got multiple bases that I can travel between. These are all working away. They're gathering the resources that I need. So more iron ore is very helpful. More gemstone shards is helpful. And I'll take the stone that I need. Everything else can keep building up. But if I now go into crafting, I can make more capture crystals. Perfect. You just check some other people streaming the game and it's a lot brighter on their streams compared to this. Yeah, let's have a look. That's not changing the colors. Okay, I can kind of see what you mean. Why is OBS seeing it as so muted? Carl, restarting OBS ends my stream. I'm not doing that. That's a ridiculous suggestion, buddy. No. Please don't recommend things if you don't know what they do. That's a really bad thing to suggest to a streamer. You need to know what you're suggesting before you make a suggestion, unfortunately. On that one. I can't end OBS. That's not what I'm doing. Nah, you're fine. You're all fine. I just want to let you know that I can't do that, and that's why. Just be very aware that, like, if you suggest that somebody who's new at streaming, that could be quite upsetting for them, because they might end the stream and not realize they've lost that day, or they've lost all the audience. So just be aware that ending OBS will cancel the stream. So my camera is fine. This is what I want to work out, because there'll be something going on here which is doing it. So if there is a display different, have a look at what I've got enabled. If there's something that could be doing it, let's turn that off. Sound. Put the error message on a different screen and don't look at it. Seems to help with Thor. That makes sense. I'm wondering if it's to do with... And if I do that, let's have a look at this. See, that's vibrant. So it's not an OBS problem. I think it's a game problem. But why would that be the case? What is going on? That looks a lot more vibrant. So those of you who are on HDR screens, likely you could see it, but maybe if you haven't got HDR on, you were seeing it in SDR, which made it look very non-vibrant. Hello, Caffeinated Minds. Stunzia, no update. Well, yes, updates. I've tested them. They work. I'm waiting for SC to be stable and good. I'm waiting for the people who I want to play SC with to be free. Some of you may or may not know that a very, very good friend of ours, Mahoodles, with whom I'm going to be playing Star Citizen, recently was made a Twitch ambassador. So massive shout out to Mahoodles. If you don't know who Mahoodles is, she creates absolutely awesome space content here on the platform. There is the shout out. Go and give Moo a heart, give her a follow, because genuinely, if you like my content, you will like her content. She is live before me normally, so she does do things like science and technology. So we'll start streaming normally kind of overnight US time into... Oh, these guys are unhappy. Why are they unhappy? Is it because it's raining and it sucks here? Likely, yes. So I have worked out broadly how these work. You snap them to a corner point, and then you can build walls. So they'll either snap to the middle or the corner of what you're looking at. Why does that's the bed sticks out? Hmm. Yeah, building with a hammer out in the rainstorm is completely fine, chat. Anyone who tells you that you shouldn't be building in a storm is lying to you. They don't want you to be productive. All that is. So like I said, the building system in this does take some getting used to, but I would say it is actually quite good. It's just about getting the right angles on a lot of it. Right, I need a half vertical wall. Not really the it's not really the best time to be doing building. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, that's not, I didn't really plan this very well. Ah, that would be a problem. Yes. Well, they're a little bit happier now because they're not being rained on as much. So I guess this kind of counts. We're going to call that a rough success. And remember, chat, this is a demo, so it's the first time a lot of people have gotten their hands on the game. I think that they will be doing things like improving building quite a lot over time because, so to me, the building snapping is a problem. Like, it doesn't, they need to basically give you a toggle for whether you want to snap to existing structures, whether you want to snap to the middle or the side. If they could just say whether I would snap to the middle of this or versus the corner, that would be so much better. If I could select that, that would make a big difference, in my opinion, to how this all works. Let's build an overhang here. Can I? Oh, I can actually build. I can build the floor underneath some of them, but not all of them. That'll work for now, right? That'll be fine. Do you guys have enough food saved up? That's the next question. The ads are here, chat. I'm just going to get up and stretch my legs. I will be right back. Thank you for bearing with us. Whoop. Let me do this in OBS. I'll be right back. For a second, you thought it was Thor streaming? Clue, I'm glad that we could catch you out like that. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for being here during the ad break. I really appreciate all of you. I really appreciate all of the subs, all of the, all of the support. It's honestly absolutely huge. I want to do a big shout out to Tiny Savovsky and to Taskman, both of you, for the resubs at tier 1. You guys are absolute legends. 10 months each is amazing. All of you who have been here for 10 months, I thank you so much for being here from the start, and everyone who's come in since and discovered and worked out that I'm streaming. Thank you all very much, because I really do appreciate it. It's wild, absolutely wild. So thank you so much. We will of course be doing some Warhammer painting soon. We're just kind of messing around a little bit inside of this. At some point we should add one of the Chronos gifts as a placeholder when I'm be right back. You know what, Nellis, we should at some point we should do like quite a few of those things, but I think that would be kind of fun. Yeah, we can work on that. Yellow berries. Ooh, exciting. So the game has lots of different resources. So we've got these are salt containers. Hang on, let me change my keybinds quickly because I keep on making the same mistake. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of just want to. Thing is Alt. If I make that middle mouse click, that fine. And then dodge. I would like dodge to be Alt. Because that's what it is inside of Dune, and that's what I've learned to dodge on now. Salt containers, you managed to put League in a jar. Exactly. This is crystallized League of Legends right here. You can't hear the game. That would make sense, wouldn't it? If I do that, you can hear it. Is that too loud? Yes, the game is quite loud. Better. A little better. Right, there was a spirit around here somewhere that I wanted to catch. There he is. Go, level 20 mammoth, I choose you! Captured. Nice. Good job, Mammoth. Proud of you. So the nice thing about this as well, we can also do this. You can gather each of these butterflies, but you only get. So I actually only managed to grab 2 of them rather than all 3. Fireflies we can grab. There's also crabs. Always bet on the crabs, chat. The purple wobbler. Grab that. Some of you might wonder, okay, but it's nighttime. How are you going to see where you go? If I use this, then I use that, I can summon my glowtail to sit on my shoulder and give me light. That spirit is just going to immediately kill the wobbler. Yeah, there we go. Fine. What have we got? We've got Glowtail, Spirit. Our Mammoth is the strongest level. The Gladeheart needs leveling. This is my Gladeheart. This is my combat stag. You love the crits designers. Some of them are so creepy and cute. I like the design of the creatures in this. I think a little bit more than Palwell. They're a little bit more fantastical, a little bit less cartoonish. But I think that the art style is obviously something that people will uniquely like depending on what they like themselves. You can't hear the music now. There's no way that you shouldn't be able to hear the music. The music is like twice as loud as the game's default sound is. Like bass sound. So if the music is completely drowned out, something is wrong in OBS. If you haven't already played this, though, this is the link over here on Twitch, and I'll go and link it for those of you over on YouTube. Mahoodles, I don't know if Mahoodles multi-streams Catherine's Mind. Sorry, I didn't see that message on Twitch when I was looking. 166, that's all correct. XZ, thank you so much for that Prime sub, buddy. You are an absolute legend. You know, 9 months of Prime sub is absolutely great, so thank you. Fine. Come on, Gladeheart. You actually gonna fight, or are you just gonna chase the one that's already... Just, I'm the one doing my work, like, and the Gladeheart is just like, nah, fine, go on without me. So if there was an area I went to over here where there was an elemental that I needed to fight. So let's go over here. The deer runs funny? That sounds about right. The art is based on Anya Boz, which is, who's known for some pretty crazy critter designs. Yes, I've heard. Yeah. Hello, who are you? Speak with Leaning Man. Be aware cultists lurking under cultists. What a cult. I weak to the sword, but mighty in groups. Used to be human, if you can believe that. They turned to poaching and their souls began to blacken. Somewhere heads of their prey as masters dive deeper into the darkness of their powers. All may join their evil twisted ways, but none escape. I almost joined them, now I warn others of their evil. Okay. What I'm hearing is that there are 3 people that we can rescue. I mean, so that way, if that chance fails, it will drop immediately into the trap that I've already prepared for the next one. There you go, that one captured. So now this one I can grab. Missed. There we go. Nice, there we go. We've just captured 2 cultists, chat. We've got a cultist and a warlock. Now, apparently, these are actually people. I thought they were monsters, but actually they're not. The cultists are a dangerous group of once human poachers who have turned their twisted ambitions against the guardians of these lands. Clad in black robes, they are agile and wield a pair of scythes imbued with dark magic. Known to wear the heads of their prey as masks, we've got 1 cultist and 1 warlock. The warlock looks like the ranged one's Dark Bomb, whereas the cultist has 3... Well, there's 2 slicing abilities and 1 ranged. So I'm guessing, yeah, they are kind of like thralls. That's a whole thing. So apparently there's a cultist, a shadow elemental to summon. Oh look, there's more humans for us. I mean, friends. I'm gonna be honest, my Gladeheart is kind of in the middle of the rocks. Oh, my Gladeheart just died because it was in the rocks. Okay, well, you can use the spirit instead. How about that? Grab that cultist and lay a secondary trap. Withdraw my spirit so it won't kill it. That one's captured. Where did the other cultist go? Did he get caught in the rock? There was definitely 2 of them, right, chat? Hello, Small Mite. How are you doing? Good to see you, buddy. Welcome on in. Thank you for all the follows, for the subs today. I really appreciate you guys. We'll play this for a couple of hours, and then I will switch to my chill afternoon of Space Marine 2 and some Warhammer painting. A little bit more Warhammer painting than I expected, but hey, we are where we are. The good news is that I seem to have managed to resurrect my wet palette, so I will actually be able to paint more easily with the tools that I'm used to using and remember using. Are you struggling to fight 3 koalus? Is that what's going on, Spirit? 70% chance. Hit that one. %70 chance, if not more. Oh, that one. The spirit killed that one before I could capture it. Fine. This is a fair fight. Level 20 Mammoth. At first, I was like, did Palworld get an update? Palworld is about to get an update. One of the reasons why I think I like this game so much is that I can play this, and it's like playing Palworld without playing Palworld. As many of you will know, Palworld is entering 1.0 next month, and we will be playing Palworld then. But I don't like going back to a game which is about to enter release, because I'm normally a bit like, oh, well, if I played the game recently, it won't be quite as fun for me. And this is the way I can get meat, which is what I need to keep myself alive as a character. Palworld 1.0, as far as I understand it, it was April 2026 I was waiting for Palworld 1.0. I could be wrong, or it could have been pushed, but if I'm remembering correctly, Palworld 1.0 was slated for April 2026. Why did I hear April 26? Interesting. Maybe I don't know where I heard April from. That's the problem. It could be reliable information, or it could have come to me in a dream. And I don't know which one it's going to be. Oh, hello. Money. There you go. What? Why is the mammoth down there? What the unhelpful? Mammoth, if you could just do your job and actually fight the enemies attacking me, that would be great. The AI definitely needs a little bit of work because you know, there's a few things that like the monsters do that don't make a huge amount of sense. That's about to run off. Okay, no. For example, I'd definitely thrown the ball before it attacked, before that attack went through, but hey. The design for the mammoth is really good. I really like the design. The mammoth also does this thing that, because it's got 6 legs, but these mammoths also do like a dance when they're happy. Let's see if he'll do a dance if I stand completely still. Sometimes he'll stand up on his like hind legs and he'll do a little dance. They have animations for the Elite NDA. I don't have a Palworld NDA, so good luck. Okay, it's probably when you win a combat then that you do it. Mammoth, go! PC Tech, thank you very much for the 4 months tier 1 sub, buddy. You are awesome. Welcome on in and good morning to you. What, brush the mammoth? I could brush the mammoth, yeah. But he's busy fighting. He can have a brush when he wins. Okay, fine. If I give you a brushy brush, does this work? No, you likes the brushy brush. Oh, you likes the brushy brush. Oh, look at the little hind legs dance, but he didn't do the full stand-up dance. Nope. Brushes are for closers. Apparently you can brush the wild animals too. That's fun. Didn't know I could just go around brushing every single animal rather than leveling up my... Excuse me, my guardians. No one but failure. The chain lightning does actually hit me as well, so I need to be aware of when I'm fighting too many spirits back to back, then I need to actually regen my health. If I come up here with an actual functional pickaxe, I'd probably make quite a lot of stone as well. It might not be a bad spot to make a base, to be honest. And for those of you who are aware, so you get 8 hours in this demo. This is one of the islands. There's multiple islands in this. We've got islands to the south. That's level 50. We're level 20. So like, there's a huge amount of game in this game. I'm guessing that this outer wall here is some kind of demo-based limitation, maybe. But you've got the starting island. You've got an inner ring. You've got this large structure you can just about kind of see in the darkness. And you've got a series of outer islands as well. So, like, there's a huge amount of game in this game. Even in the demo, you've still got 5 more islands. We've only done the first one. Like, wild. Just go. Just get gone. Not 5 islands, 5 regions, several of which are multiple islands. I mean, I didn't say 5 islands, but I said an outer ring of islands. There's a bunch of them. Challenge the Cultist Titan. Suggested level 10, status available, time remaining 0, time to complete 20 minutes. So again, a bit like kind of Power and other similar games, you have dungeons that you can go into and that we can kind of fight. Especially if you're over encumbered, that's always a great idea. Really? Okay, you're still going after me despite the mammoth being there. Do this. Don't want to be over cucumbered? You don't want to be cucumbered. No, definitely not, Nellis. Okay, so we're not catching people. Okay, if anyone asks, these aren't people because they're cultists. They've fallen from that. They no longer deserve to be called people, and we're actually helping out by picking them up and teaching them the errors of their ways. Horrifying. Here's a mammoth. Free cultists. I'm not really sure I'm meant to be capturing all of these cultists, but I think it's worth it. You just get attacked from behind by the warlock. Yeah, go on, Mammoth. You mess up the warlock. Free warlock. 47% chance. Captured. Done. I've leveled up from collecting stuff to collecting staff, Chorus. Yeah, stuff versus staff. It's very different. You gotta learn to balance them. Okay, so we've got a couple of branches off of the main path here. None of which I trust. A heart wisp. Only one more upgrade your... Oh, okay, so if you find these, you upgrade your health, etc. over time. Okay. Nice. Okay, so the game has increasing stats as you progress. You know, collect items, level up. I want that crystal. It looks glowy. Don't worry, everyone here has bad backs. It's you know, it's how it goes. Either you've got one or you will have one. How it goes. More unpaid interns, they might get paid. I might let them live. You never know. It could be a thing. Could be a whole thing. It's just, you know, it's... Aha, stone hatchet and a pistol round. Okay. So that's the heart wisp we got. We went this way. Feel like we probably made the wrong turn somewhere. You're paying Legos? You know, paid in Legos and essential oil, right? Definitely. This is the kind of game that I think that Vicky would really enjoy. So it's one of the games I recommended to her. The game does have climbing as well. Yes, that's a thing. More pistol rounds. Interesting. That's the way that I came in, so it must be further through the way I was going. You demand pay in new back. Yours is broken. You can have a new spine once my spine is fixed. I'm going to fix my spine first. It's nothing personal, but that's how I feel about it. You need more cannonballs and cannons and ships. Now you're sounding suitably imperial, Nellis. %39 chance, not huge. %46 chance. Wait, is that both of them in there? Where did the warlock go? Oh, the warlock died. Okay. Did the warlock really die inside some... Okay, I can loot them, but at a weird angle. Nice. Twilight Blossom. Okay, we're quite over encumbered. We normally move faster than this. Also my Driftwing. This is the first creature I captured in this game. Are you actually gonna fight? Okay, there you go. Your first attack. I didn't really go into this very prepared with gear, etc., but that seems like it would be, you know, pointless, right? Why would I go into this prepared? Why would I go this with full movement speed, etc., when I can, you know, do this? I can just kind of quietly kite some of these... Oh, I can't kite that. Thrown knife. While my Glade Heart actually fights the boss, I can just kite the boss's ads. Like, oh, okay, so we might be able to capture the boss at some point? No? Oh, we can. Okay, I can try and capture the boss now. We captured the Titan cultist. Now I capture this warlock. We're definitely not building an army, chat. Okay? Let's give you a new friend to play with. Okay, we captured the warlock. Now we're just gonna see if we can capture the cultist. We can capture the cult. We captured all of them. We did it. We've done it. We captured the cultist titan and all of his cronies. What more could we need? We've now got a small gang. Titan cultist and more cultists. Okay, we've got 5 female cultists and 3 male cultists, so they're going to have to learn to share. We've got 2 male warlocks, 3 female warlocks, again, learn to share, and 1 male Titan cultist. So the cultist breeding program could be a thing. I don't know if this is mineable, but I don't know if I have the stuff for it. Let's see if I can make a stone pickaxe and try it. Is this mineable? Oh, it's not, but look at it, it's such a pretty color. The funniest part of that is that capturing it doesn't count for the quest. So as you can see on the right-hand side, it says Slay Cultist Titan. Capturing it didn't count. Which makes sense. You've noticed the animations play really fast, but you like it? Oh, I'm glad. Do it again? Okay. This time, I'll actually, like, fight the enemies. But I'm real encumbered, so it's going to be a little bit slow, so I apologize. Normally, you would move faster than this, chat. But I won't, because I'm fine with being over encumbered. Now what? What are you going to do, cultist? The warlock can hit me, but he's stuck down there with the mammoth. Loot holds a heavy toll tax. I mean, loot's just heavy. It's because of all of these, and it goes via slots rather than anything else, which I find quite interesting. Come on, use magic missile. There we go. Okay, so there we go. Starfire crystal. What does that do? I want one. I've got one, so I guess I don't want one. Then you can't throw several guardians at the same time. That would be pretty powerful. Like, if you could do that, that would be a lot. I don't know why my mammoth's half in the floor, but it's very good for area denial. Hello, look, we can mine cultists. I'm helping. Look, Chad, I'm so helpful. Look at everything I helped with there. The most helpful. Barely needed the mammoth, obviously. Nice little loaf pre-sliced. Could well be. Why would you want to throw several guardians at once, if I can ask? fairly sure that the loot chest won't have respawned per run. They are individualized normally, so yes. Not glowing. The mammoth hasn't got the fastest attack speed, but it's just got loads of health and can just do this. A Zerg rush of minions sounds fun. I could see... Okay, I can see that, yeah. I don't really need a Zerg rush of minions when I've just got one mammoth. One mammoth is all I need. But just in case, I've also got a spare mammoth. I've actually got most spare stuff. And a lot of spare... Not Pokeballs, but you know what I mean. Capture crystals. Are you gonna actually attack Mammoth? Okay, no you're not. That helps, yeah. What time is it for me? It is 1 o'clock in the evening? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Definitely the evening. That's how that goes. Just casually just does one attack and then just completely finishes him. Okay, great. So you teleport back to me, meaning that all the enemies have aggro on me instead. Oh no, they're fine. Sweet. So we've got a bunch of level 18s available. We've got... My mammoth is regenerating its health. So I'm going to try and save my mammoth as long as I can before I switch to using the mammoth. When the warlock's already nearly out. The Gladeheart does do a lot of damage. It's just not as tanky as the mammoth. Whereas my Eager Driftwing is functionally useless. I'm just going to start rolling around the arena. Right. You've not got enough health left to be worth... You are... I'm going to chop you like a tree. Like that. Done. The purple wobbler is not that strong, so I'm not really expecting to be that good at this fight, but... Okay, cultist defeated. Nice. Now we can watch my purple wobbler fighting the boss. That was a good ability. Good job, purple wobbler. You are level 18. Legally distinct pocket capturing device. Well, it's not technological, it's crystal based, so fine. Is the wild sky properly guarded? We're gonna have to find out. We've got a pirate ship, so probably not. Hello, Jar Werewolf. I am good, thank you. What's up with you, buddy? Good to see you. I'm gonna withdraw that wobbler in a second, and let's try and lure the boss back towards me. Ooh. Chain lightning's nice. I don't want to get close to it because I'm fairly sure that its sight ability does hit behind it sometimes, and I think it might one-hit me if I get hit by the wrong ability. I could capture it, but I'm trying to wait for this one to die. Remember I captured it last time, chat, and I didn't complete the quest? Yes. Put on Thor's schedule to play Vampire Fall 2. Why? What's special about Vampire Fall 2? And also, you have to remember that's not really how this works. 20 health. Let's do this. Come on. There we go. Titan cult is defeated. Ooh, what is this? Shadowed Keystone Fragment. A fragment infused with elemental energy, dropped by the Shadow Titans. Used to craft keystones that open the path to the Eternals. And Nocturne Edge schematic. Traveler, your victories confirm my fears. In awakening the Titan, something far greater has stirred. The old writings speak of evil sealed away long ago during the Great Shattering. 3 beings, more ancient, more dangerous, known as the Eternals. To reach them, you must first forge the keystones, ancient relics that unlock passage to their hidden lairs. The fragments needed to shape these keys can only be claimed from the Titan. Their essence holds the power to bind and unbind what lies beyond. Seek the Titans, harvest their essence, and with forged keystones, you will gain passage to challenge the Eternals. Continue your trials, traveler. Only then will the full truth be laid bare. Celestial Keystone schematic. Okay. Ember Heart and Frostbind. Defeat the Eternals. That sounds like a lot of work. Oh, you've got Barjo worms? I'm sorry to hear that. Jar Jar Werewolf. Jar Werewolf, not Jar Jar Werewolf. Makes me think you have one. Okay, so that was the Titan. Sweet. There's a fast travel point, I think, that's next to us here that we still have unlocked, but we can just teleport home. I like the fast traveling. It's nice. Fast traveling is always helpful. Were you guys all sleeping? Have you run out of... Oh, they've made my iron tools. Think I can make some more iron ingots now? Yes, I can. Craft all. Good luck with that. That's going to take you another while to do. Now we can do this. I can just do deposit. Deposit matching. Fine. Then deposit the matching again. Now we'll be less over encumbered. I go inside where I can already move faster. Deposit matching. Let's leave this container for our cultist storage. There we go. We've got a small army stored in our base. This is what could possibly go wrong. I wonder how much they sell for. Okay, how to does that break in terms of service? Learn that. Learn that. Learn that. Learn that. These are like fair ones for my inventory, so... Oh, look at that. Full movement speed again. We love it. Spark powder. Okay, so that's how we make those. We're going to need to find something called spark powder. If I put the iron ingots in one of these containers, I'm hoping that if I can get a transport character, transport stuff, so you should hopefully pick up iron and take it to the ship over here. So the mammoth should hopefully finish our ship for us. Now we're making more iron. There you go, and I'm getting XP for it. That's nice. Okay, let's go and see what else we can do here while we're doing this. There's a guy here. What are you selling / what could I sell you instead? What are you selling today? Nothing particularly good. I mean, we've already got a Glade Heart that's better. So let's go and see what we can sell him a... Trying to figure out how to switch the sub to T3. If you click on the subscribe button or gift a sub button at the bottom, there should be a button that says manage your subscription. Just casually stuffing the cults into their own barrel. Yeah, I'm being kind to them. I'm giving them their own barrel. That's really nice of me, right? So if I take a cultist and I take a warlock, let's find out how much they're worth. Let's also take this fluff, this level 12 mammoth, this level 2 wobbler. Let's take the level 6 Glade Heart. Level 9 Spirit, level 8 Spirit, level 6 Koalu. The Driftwing. Actually, that Driftwing is a base worker. So each of the animals has different features. So this one does crafting, transporting, etc. Oh, chat, the ads are about to start. We will be back after the ads. Make sure you stand up and stretch your legs, get some water, and I will be right back. Woo. Oh, made it back just in time. Welcome back, everyone. Yes, that is a real Discord message. That was, in fact, real. That's just a thing. He is aware of it. I didn't really ask whether he was okay with it as a principle, but he knows about it, and that's the main thing. Okay, let's take out the stuff that's not really meant to be out inside. Inside is meant to be for storage of... I was going to call them pals, guardians. Guardians is the word I'm looking for. We've got a lot of these koalu that we don't need, these puffs that we don't need, and these purple wobblers that we definitely don't need. Oops. We'll keep a couple of the level 6 koalus for craft, or 5 and 6 for crafting reasons. I've got 2 purple wobblers. We've got a couple of spirits. Nothing particularly high level is getting sold. The highest level thing that's going to go is this level 12 mammoth, because we've got multiple level like 17, 16, and 15 mammoths. So don't really need the level 12. Let's go and sell some guardians. Are you struggling, Mr. Mammoth? The mammoth appears to have gotten confused. I'm starving. That makes sense. I almost pressed C to try and use Shigawire Claw. Which was wild, because that doesn't even exist in this game. 62 of these. We can make 35 salted meat. Oh, fuck, we're still... Hello. Good morning, Zoltra Lord. How are you? There is never any rush, buddy. It's a pleasure to see you, Zoltra. How are you doing, dude? Good to see you. Put some more wood into there. Dismantle that. Go inside and grab this cloth. What have you been up to recently, Zoltra? Obviously, I know that you were on the job hunt, so I assume you've been working away, etc. Have you got yourself a new role? Is that what's been keeping you busy? Let's go to this. Go down to storage again. Two more of those. Not a lot of sleep last night, so a zombie. Definitely replace it with coffee then. That's gonna work instead. Brush the mammoth. Give the mammoth the brushy brushes. 6 mammoths brushed. I don't know what we get for that, but hey. Okay, take a look around. I am selling... I'm gonna sell the okay. Spirit is worth 1,000. 1,293. Oh, the cultist is worth... Wait, that doesn't seem right. The cultist is worth 5, but the warlock is worth 650? Walu is worth 210. Pretty much level into... Oh no, the level 4 ones are worth that much. Okay, so level matters and the species matters. The wobblers are quite valuable as a species. Level 13, fluff 413. So if you get some mobs, like for example, if I got a bunch of purple wobblers and I leveled them up and like I carried them around me, leveled them up, and then went to sell them, I'd make a lot more. This seems wrong. Tech market is flooded. Everyone's competing for crumbs. Yeah, dude, that's unfortunately the way of it. 'Cause a lot of technical roles obviously have been lost, and now you've got lots of people. You've got lots of supply of people and less demand for people. Like it's kind of, it's difficult. You're just broken, aren't you? Okay. Do this. We'll take the elephant out of the campsite and then put the elephant back in the campsite. Does that work? Yes. Okay, we'll do that. Bones. We're just all the stuff that we didn't have slots for. I don't really know what to do with these. Might just leave them inside. Are you really... Fine. You know what? Fine. The third container, we'll go put the cultist back with his cultist friends, her cultist friends, and we'll put the warlock back with the warlock friends. Grab this iron, and then we'll go down to here. Have you been finalized yet? No. Deposit resources, deposit resources. Okay, so the decoration was what was needed. That makes sense. So I saw the elephant run. Okay, so we need some iron at the top on the cabin. Interact hanging barrels. Oh, the hanging barrels are like storage. Okay. Okay. You took a pay cut to work in the public sector. Now my workload sucks less and you got a pension, same as most of my co-workers. I think that seems to be what it is. Ultimately, like, you know, it's about, are you going to compromise the quality of your treatment as a staff member for that extra pay in the private sector? And some people have a different answer to that. I like the fact there's a shield on the back that we probably wouldn't get to see very much if we weren't, unless we were looking for it. First, so ship floor frame, that's all built. We actually need cloth to make these side areas, I believe. Can you grab some cloth? The movies and TV shows of my youth led me to anticipate a lot more quicksand. Yeah, quicksand definitely is less of a threat than TV and film makes it look like. I'm going to be honest with you. Don't encounter quicksand anywhere near as much as those kids' shows made me think I would. But when it does happen, I'll be ready. Missing rudder, can't steer. Well, yes, that would make a difference. Yes. Stop piloting airship is Victor. I think that's the whole ship made. Does the whole thing fly now? I think genuinely we might actually have our finished ship. I haven't quite worked out how we're meant to get on board our ship other than doing this, but fine. This seems perfectly sensible. This is how I board a vessel in real life. Run up the oars. Or the sky sails. We've done it, chat. Look, we have our own boat. Well, it's actually a ship, but... Okay, so we've got a vertical and horizontal. I've forgotten how to fly. Well, okay, so we've actually got options of where we go now. Let's go south to the Azure Fall Isles. Is this a mix of Breath of the Wild, Valheim, and something else? Enshrouded, I would say, probably Shade Silver. One mast, still a boat, need 3 to be a ship. Not quite sure that's how that works, to be honest with you. That's not actually... I can see several flaws with that argument, unfortunately. For example, large ships that are shipping these days don't have masts. Well, a warship is, by your definition, a boat because it doesn't have 3 masts. That doesn't work. There must be a different definition, Zephron. How fast we can go 2 speed on this? How fast is 2 speed on this? And apparently we could upgrade this ship over time. Like, this is just the lowest level of skiff that we can make. You're going off the Age of Sail definition? Yeah, fair enough. Boats are submarines, ships are targets. Okay, that makes sense. Untersea boots. I mean, okay, it's not a fast ship. That's for sure. A ship can carry a boat can't carry a ship. Modern ships have their masts docked like sheep tails are. That makes sense. They're obviously removed, you know, at birth. Okay, so the wind changes as we go through different areas. And our speed is set and variable depending on the wind. Are you really going to tell me that I won't be able to fly out to this because the wind's changing direction? That's going to be difficult. No, the wind is turning, chat. Boaty McBoatface. Well, that's clearly a boat. It's in the name. It's literally in the name. Boaty McBoatface, you know? What are those in the distance? They look like jellyfish. There's like a shoal of jellyfish, chaps. Sky jellyfish. And now, yeah, now we are indeed head on to the wind halfway through towards where we wanted to go. So we can't go to where I wanted to go right now. But we can probably head towards one of the other areas. If I go for this one towards the east, that might work better. We can head towards Paradise Lake or Pink Bloom Isle. Look at this. This is sky sailing. It seems that the wind comes off of whatever is available as a nearby landmass, which is interesting. I haven't quite worked out that one yet. An aircraft carrier wouldn't be a ship or a boat, it would be a floating island. I think it's a floating small city. Yes, the whole thing. Ooh. Ooh, other sky ships out there. Can we fight other sky ships? How is everybody doing out there on this lovely Monday? Good to see you all. Arthur, thank you very much for that resub. 5 months of tier 1. You are an absolute legend, Silbus. Hope you are doing well, buddy. You see a crew fire at will behind my head? Yes, there is that option. I have it enabled, but I don't have any crew. So I think firing at will is actually just where I fire the guns when I want. Yeah, you can see this button, fire at will, behind me. The whole thing. Where are the guns and why steal all those people if you don't make them work the sails? Look, the sails are working themselves. I don't need to trust those cultists. I'm not really sure that they're the kind of people I want working on board my vessel, in general. Jeez, wind management in this is going to be a thing. I'm going to have to see if I can pull north and then let the wind try and push me towards the east, I think. Because the wind is moving towards the island I'm going to, and I can't make progress ahead of the wind. Although I wonder if there's different winds at different altitudes. The wind doesn't appear to be changing by altitude. We're still making 8 meters a second progress at this angle, so we might still make it, but I'm not entirely convinced about the wind on this one. I'm not entirely convinced, as we say. If you're attacking the wind, yeah, you do, yeah. So I can just about, at the angle I'm at, maintain my full speed. If I change my angle even slightly to the left to hit my target, I will be losing weight I'll be losing rate quite rapidly. Because fighting against the wind in any ship powered by sail is a poor move. This is only the most basic ship as well. So, like, as far as I know, we can get bigger and better ships and we can outfit them in different ways. That's a cool thing to do. New area discovered, Paradise Lake. We kind of want to aim for the Sky Whale, as far as I understand it, which is actually on target. So we're doing pretty good. We are going 8 meters a second at this heading. In 100 seconds, we'll be there. You can free build your own ships too. I did see that. That looks incredibly complicated to me. I haven't spent a huge amount of time building in this or many games. So, yes, but also horrifying, please no. And now I've got the wind behind me. Not very strong wind behind me, but it is indeed wind that's behind me, and we will make progress towards our location goal. You can see that giant sky whale all the way up there. There you go. BP is 169. Oh my gosh, thank you very much to all of you. You're all incredible, and I appreciate that more than you possibly know. We are well over halfway towards our Partner Plus goal for the month, chat, which is great. We want to try and hit that on the 20th. So thank you all for the love and the support there. It's absolutely made a huge difference. It looks like a whale shark. That's exactly what it is. It's basically a giant sky whale shark. There's a second pre-made ship that doubles the speed. We'll have to try and get that then. I think this ship can go high enough to get onto the back of these whales, though. Is nice. 50 XP? Is that for flying or for... I don't quite know. I think it might be exploration is giving XP, but I'm not certain. So I can fast travel to my airship, which is cool as well. Okay, so we can't get on top of... So we can't fly over the sky whale in the same way. I can't remember how I did this last time. Oh yeah, it was this weird orb. Reveal Windseer. Windseer's Eye, a mystical orb infused with the wisdom of the skies. Plucked from the blowhole of a Windseer, it reveals hidden lands and forgotten paths on your map, guiding you through the clouded seas. So now it should... Look at how much I've unlocked. A section of the map has been revealed. We love this. We've got a level 22 Arcane Elemental here, a level 20 Water Elemental, 22 Arcane Elemental, and a level 26 Shadow Elemental. Now, is there anything on the back of here which is actually mineable? Because last time we were here, it wasn't. Like, we didn't have the tools. No, it's a shame. What about these? What is this? This blue crystal. Okay, so what I'm hearing is nothing on the back of the sky whale is mineable, which is a real shame. The glue crystal, it is indeed glue, yeah. Random cat licking, well, thank you very much for those gigantified emotes, Ultra Lord. Gigantic not Yarlick, sorry, Chrono Licks. Very kind of you. That's such a cursed emote. I love it. It's very funny. I don't need a butt. No, Zoltrod. You're the stinky one. Stop trying to get chat to, like, I don't know, give me a bath. That's weird. Wizik, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. You are amazing. It's lovely to see you, dude. 10 months, absolutely wild. Thank you all so much. Go this way. I am going to be somewhat against the somewhat against the current, but we'll make it work, I think. If I can go underneath here. Wig Diddley, thank you very much for the gift to Nellis Plays. Very kind of you. There we go. So now... Okay, I think I'm... Okay, so you do get stuck slightly on the tree. Good to know. Thank you very much, Wig Diddley. Very kind of you. I really appreciate that support. Thank you. Zoltra Lord, thank you very much for the 10 community gift subs. You're an absolute legend. Thank you for the gift subs to Asaki, Xander, Pipvin, Kool-Aid, Bloodlust, Cethrius, GM Shando, Delagon, Minty Medic, and Ajuric. Thank you so much, Zoltra Lord. You are an absolute legend, dude. I hope that you're doing well. It's always very kind to have that support, so thank you. For those of you who are wondering, we do have hype trains turned off at the moment because on the 20th of March, on my birthday, I will be doing a subathon. We'll be aiming for a large breaking the sub goal, and there will be a bunch of related challenges, etc. for that. So that expect some pings for that soon. That subathon will start halfway through-ish my birthday. So that's kind of the plan. As for until then, I really appreciate all the love and support from all of you. It's been absolutely awesome. If you are here and you are considering subscribing or picking up or dropping a 5 gift bomb, I would really ask that you instead maybe consider dropping a tier 3 sub, because that will allow us to get 6 sub points towards our Partner Plus goal. For those of you who don't know what the Partner Plus program or goal is on Twitch, this is Twitch's system by which the streamer, if you get 3 months of the Partner Plus program goal of 300 sub points, gets a 70-30 split with Twitch. This is huge because that's a 40% income difference. So every sub that you guys gift, I would receive a proportion 40% more from Twitch for those. So I very, very much appreciate that. John O'Clock, thank you for the gigantified emotes. It's very kind of you. You and Zoltralord just enjoying that. And Var. Enjoy the giant Baileys. I'm glad that you like that feature. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for that. But yes. So if you are considering dropping a couple of gift subs, I would ask that you do consider getting a tier 3 sub instead until the 20th of March, so that we can try and hit the Partner Plus goal for the month. My basic goal is to hit that for March, April, and May, so I can relax in June, which would be real nice. So thank you all very much for the support. And like I say, if you can only do a tier 1, or you can't only do a prime, or you can't sub at all, it's still appreciated. I'm just letting you guys know what the goal broadly is for this month. Can this go into the water? That's my question. I don't think it can. But I need to know. Zoltror, thank you for the 3 community gift subs. You are a legend, bringing you to a total of 97 out of 10 for today, which is wild. The gift subs to Dev Nasty, to CC Clay, and to Raziel. Thank you very much, Zoltra. You're very kind. What a legend. And a giant worm. And, oh, John, what a beautiful emote. What a lovely emote, John. Very, very pleased with that one. I think that's a great emote. It's called Paradise Lake, but I'm kind of scared about going in it because we can't dive and it looks real deep. Also, give me a drag net so that I can fish. Just saying. Elder Bay? What is... You know what? I can climb alongside this island. I'll just stop here. Here we go. That way I think I can just fast travel in and out of this area, and I've got like a little safe island now where I can drift down towards wherever I want to go. Kind of great. I can make a little base up here if I need to. It'd be nice, although it's going to make us need the loo pretty quickly. But my understanding is if I'm here, I should be able to click over here and fast travel back. Which I can do, which is sweet. Love that. The iron in there. They're all sleeping. You've got a lot of... an awful lot of iron in there. But we have a god. So as we level up, we get these knowledge points. These are used to unlock things like a cutlass. You know, they're used at saddles, bracelets. All of these are buffs. All of these are improvements. You know, an iron necklace. We can make saddles already for our mammoth. So I might want to craft one of those. Now we've got iron ingots to spare. There's a huge amount that we can do that we've only just started. Like wands. There's magic. You've sub tier 3, doesn't seem to trigger notification. Maybe press Control F5. Catholics of mine. Sometimes it takes a while to come through. It hasn't given me a notification yet, so it might not have actually processed it. Let me have a look. Let me have a cheeky look. Well, it's recognized 175 on the sub point, so it's definitely gone up sub point wise. It might be that Twitch is taking a second to process it through. Let's have a look, Caffeinated Minds. Let's have a look. Okay, and let's see. I'll make sure I've got all of the tier 3 subs written down so I don't forget when we're doing the Warhammer painting. The last T3 individual I saw was Sally and Knit. Oh, Counterwise, it definitely does help, and it's important. No, it's important that you know, you've done a tier 3. It's important that you it's showing me that you've got a tier 3 sub. It's just not done the alert, which is really strange. But I will add you to my list so that, you know, I can make sure that you get, you know, you deserve the right to it. Just show on your badge. I really appreciate that support. It's very kind of you. Rhinos with the sky ship, Sky Opium Empire, when? You don't know that tier 3 gift subs don't count? Yeah, so, so Twitch's Partner Plus program only applies to individual subs. Wigdiddly, I will let Nellis choose one, or let you choose one for Nellis, because you're already a, tier 3 sub? Are you? Oh no, you're not. You're on the list now? Yeah, you're on the list. That means you get a, you can't, but you can upgrade your individual sub instead, Ultralord, if you wanted to. That's a thing. If you are wondering how that works, if I go to someone else's channel... Except it doesn't work in moderator view, Twitch, because you can't subscribe in moderator view. Thank you. If I do this... If Fancy Zones, I love you. It's great. If you, chat, are already subscribed, if you instead of like wanting to gift sub or wanting to support, what you can do is here, you can instead go underneath the stream to manage your sub, and it will give you options for like how much when. So you can do 6 months in advance at tier 3. The manage your sub button is the helpful one. So it does give you credit for multi-month. So if you get 6 months, each month that person will have 6. If you're on iOS, I think you have to do it from browser. But yeah, never subscribe on iOS. If you can help it, don't do it. So if you, how many you need? Each person's individual support is enough, bud. Yeah, but don't support through mobile ads is my advice. Your viewer subscribers at tier 1 on January 20th. Yeah, so you get it for each month. Yeah. Learn that the hard way. We all learn things the hard way. That's the important part of life. As long as you can say comfortably to yourself that you've learned something, that's the main thing. Like, I've been recently having a conversation with somebody who just struggles a lot with beating themselves up when they do something wrong. And it's very, very easy to do. Like, it's very easy to be hard on yourself. But, like, as long as you are learning, as long as you won't make the same mistake again, or you are aware of what you did wrong and will try not to make the same mistake again, that's all anyone can ever really ask of you. And realistically, all that you should ask of yourself. Because that's what's reasonable, you know? Don't hold yourself to too high a standard. So, yeah. If you've learned, so be it, but don't beat yourself up. If you beat yourself up, I'll send Nellis to come beat you up. I'll send Nellis after you, Wig Diddley. It'll happen. VAR, 3 months of tier 3. Absolutely amazing of you. Thank you so much. VAR, I really, really appreciate you always being here and being a great member of the community and just hanging out and stuff, so thank you. Let me add you to the list. If you have an idea, those of you who have subscribed at tier 3, if you do know what kind of Warhammer miniature you want to be painted for you, or how you want it painted, please do let me know. Otherwise, when I switch to Space Marine 2, you can decide there. We'll play around with the palettes, and we can, each person can kind of streamline theirs. Those of you who aren't aware, I'm painting one Warhammer miniature kind of like this for each size, for each of the tier 3 subs individually, so that we can try and hit the Partner Plus program for the next 3 months. And those will be streamed. I will do various bits of that. You promised that I had to beat myself up. Exactly, yeah. Someone else will beat you up, so that when someone else is beating you up, you might, especially if they're a friend, I mean, they have a chance of being a fair beat up. I find that most people can beat themselves up way better than they beat someone else up when it comes to being hard on yourself. Lindry, you're on the list as well. I know that you've resubbed you've got your tier 3 sub. So if you have a Warhammer miniature that you want to see painted, please do feel free. You'd rather I sent B after you. B wouldn't. B would come after you for like a reward, not a punishment. Woodguard shield. Do I not have the? What else have we got knowledge-wise? Get rid of shield. Iron bracelet, dusk runners. Hatchling chamber, so we can have, okay. Life grows as a nature-infused structure where 2 guardians can be paired to produce a guardian egg. So this is the breeding system. Nice. Shrine of Ascendance, okay. Rum kit, floating jump pad. Stone construction, cool. T2 healing potions, Dawnstalker soulstone, and Cultist soulstone. A drum kit. We should put a drum kit on the boat. That makes sense. On the ship, sorry. And then Cloud Cutter at level 20. So once we're level 20, we can get Cloud Cutters, which could be awesome. We should start saving up what we need for the Cloud Cutter. I'm gonna need lots more wood and iron and other things, so let's get building. Flames. Oh, okay. Nocturne Edge does 72 to 85 damage, but it needs these Titanite ingots, which we can't get. Or we've got the Cutlass, which is 60 to 75. Bear in mind the last time we were doing like 7 damage. I think I should make myself Cutlass. It's gonna take 2 minutes unless the crafters help me. Let's also go to here. We are going to need some more Flint arrow. Can we not? Can we only make flint arrows? That. Oh, arrows are done based on the. Arrows are just the ammunition based on the damage being caused by the bow. That's interesting. Let's look at the Ember Fang bow, which I can make. That's using adding fire damage. We'll make one of those. Hidekeeper is a staff that uses water magic. Cool. And we will make another 100 cloth because we're probably going to need to make sails for the next ship. Good morning, Kairuke. Thank you very much. You can't upgrade yours on the computer because you subbed on phone. You're an idiot. You're not an idiot at all. That's definitely not the way that works. You're not an idiot whatsoever. Zoltralord, while I am normally mean to you, I won't tell you that you're an idiot. I think that if you do that on iOS, there is a way to cancel your iOS subscription, but you will likely need to do a Google because I've only done that like once. And it's been many, many moons. Distant dream. Okay, put the pearls away. Greater crystals. And a lot of tidal doubloons. Take my new cutlass with me. We don't need this stone axe anymore. Stone hatchet. You hate positive feelings, now you take a poo in my chat? So be it. I've done that before. We've all been there, like Luther's done it a few times, you know. I make Luther uncomfortable, and Luther's like, you know what? I'm gonna take a poop right here. Nellis at least poops in private. Different. Good job, Luther, I'm proud of you. You're as powerful as Ultralord. Good job. Look, I could buy a level 3 mammoth, but I don't need it. Okay, how does this work? Okay, so this just cuts down trees significantly more quickly with the iron hatchet. Why would I make my guardians do this harvesting when I can do it now? Jeez, this is... I knew that the iron one would be a step up, but I didn't realize quite how much. Now, are we going to get iron ore from each of these? Does it increase the rarity rate? So we get double iron ore. So basically, we're getting double the drops with a better pickaxe. What who's going to ban Luther? Me? No, Luther's too useful. I rely on Luther way too much to ban Luther. So, you know. Actually, that's... depends. Your clocks don't go forward to the 29th of March? Yeah. The clocks change definitely messed up some people yesterday. Don't worry. If you are struggling with the change from DST, definitely don't worry, because that's really normal. There's actually... there was some reasonably interesting evidence I was reading last year, and I can't unfortunately remember the exact gist of it, but supposedly the stress on your body's systems from daylight savings is actually incredibly like large, way larger than it should be. And so the reason that you feel like shit after daylight saving starts is, yes, because your body is generally, like, if you have a circadian rhythm particularly, is very, very much thrown off by arbitrary shifts in time. Okay. Oh no, that's in a different stream. That's a different stream. Yeah, but I'm not going to make Zoltralord work here. I'm not going to let Zoltralord have power in chat. That would be a bad idea. We all know why. You start bothering daylight savings and choose to live desynced with the rest of the country. That's how I feel when I'm driving my car until I change the timer. Would I recommend this game for someone who liked Enshrouded or craft survival games in general? 100% yes, Dargamlin. So if you, Dargamin, look at this link, you can actually get the demo for free and try it out yourself as well. So don't take my word for it. But yes, I do believe that if you enjoy Valheim, Enshrouded, various games of the survival crafting genre, you will also very much like Guardians of the Wild Sky. This has a lot of promise, in my opinion, and while it's very similar to quite a few other kind of games in its design and how it works with creature collecting, survival mechanics, you know, Ark is the same, Pal World has similar elements, Valheim has similar elements, you know. I think this by itself, the sky sailing, the standalone elements of this make it a very, very interesting game. The monster creation is very akin to to a lot of other kind of monster collector games that you will have seen. Oh no, I'm slowly starving. It's going to kill me in 201 seconds. I could have my berry bowl with me, I guess. Could do that. And this increases my movement speed, if I recall. Yeah, so the berry bowl makes me move faster. So food has buffs. So, like, if you're playing with your friends, if somebody's like, you know what, I unironically want to really, like, delve into cooking, that's a whole thing. Like, the cooking is a whole part of the game. Alchemy is in here. Farming is in. You've got very, very detailed crafting. There's guns we've seen. There's magic. I've barely touched the surface, I'll be really honest with you. From a demo perspective, I think it's a very, very promising game. Can I dig here to get both of these? I can. Haha! You like the red alert, you are starving? Well, otherwise how would I notice? None of this, like, making my character have a rumbly stomach or anything like that. Nah. Immediately the game's screaming at me, being like, you're starving! Perfect. Luckily, we don't decide community managers based on a vote freak, so I'm not going to let you vote Zoltarod into power. That's how the end times start. Just saying. Yeah, the ads are about to start. Make sure you get up, grab some water, do some stretches, unscrungle your spine. We will be right back after those ads. Thank you all very much for being here, for all the love and the support, and I will see you in a second. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you are doing good. Thank you for bearing with during those ads. Actually did 2 sets of my exercises. Why it feels like I've been punched in the core. Bro. Oh, we hit level 20 while I was AFK. That is, I believe, the maximum level that one can hit during the demo. So as far as I know, we can get the Cloud Cutter, which is the top level ship. Cryo cores, cool atmosphere, warm atmosphere, Timberlord Soulstone to take control of a Timberlord. I think that's Justin Timberlake's father. Corrupted Silverwing, Aquaman, Silverwings. We'll save our 14 knowledge points for if we find a monster that we want to be building a saddle for. But I feel like we should make a saddle for our mammoths. I feel like a mammoth saddle would be great. The question is, where does one make a mammoth saddle? Let's make another 10 of these. No, we've got enough of that. Cooking pot. Okay, well, that's not going to work. Right, what do we got under crafting options? Cooking and farming, crafting. We've got alchemy, cauldron, armory. Armory is apparently ranged weapons. Let's have a look at making an armory. I'm just currently chucking them outside because you all know that I hate building by default, right? That's how this goes. Got a tailoring bench, a wand making bench, normal workbench, a butcher block. I'm guessing that's where we butcher guardians if we need to. We'll make an alchemy cauldron on this side. And an arm. We've already made the armory. I feel like we're missing like a cauldron of some kind. I thought there was some kind of alchemy bench, but I could be wrong. You've got a full inventory, okay. You just want help carrying stuff. Fine. You've got all the resources that you need, all of you? Sweet. Oh, coral. Grab some coral. Are the pets vital for survival and can they die? So when a pet like dies in combat, it basically has a 10-minute respawn timer before you can resummon it. So if I have the mammoth that you can see that I've got selected in the bottom left, if I were to throw that up against a high-level enemy and it was to get wiped out, it would be 10 minutes before I could resummon it again. So a bit like in Pokemon, if you've had one member of your party wiped out, you need to go back to get it healed. Rather than having to go back to a Pokemon Center or something similar, in this instead you just wait 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Sindra. I hope your meeting goes well, buddy. I appreciate the lurk, dude. Come on, let's get some coral from this. Maybe not. How much coral have I got on me? I need 2 more. Nightbot, are you drunk? Oh, sorry, Luke. I hope that your meeting goes well too, buddy. Good to see you, dude. And I hope that I do think that ultimately, once you get past about midday, I personally don't like having meetings. So the way I like to work is the morning is for meetings. I've got energy, I'm awake, I've got the patience and tolerance to deal with your bullshit. The afternoon, however, I shouldn't be expected to put up with people's normal workday bullshit. I should be very much allowed to focus down on my work, you know, in the afternoon. So when I'm working, generally, when I went like back in the kind of the corporate environment, my rule was I would take meetings in the morning, and if you didn't get hold of me in the morning, you could wait for tomorrow. Because in the afternoon, I had to work on important documents, etc. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? We got the coral we wanted. I'm not even mad. Let's just travel back. The mornings are bumming around, the afternoons for actual work. Yeah, actual work isn't meetings. very rarely do I find that a meeting is actual like good productive work. I'll be honest with you. Quite a lot of the time, meetings are incredibly unproductive because people come to them with stupid questions or discussions that didn't need to be meetings. A lot of the time, meetings are for bringing people up to speed on things that if they'd been informed about from the start, they would have been informed about, and therefore they're not actually informed enough to be making decisions on. If you delegate decision making effectively, you should need less meetings. A really good example is I have a friend who works in company secretarial work. So what that means is they're not a secretary. What it means is they are responsible for keeping a record of all of the company's legally required corporate governance documentation and communicating information to shareholders and other relevant parties to whom that information might be relevant. It's quite a technical job, but a lot of the time they get dragged into meetings which are purely where CEO, heads of departments, etc. call for a meeting to get them up to speed on something which actually doesn't need to be a meeting, and had those managers actually been involved, they would know what to do on it. The people who are actually doing that project are the ones who should be making the call because they know what they're talking about. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. People love meetings because it means they don't have to work. That, to me, is disgraceful. Because realistically, I don't believe, and this might be controversial to you, I don't believe that if you are contracted for a 40-hour-a-week job, that you should have to work 40 hours a week. I think that you should do 40 hours worth of work a week. And therefore, if you are, for example, the kind of person who takes a lot longer, or, you know, you are like me, when I'm on Tramadol, for example, I will actually work times 60 or 70 hours because I know that in my 40 hours worth of work, I'm not getting my full output. I'm not delivering as much work as I could do. A lot of these meetings are the same kind of thing. You get a bunch of very, very highly paid staff all in one room to make a high level decision about something that actually they're basically being told what that decision is by lower down the tier members of staff, and they're just having to basically sign it off for signing it off's sake, but they're not actually informed. They don't actually know about that project. They don't actually have the information other than what they've been told by the individuals on the ground. You had a conversation with your manager at the start of the year and agreed to work to reduce meetings, and somehow they went up by 60%. If my meetings went up by 60%, I would be telling my boss that I no longer have time to work on everything else because I'm eating everything on meetings. Why C levels are useless? No, I completely disagree. C levels are absolutely a vital part of every single company. Just everyone seems to do it wrong in large corporate entities. Ultimately, the CEO should be there to make decisions about very, very critical things. Every level of C-suite has a different level of things they should be involved with and different topics of what they should be involved with. They shouldn't be micromanaging. They shouldn't be over-delegating. They are the responsible decision maker. So what they should be doing is working with their subordinates, listening to their subordinates, and coming up with outputs based on the information from those subordinates that make sense. So when those subordinates then go to the meetings in question about these things, they could say, hi, I'm the subject matter expert on X project. This is my recommendation. The head of IT has already approved it. This is where we go. You don't send the head of IT to that meeting and say, hey, I've read everything that my subordinate emailed me and it makes sense. So I'm here to state it as if I knew everything that was going on rather than just what I've been briefed on. Why would you not just send the person who actually knows what they're talking about to that meeting? The chain of management? What? That's just a buzzword. The chain of management. That is the chain of management. You, as the subordinate, informed your superior, the head of IT, for example. The head of IT approved it based on the information. And then the person who knows about that topic goes along to the meeting. The head of IT has already given it full sign-off. The head of IT doesn't know the ins and outs of the project. Why would you get the head of IT to go to a meeting and answer questions for things they don't know about? Because what you end up finding is that those meetings, the head of IT, for example, would just bring along the person who knows what they're talking about. So at that point, you've got 2 people in a meeting when actually only 1 person was needed. It just wasn't the IT person. It wasn't the head of IT. It was the actual responsible person who knows what the fuck they're talking about. You're missing how people prove themselves to bring something. If you justify your job by going to meetings, that's not how that works. Going to a meeting to make a point that somebody else has prepared you for is not adding value to a company. That's not how that works. It might be how it looks on paper to someone who doesn't care and doesn't know how things work. But like, you don't actually like being in a meeting doesn't mean that you're productive or adding value to a company. It's a very weird opinion that if I'm in the office, I'm adding value. If I'm in this meeting, I'm adding value. That's not how it works. I know several people who would just show up to meetings and then just sit there like a lemon the entire thing, not say anything, not even go on camera. They were still at the meeting. Did they add value? Fuck no. Defense level 3. Apparently, we could make gear that isn't just the basic stuff. What a weird idea. Who would have considered such a thing, honestly? Your manager is super sad about it and actively tries to help reduce meeting time, but often other teams cause the issues. And that's the problem. Like, every team seems to be incentivized to make other teams feel bad and to do do other people's jobs. Like, the one thing that was starting to really, really bother me inside of the corporate environment was ultimately the fact that, like, it's just become such a blame game all the time. Like, no one's wanting to do their job, and everyone's wanting to blame somebody else for why they haven't done their job. The reason you haven't done your job is because you're being asked to do stuff that isn't inside your job description and isn't reasonable. That's a fair reason to not be able to work. Like, there were plenty of times when I'd see people being asked to do things that are nowhere near their remit, and I'd be like, why are you being asked to do that? That's poor. It's about adding value no matter where you are inside of the like the overall pattern, the overall infrastructure, because like some people can add value in pretty much any team they're in, no matter what, just by the virtue of what they do and how they can pick something up. But some people aren't able to do that. Some people take longer to start up doing things. Some people, you know, have a harder time doing stuff than others. So, you know, add value where you can. Why does that say that you're hung? Oh, okay, I don't understand. Takes you ages to get in the zone. I see. This is something that bothers me about office layouts as well. So, as many of you know, I obviously have a physical disability. I am on a cane probably about 50% of the time at most, but not a huge amount, but also not a small amount at the same time. Getting into the zone inside of like a large office environment is incredibly difficult. Not only because I've got a physical disability and traveling into the office is a right bugger, but also because office work isn't really designed for productivity. Most open plan offices were designed around maximizing the ability to have oversight of your employees, not the ability to get the most amount of work done efficiently. Which of these is new? Weird. Isn't it hard to pogo around on a cane all day? Nah, that's why you need to have one of those spring-loaded ones that you can fire yourself off of walls. You were not aware? Oh. Yeah, office work is weird. Office layouts are very strange. Yeah, the office layouts that most of us are used to in open plan offices, they're mostly designed so that your manager can have maximum oversight of you, not so that you can get the most work done. You get most work done when you're working in private without disturbances. That is not what happens in an open plan office. It's just not the way it is. Your manager make sure everyone got their own office, but we have a few shared spaces. That's what you should have. You should definitely have collaborative working spaces, don't get me wrong. But, like, if someone tells you that, you know, office work makes you more productive than being at home in your own environment, they're lying. They don't understand how that works. There are a few jobs where that makes sense. For example, you can't be a surgeon and work from home. But as a surgeon, you're used to working inside that environment, and a surgeon working inside a surgical, you know, a surgical room will have a very different experience to doing their job than a surgeon working inside, say, a supermarket. You're going to have a very different experience there, depending on the two of them. The same is true of, like, I know some people who are exceptionally good at, you know, technical skills. They're very, very good at code. As soon as they get into an office environment, because of the loudness and the number of people there, the disruption, the unfamiliar faces, people getting disturbed, interrupted, you know, people coming over to talk to them, people chatting nearby, they are significantly less productive. They can't even focus down on coding. They do something else entirely. I've got a friend who he's probably one of the best people I've ever seen at writing code, but he works low-level IT help desk because every job where he will be writing code, he gets asked to go into the office, and he hates it. So he just does IT help desk from home. I'm not going to tell you which US company this person works for, but if you have somebody who you think can definitely do more with their life working in your IT department, but instead spends the time doing low-level help desk and getting stoned every day, that might be my friend, because that's what he wants to do, rather. Is the demo solo or multi? The demo for this is up to multiplayer, so you can set it to be multiplayer, or you can play it single player. It's up to you. Completely up to you. This does support multiplayer, yes. I think it's 1 to 4 or 1 to 8. I wouldn't recommend you go much above 4 people, just because the style of this game tends to get a little bit unstable if you have too many people moving around in a world like this at any time. But yeah, and that's not just true of IT work. That's true of lots of different job areas. Like, a lot of people will find the same thing, that you will be more productive in private, in quiet, in a little office, inside, you know, inside your office at home, than you would be inside of a large and loud office with an open plan environment. That's just how that is. I think that what happened after COVID was a lot of large companies had long-term commercial leases or owned commercial property and shat themselves at the idea of the fact that this commercial property is no longer worth what it was. A lot of companies had to be like, oh, well, in order to get the value out of our leases, we are going to make you go back into the office. A lot of owners were like, oh, well, you know, you have to go back in because otherwise we're not getting the full value out of our building environments. None of those decisions are ever about productivity or about the well-being of the staff. Those decisions are all about sunk cost fallacy and future income. Like, that's... Now, I was lucky enough that I was on a remote contract before COVID because I use a cane. So I was fortunate in that regard that it wasn't a huge shift for me. But some people very much struggle. People who had gotten used to being in an office environment at the start of the lockdowns, some of them very, very much struggled to work at home because some people have kids at home, pets at home, disruptions at home that you can't avoid or you're not used to dealing with. So I do know that having the option to work in an office is good. You should have the ability to choose to work in an office if you want to, if you find yourself more productive. That's not true of everyone, and treating it like a blanket rule is indirectly discriminatory. Your employer went the opposite way, closed down and sold the entire building and saved the money by allowing people to work from home. Exactly, caffeinated minds, and that's not a bad thing. That's the best way of doing it. Ultimately, companies that sold their offices were like, you know what, we can do the same thing that we were doing before, but from home. They are generally going to be a better company to work for, in my opinion, for me. They're more social. The choice is important. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like socializing with colleagues that much. Like, in the corporate world especially, because I don't know. I have a very unique view of the corporate world, I think now. I view the corporate world as a little bit like, I'm a dog and you are paying me with treats to do a trick. That trick might be regulatory compliance, but that's effectively what you do. It's not a life, it's not a family, it's not, you know, it's not a culture of all pulling together. It's a job. You pay me for 40 hours a week, you get 40 hours worth of week of work, like 40 hours of work. That's how that goes. You pay me well, you treat me well, you'll get more out of me than if you treat me poorly. I'm fine with that as a concept. You hate socializing with other people? Some people really need it. I think it's very important to have that option there, but like, I'm just very disenfranchised with the corporate environment. I think that's half of the problem, because realistically, a lot of us have been mistreated in corporate environments. Funny that. Any job that says we are family means they're going to try and exploit you. They are the ones who are probably more likely to be like, oh, well, we're a family, we pull together, so deal with this shitty situation. But yeah, this is... So for me, remote work made a lot more sense. But it's not for everyone. It's very much not for everyone. There's a huge amount of like nuance and difference there between people. And, you know, there are probably people here in chat who will freely come forward and say, yeah, I get more work done in the office because I've got, you know, kids at home, etc. That's a thing as well. Like, if you've got distractions at home, you will want to work from the office to get more done. Professor Farnsworth said family is a source of cheap labor. That's what I learned from EVE Online. Yeah. You despise dealing with some of your co-workers, but you're a team leader. It's a requirement. Some of them are genuine idiots. Yep. That can be a thing. Unfortunately, the problem with the average person is that there's an average. Listen, so I am, for honest with you, because I've become they make 100k now, but don't understand how their own manufacturing works. That sounds about right. Yeah. There's what sort of tasks you need to get done for the day. The thing that I started to find was that even when I had a task that was just meetings for the day, I was just having to do my meetings on a Teams call remotely. So like, it was just, I would go into the office to remotely get on a Teams call. What? Samheim, thank you very, very much. 1,000 bits, absolutely huge if you do. Thank you so much. Also, the second shortest complete sentence is yes. The shortest complete sentence is no, full stop. Okay, that's, yeah. That's very accurate. Give me the floor manager any day. The dude knows what's up. Fuck the C-suite, the corporate office one is. It depends. If the person in the C-suite has the relevant experience and understanding around the rest of the business, absolutely great. Those are some of the best C-suite people I've ever met. Are people who started off right at the bottom and worked their way up and have an understanding of the flow. When a CEO is hired or a manager is hired, they don't know the company. They don't know how it works, they don't know the culture, and yet they tell you things to do like they do know it when you know better. There is very little that is more frustrating. Your managers hate you sometimes. Every manager hates their staff sometimes, and vice versa. That is the point of being a manager and having a manager. Your job as a member of staff is to upset your manager at times. But your manager's job is also to piss you off sometimes. That's why you have that relationship. That's a whole thing. Working your way up is becoming more and more rare. The reason for that largely is because volatility is the only way that people are actually getting pay rises. So in order to get a pay rise that you would normally get before, when companies would just pay their long-term employees more so that you would stay, the whole culture has become you change jobs every 2 years so that you can have a pay which is actually in line with the market salary, which is ridiculous. No wonder people are less skilled and less committed to jobs than ever before. Corporations' goals don't align with employees' needs. The problem is that if you align with employees' needs and you actually deliver those and your employees are happy, that fulfills the company's goals of doing well. Companies do better when their employees are happy. That's how that works. And it's wild to me that this idea of profit maximization rather than well-being maximization still makes such a such headway. Because if you don't treat employees like cattle, you can just drop one in, drop one out, you know, you end up with better staff. You end up with happier staff who are more trustworthy. Corps no longer have the senior staff that know how the tech stacks, etc. Yeah, because they keep laying them off or they have to leave in order to get, you know. You probably should be committed. You've been in the same time 25 plus years. If it's the right company, which is now a rarity, then that can be very worthwhile doing. But when I'm talking about the average company, the average large corporate no longer cares about their employees in the same way, I think. I think it's kind of sad. I'm sure that pretty much every single person in chat here has been mistreated by a corporate, like a corporate manager or a corporate structure at some point if you've been in a corporate job. Unfueled? You personally think companies should be legally required to raise wages at minimum based on the rate of inflation, then a bit extra? Because if it's not more than base inflation, you aren't making more money. But if the company isn't making money and you're compelling them to give a pay rise, you'll basically you'll turn your company insolvent very, very quickly. You're required to give them a pay rise and you're not able to be flexible based on the needs of the company, you will burn out your company. Because like if I can't afford to give someone a pay rise, but you're saying that I should be legally required to give them a pay rise, they're going to lose their job. They're not going to have a pay rise. They're going to have no job. They'll have no rise because you can't do that. It doesn't work. Or employees can be replaced by AI. Sure, if you want all of your service to be worse forever, fine. Sure, why not? Replacing employees with AI is fucking wild ass choice, man. You're in year 20 of your company, but you're kind of personally excluded from the convo. You work for small business is different. We're talking like large corporates. Yeah. Small business is a good place to work. I very much like small business work. I think that small business is better than multinational corporations. But unfortunately, small business also generally comes with slightly less stability. And if you ask people to choose to make a trade-off between stability and money at the moment, that's quite a difficult conversation. That's quite a difficult set of choices because both, please. There you go. You're reaching 10 years at your job in 6 months. Fortunately, your union makes sure we have competitive pay. So you've got a union on your side help making sure you get generally kind of commensurate pay. That's good. Having a union on your side to do that for you and do that with you is very, very helpful. But again, not everyone has that advantage. Game. Obarbus, this is Guardians of the Wild Sky. You're on Twitch. You know how Twitch works. You've been a member of Twitch for over for nearly 6 years, over 5 years. You know that when you click on a stream and on the chat, it's in the bottom of Twitch. Even if you're on mobile, it's in the bottom of Twitch. I don't know why you're asking game with 5 exclamation marks on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, fully understand because YouTube is shit for it. I don't know why on Twitch you wouldn't be able to use your eyes. Me no read good. Streamer read game for me. Sometimes it doesn't update. It can't have not updated. This is the only game that's been in place since I've been live. If I change the game category, fine. Go to VT, if it was blind, it will say so in that. Well, it wouldn't necessarily say if they had the visuals turned on. There are some people who you'll see they'll be on like audio only or listening only. D3 sub can choose the mini and paint color. Yes, you can. Yep. I will be doing some Space Marine 2 in a little bit, and we'll talk through some of the swatches, and I'll use that to show you guys the swatches. You just making it normal speed. You are. Ooh. Give me bullets. People like to have the streamer say it rather than Roblox say it as a form of feeling like they're participating. That would make sense, Zephron. But I just want to know why. I love asking why. Alpha, of course you can, bud. I really appreciate it either way. It is very, very kind of you. If you can't change sub tier, don't worry about it. If you did it on mobile, that might be why. If you were gifted, that might be why. You just need to manage sub tier. It's like I said, like I showed earlier. I wonder if it works on my stream. I don't think it does. Oh no, it does. Apparently I can manage my own subscription. That's kind of weird. I don't really like that as an option, but fine. Sure thing, Twitch. So what you want to be looking for, if you're looking for that, is this. Manage your sub button. Ah, you have lifetime sub if you're... Okay. Alpha, not for the purposes of the Partner Plus program, no. But I'll be doing this I'll be doing this until the 20th at the very least, so it's not like I'm stopping, you know, I'm not going to stop this today. This isn't a today only thing for the tier 3. Sabu, no I didn't. Let me click on your name and see if I can see it in your chat history. Oh, Carcharodons? Okay. Okay, Sabu's asking for a difficult one, fine. Billiap, thank you very much for the resub at tier 3. You are a legend. Please do let me know what you want your Warhammer miniature to be when I do it. If you don't have a idea yet, you can always choose when we're doing Space Marine 2 later. And I use that to show a couple of things. It's not today only. Not today only. You've made a subscription update lately. Further to be available on March the 30th. That's interesting, Alpha. I wonder why it did that for you. Thank you very much, Philiap. That's very, very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Zoltrod as well, thank you very much for your resub a while ago. Real Mirakun, thank you very much for the follow. You guys are all awesome. Thank you very much for the love and the support today. It's really appreciated. Let me just make sure I've got the correct total in the PP program box. I do not. I will update that again. Thank you. 188. We are doing incredibly well. Thank you all so much. You guys absolutely rock. I genuinely did not believe we would get to 188 today. Absolutely wild. Does anyone ask for something really silly, such as Howling Griffins? No, not yet. I will obviously change around if I can't do something. I'm not that good a painter. I'll be like, I'm just not that. I'm not that good at it. Wig Diddley, thank you very much for the 100 bits. You are awesome as well. Thank you for the click. Okay, this is still building. My crafters all still sleeping. Yes. Okay. Wand making. Okay, so we can't make any better wands than just that tier 1 one. So I'm wondering if there'll be more wands in future. Single focused arcane projectile. Jedi Aurora, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. Baby B's chicken fund, well, thank you very much. It is indeed part of his chicken fund. His chicken fund. You can see yourself on stream? I bet you can. I can just leave that there. If you want to see yourself on stream, it's probably easier for me just to do this. Because that's actually like designed so that you can see yourself on stream. Your meeting was productive as you thought it was. Your entire contribution was raise the ticket. We'll get it planned in when we can. Hi, Mom. Look, Mom, on Kronos' stream. Thank you, very kind for the large Bailey lick emote. Thank you again, Jedi Aurora. You are awesome. I really appreciate the support. I really thank all of you. It makes a huge difference. I couldn't do this without you. Oh, 1 second. What's this? Missed call. Does being on your stream get me an IMDb credit? Probably not, because I don't think I have an IMDb credit. If I can't have one, you certainly can't have one for my stream. That doesn't seem right, does it? Why are you crafting paws? You're not. Just lying to me. I can use this to butcher monsters. Let's go and find... We need to go and research how the butcher block works. So, for science, I'm going to go and find a guardian that we don't value that much. 194. Jeez, okay. Thank you. Let me go over and update that. 194. God damn. I really do appreciate all of you. You guys are legends. If we hit 300 today, I will have to do some kind of forfeit. Fireflies. I haven't seen a single guardian for a while. There are normally some down here. Here we go, level 2 fluffs. Was that a Furby? We'll go with yes. We'll go with yes. I have to bake a Greg sausage roll as forfeit. A tier 3 sub is 6 sub points, Vixov. 6 sub points. So a tier 1 sub point gets you 1, a tier 2 sub gives you 2 points, and a tier 3 sub, which costs the same as 5 tier 1 subs, is the same as 6 tier 1s, the Partner Plus program. So theoretically, if you've got 5 people with tier 3 subs, sorry, 5 people? Yeah, so 5 people with tier 3 subs, that's 30 tier 1s. It's wild. But it's only individual subs. Remember that gift subs don't count for this. That's the important thing, is that gift subs don't count for the Partner Plus program. Which is a bit of a weird choice, but it's Twitch's choice on how that mechanic works. So be it. It is what it is. Let's go and test out the butcher block. Because I'm kind, I'm not going to test this on anything that's called Zoltralord, because I would never do that. No one would ever do that live on stream. It's not quite as brutal as it is in Palworld either. Then that's good to know. You don't actually see me like executing the creatures. Like that's good news, I think. Raw meat in there. We'll eat this. Not Palworld levels. Well, it's certainly not. Yeah. Well, you wouldn't want it to be that bad, would you? $14 Where's my flintlock pistol and bullets? Nice. I think the workbench inside lets me repair everything. Yes. Okay, now we'll teleport back to the one we were a second ago, and we'll go and find something we can shoot with this. You never made the butcher cleaver in Palworld. You're a wuss. You just don't need to butcher them. That's not. You just didn't see it as part of your gameplay loop. That's fine. This flintlock pistol is kind of intense. The reload time on that is not what I would expect from something called a flintlock pistol. Slow firing pistol, okay? It's in the name that it's a slow firing pistol. Let's find another pal. Not pal. Reload lies? I don't even think I needed to reload, did I? Is it semi-automatic? Oh. Grab these Aether cores, because I need those. Mammoth fight. Now I can find out if this is 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not what I would call slow reload. Like that's not a slow reload at all. You're hanging with your sick nephew, and he says hi. Well, hello, Chicago strong sick nephew. I hope that you feel better soon, buddy. Never nice being sick, particularly this time of year, so I hope that you do better soon. Hang on, before it dies, can I brush it? I can't brush it while it's being attacked. That makes sense. Ow. That was just uncalled for. Oh, chat, the ads are here. Yeah. There we go. I'll finish off the mammoth. I'll bring our mammoth back, and we will go back to base. Dane, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You are an absolute legend. Thank you very much. I will be right back, chat. Thank you for bearing with. As you know, during the adverts, I need to do my stretches and exercises, so please bear with, and I will be back in just 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. Oh, excuse me. When are we getting lo-fi kitten software to study to? I don't think it's planned. You want a lo-fi Thor? I'm not sure what lo-fi Thor would really be like. Right, what was I doing next? I was going to go to this. We were going to go make the next ship, pre-built ship, the Cloud Cutter, which we're going to need 98 iron ingots for this. This is going to be kind of wild. I'm going to turn this off so the screen is somewhat less cluttered. Just raise this off the ground slightly. We learned our lesson last time. I'd like to probably try and keep it on a reasonably flat plane. Like this, so that we can get access to it. And it's going to need a lot more iron, so we may need to go out mining iron. The pistol rounds really are, like, very, very expensive. Like, not worth it for the iron investment. How much iron can I make? Another 39 of it? How much iron have I got saved up? Do I have any iron saved up? I thought I had some iron saved up. Deli Hands, thank you very, very much for the resub. Tier 3, absolute. What minis am I painting? We are painting Warhammer 40,000 miniatures is the plan. So this is one of the examples of them. I'll be painting one miniature for every single person who's got a tier 3 sub. I will switch across to Space Marine 2 once we've made this ship and flown it around a bit, because that's what I'll be using for the swatches, for people to design what it is that they want from it. And I'll be painting those on stream today and in future, you know, where there are games that we can pause, etc. You just need all of the iron ingots, though. This is a bigger ship. I like this. This is... cool. We get a lo-fi channel that cycles through all of Nellis's Thor images. The channel will get my Prime sub every month. Tempting. Very tempting. That's crafting real quickly. That's nice. Okay, if I go to this location, let's see if they've got any iron saved up. You've had an idea, but it might be ever so slightly annoying for me. Oh no. Chat members being annoying. This would never happen. Not on Twitch. No. Never. God forbid. Iron ore again. I can see that there's a rock in front of you. You're full of lies. I'll move you all around jobs-wise. The one that I removed is now gathering, so I just need to remove them. Okay. Back to this one. Oh, I can fast travel onto it. How familiar am I with the Nuka-Cola power armor from Fallout 4? I am aware of it, yes. I know broadly what it looks like. If you mean paint a marine like that with the colors, yeah, I can put that down on your on the list for your one. I'm not sure how good these will be. Like, I'm not an expert. I may even see if Womprat's around to remind me how to paint my Warhammer, like, because it's been that long since I've done any painting. I'm not a great painter. I'll be honest with you. Like, if you're looking for like a great Warhammer painter, it wouldn't be my channel I would recommend. But if you're wanting to kind of hang out, have fun, you know, chill, then that's what we can do with it. It's not a problem at all. Let's go and queue some more iron ingots. You're always lurking? Ah, okay. Well, Womprat, I may if you're around, I may see if you want to chat while I paint, and you can watch what I'm doing over Discord, etc., and give me comments and tips if you'd like. Is your world also time limited? Yes, Dar Gaming. I keep on thinking that one of the I's is an L in your name, and it very much isn't. It is time limited. Yeah, you get 8 hours per world in the demo. So this world is limited during the demo. That said, that must be stored somewhere on your system, so I imagine that someone might have found a way around that already, hypothetically. Zidane, thank you very much for the Tier 3 sub. I'm glad that you managed to work it out and make it all work. You are an absolute legend. Thank you very much, Dane. You are helping us absolutely smash this goal all the way today. I'm genuinely shocked, slightly afraid, and just very, very touched for all the love and support today. So thank you to all of you. Like, we are now at 201 points. As a reminder, in February, we only got to 234 points in total. So, like, when I say that you guys have absolutely smashed it today, I cannot thank you enough. 201 points on the 10th, 9th. I didn't believe it possible, and I consider myself very lucky to be able to be here, to be able to stream even occasionally for you guys. And if I ever change what I'm working on or how I'm working, you know, I will still keep streaming. I want to let you all know that, like, no matter what happens to me, to Twitch, to everything, I will continue to stream. I will keep up the community separate from Thor's, to know that I do have a very separate community vibe, community culture to Thor. It's a little bit more laid back, a little bit more chill, I think. No Obliterator minis. I don't have any of the new Obliterator minis. Is there a... Am I remembering correctly? There are new Obliterators? Or there are new Obliterators coming? Since 2019, I seem to remember that recently there were new ones that were announced. Or were they melee ones? Was it Armies of Chaos, Chaos Space Marines? Was it melee Obliterate? Was it, oh, they called Maulers? Not Maulers. Oh, my poor brain. I could have sworn that somebody sent me a link to... Was it Mutilators? Is that what I need to... I'm not a total crackhead. Haha. Well, okay, I might be, but this button. So there are indeed new Chaos Mutilators. So Mutilators are like Obliterators, but mostly melee focused, I believe. Whereas the Obliterators are ranged units. I do actually have some old metal Obliterators somewhere. I definitely have some metal Obliterators knocking around. I would need to strip the paint off of them, and stripping the paint off of the metal miniatures was a very different experience, if I remember correctly. So I need to look up what I'm doing with that, but theoretically I could paint Obliterators at some point, yes. So Dane, thank you very much again for that resub at tier 3. Absolutely amazing of you. Deli Hands, did you work out or have an idea of what it was that you wanted your miniatures to be, or do you want to wait until we're doing Space Marine 2 later for it so I can play around with the swatches and you can choose them? Hey, Freak, be nice to Balthazar. Come on. Acetone will clean the paint off of metal in no time. Okay, there we go. Need acetone for that if I need to. Acetone is in nail varnish remover. Thank you, bot. Yep. Get banned. Thank you, Twitch delay. Thank you. Sweet. I like when occasionally when you tab over to your creator dashboard, it'll just freeze. So you'll have to click the ban button twice, and then you'll be like, oh, I actually unbanned them. Great, good job. Neat. Let's grab this waystone finally. It would kind of be useful to... Ooh. Elder tree sap. I might have been living here for a while and just not had the waypost up unlocked. I mean, who would do that, honestly? What kind of person would ever do that? Typing and working is made for bad typos. Not a problem, towards Zane. Thank you very much, Zane. It's very kind of you, bud. Interesting. Nail polish remover. I could definitely do that. I'm fairly sure Spare Human's got some of that knocking around. Hello. Typing and working. Wig diddly, hello. How you doing? Ooh. Oh, the only thing I haven't used yet is this. Fish. Look at the fish. Glass cleaner, interesting. It depends on what we're stripping it off of, though, because I need to strip off of a couple of the old metal obliterators, and I've not paint removed metal obliterators before, so it'll be an interesting one. Why does this mammoth keep on freaking out? I don't understand. I also need my cloth from inside. I'm gonna paint off stream. I'll paint on stream today. I'll do it. It won't be. It won't necessarily be a great way of showing it, but I'll paint on stream today so you guys can see it. I've got 2 cameras. I must be able to find a way to be able to paint on stream. Just if Bailey comes, that will be my only concern. Because I don't really want to have paints and stuff out with him jumping on the deck. You know what he's like. Like he's a small gobbo. Okay, where else needs resources? When you say required resources, what is it that requires resources? Is it below deck? Yes, it is. That's not really whether you're meant to keep your palm leaves and stuff, but fine. Okay. I think that's everything inside that needs to be built being built. Are we low on... Nope, we're good on iron there. Oh, okay, I'm low on wood for that. Okay, do this. Hello. Maybe more than you want to take on, but you've used media blasting on die-cast cars with good success. I would worry it would remove the fine detail off of the model, like the lines, etc. that need to be there, so you can see what it does. Is the problem? I would worry a bit more about that than just kind of using a chemical stripper. Yeah, that's the problem. The metal of the old Warhammer miniatures is very, very soft. I'm fairly sure it's pewter, and other kind of similar metals. So I would want to be a little bit careful about using something like any kind of blasting on it. Yeah, there's lots of guidance out there about paint stripping minis. It's something that we can definitely do. Lead, lick it? No, don't lick lead. That's as a lead moderator, I can safely tell you, you don't want to be licking lead. I'm out of iron ingots, aren't I? What's happening? Hello, speak of the devil. We were just talking about you, little cat. Hello. Hey. Baby boy. Look who it is, chat. Look. Look who's here. A sweet baby boy. The real streamer has arrived indeed. I mean, look at him. He's just so adorable. Adorable. You're so adorable, aren't you? Yes, you are. He's a good boy. Okay, you're gonna go and have a snack. He's come to say hello. He's looking very fluffy and beautiful this morning. I gave him a brushy brush yesterday. That might be helping him. Might be giving him a hand with the silky smooth fur. But he's just very happy. He's just... The weather's getting warmer. He's just all around feeling better. At this time of year is just nicer for him, I think, because... Whereas, in, you know, going into winter, it's getting colder, it's getting darker, it's not very nice. He now at least has something to enjoy outside, you know. Go this way. Okay, well, if you're gonna be trying to get a hold of uranium, please don't do that in my chat. The US government probably wouldn't be too happy about that. So please, yeah, please desist from trying to buy uranium inside my chat. I'm going to go and harvest some more stones to make us slightly more iron. Are you trying to cut down that one tree? Yeah. You're happy for B? So am I. Ultimately, like I've said, like, I know that B isn't going to be here forever, and I love him more than anything else in the world. It's going to be very difficult for me when he does move over, but, like, he's been with me now for 3 years. We are about to post Daily Bailey 500, which is obviously like over like a year and a half, pretty much. Very close to a year and a half of Daily Bees. He's a huge part of my life, and I'm very grateful that I've been able to give him, you know, a better environment than what he was dealing with before, which was living outside over summer and stuff. Not all uranium is fissionable. I don't think the US government cares, Troytech. I don't think the US government cares. If you're trying to buy weapons grade uranium or normal uranium in my chat, they're going to get upset. Just a reminder that Mother's Day is this weekend, not for the US, because that's in May. Yeah. Yep. Hello, are you back? Are you back? Hi. Yeah. Have you come back for more attention? More attention for the baby. The spare human is back. I know that you were asleep on her bed. Weren't you? You think you found the color scheme for your mini? Oh, do tell. Have I seen the lickable periodic table of elements? I've heard about it, yes. I've never seen one in person. Hello. Hello. What's up, little man? Are you wanting Chimkin? Is that what it is? Look at him. Typing is hard at night. Typing is hard most of the time, it seems. Don't worry. Freeze mercury until it's a lickable state. I'm not sure that mercury ice pops are good either. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not a chemical expert, but I don't think that ice pops made from mercury is good for chat. Uranium for Mother's Day. You know what? If you give your mother uranium for Mother's Day, please do like record it and send it to me so I can have a good laugh at her reaction. I would really love to know what happened, because that would be very funny. A little bit more iron ore. Are you guys run out of tasks? They have. That can lick wombat cubes. Don't lick wombat cubes. I know what wombats do in cubes. Very rude. Both the US and the UK let you have uranium ore. Fine, but don't try buying it in my chat. That's all I'm asking. Like, it's not that fucking deep, Troytech. I'm just saying don't try buying uranium in my chat. It's not that serious and it's not that deep, dude. Like, the forbidden dice, no. No, I don't need anything that's... I have no more need of forbidden items. I have enough. We don't need any more forbidden items in this stream chat. We're still dealing with the last ones. He's so adorable. Depleted uranium. Ooh. I'm not sure. Again, I would give chat depleted uranium. I know they do silly things with it. That's the problem. I know what you're all like. As soon as one of you had depleted uranium, that's it. Like, it's carnage from there. With the glass cleaner, you soak the minis overnight? Yeah, you will. Got my computer rigged up so I can play with the vertigo and check. It's a bit difficult with streams, though. You can't stay away. Ah. Yes, uranium does have a lot of calories in it. You're not wrong. But again, so does, like, concrete. And I don't see any of you asking to eat concrete right now. Calories might not be, but yeah, calories is not the only important thing about food. That's the other thing you had to remember. Like, you had to think about the composition of the food. Is it protein, fiber, you know, all kinds of stuff. If it's made of uranium, generally that's going to be bad. Num 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 berries. I don't know where the meat that I have on me keeps on going, but fine. Concrete wasn't used to make dinner plates. Lead was used to make dinner plates. And you don't see people suggesting eating that, but you are suggesting, you know, uranium? Sus. Sus. I think I need cloth and wood and iron still. I wonder if I can make these on the boat. I wonder if I could make a group of guardians on the boat. When I say boat, I mean still boat. I'm not saying I would make a depleted uranium trebuchet, but I do need to know where I can get large amounts of lumber. Do you have a permit for your depleted uranium trebuchet? And if you want a fun fact, people believed that tomatoes were poisonous for a very long time purely because of lead dinner plates. Lead and pewter. Because the acids in the tomato breaks those down, which infects, well, not infects, then is transmitted inside the body because it breaks down the metals on board those plates. So the poor, who had wooden plates, didn't have a problem. The rich people who had fancy metal plates, they did. So the tomato was considered poisonous for a little while, I believe, because of plates. And that's why your cookware matters, chap. I'll leave you doing the last 5. Come on. 25 ingots. Okay, how short on ingots are we? Got 48. I should be okay, right? Now that's quite a cool figurehead. Fine with that. Makes it quite hard to use the cabin when there's a tree that grows inside of it. I'm gonna be honest. Hmm. Is it? I don't actually know what it is that isn't fully built. It would have been that. If I do this, oh, here we go. Now we've got one of the big ships. The tree is for fresh air at low altitudes, yeah, but we don't need it on our high altitude rigging. That's the problem. So this is the larger ship that one can get in the demo at full speed. Well, it has, for a start, it has the 3 speed options rather than just the 2. The wind is changing slightly. How fast does this thing go? In a straight line, it looks like it goes about 12 to 16, I'm guessing. How dare you say that, Perthman? I have a lovely butt. How could you say that to such a cute cat? He's also got a cute butt. He's not heavy in the ass at all. Can't believe you'd be so rude to be. 14 meters a second on the ship. I mean, look, it's just great. Like, if you ever wanted to have a skyship, if you ever read, oh, was it the Midnight Over Santa Frax, the Edge Chronicles? It was a very good series. This is the kind of vibe I would get. Air pirates, exactly. Look at this. Like, this is what people were scared. When you think about the British, this is what people would be very scared of. Oh, big stretch. Yeah. Okay. I like the way that they've done it. I like the way that you've got this kind of wing, like the kind of the wing design with the sails on those wings to push it from behind and upwards. They've at least thought about that. At least you don't have containers off there to unload. You can see there's some barrels either side. Those are actually storage containers, so I can actually use those as storage. But I think if I'm correct, if I press V up here, I think I might be able to actually build up here. Yeah, so I could basically put a bunch of these containers up here if I really wanted to. Like, we can actually build off of the back of the boat if we really like want to do that. We have that option. We're just going to fly north at full speed. Is that the plan? You thought it'd be bombs? I wonder if this works. Yar, there she blows. Okay, it's interesting how gliding on the back of the airship works. Can I climb this? Can I put another sail on the mast? Possibly. I don't know if it will make much difference other than just the, other than just cosmetically. Yeah, okay, this is kind of rad. Imagine you've got you and your friends together, you've got somebody up in the crow's nest, you know, at distance being like, oh, you know, we've got a sky whale in the northwest. You know, we've got another one this direction. Like, imagine doing this with your mates. This is going to be great fun. Looks like the wind's come around again. Hey, look, chat, no hands. Actual sky whale. It's more like a sky whale shark, but yes. But yeah, there's a huge amount of game in this game, even for a demo. The last thing we'll do, we'll go and find out what's going on with these two ships here. Okay, the wind is coming around, so I'm going to attack somewhat against the wind and then come in from a different angle. Vanguard Company, Sky Sloop class. Well, I don't have any crew, so there's two of them. Nice, okay. I don't actually have any crew on board the ship, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. But these are only sky sloops, and obviously, you remember, I'm in the next rank of ship up. Oh, we finally got hit. No, my boat. The nice use of vertical space is something that the pirates probably didn't have to deal with back in the olden times, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. You need some crew. Yep, at some point, probably. But, like, if I do... I wonder if I can... Who needs cannons? Well, I've got guns. A few well-armed people and you could very much do that. That would be very, very doable. Is Koalu, guys, you had to man the cannons? If I had some cannoneers, I wonder, where's the button for, like, interacting with the ship or its crew? I also don't actually have any cannons, so I should probably make some of those if I'm going to play this. When it comes to release, obviously we'll have to make some cannons to man the guns. Avast, I've got a pistol. Okay, so when you're not behind the wheel of the ship, it does appear that the ship does come to somewhat of a stop. Let me do this. We're going to be sky pirates? Hell yeah, we are. Sorry, I forgot to mention that I did have company. My co-captain is indeed here with me. I don't know what this large fog bank, but I don't really like it that. Turning across the wind. Bailey is the ship's cat. It is a very important role. I completely agree with you, and he does it so well. A flying ship. Well, exactly. I mean, that's why I like this song. This is the right song for sky piracy. I'm going to be honest with you. No, Unicorn, this is fine. This is how boats work in the future. Hold fast. I really like the sailing in this. That ship combat was quite cool. I can imagine that once you've got cannons and you've got, you know, monsters that have cannoneer skill, that's going to be really good. So, for example, the Mammoth has Cannoneer 1, as you can see down here. I don't know, most of the stuff we don't have Cannoneer on, but I think the Mammoth does. Oh, so does the Spirit. So the Spirit, who does the crafting in our base, also has Cannoneer. So if we had cannons, well, I think we can allocate them to the ship somehow. I don't know if there's a way that you can actually allocate. What is it that's not built here? And then you've got things like this that I don't know what these are. Burb. Burb. Don't give them any ideas, Finbossa. Don't give them the idea for flying. Hell's Bliss, thank you very much for the gifted tier 3 sub. What an absolute legend to Freak. Very, very kind of you. Thank you, Hell's Bliss. Freak's gonna get to, well, actually, no, Hell's Bliss gets to choose theoretically a what's it called? A thingamy. A miniature. Thank you very, very much, Hell's Bliss. You are absolutely awesome. I really appreciate that. As a reminder, for those of you who don't know, we are... I am currently trying to focus on the Partner Plus program for Twitch. So that means that I can get the 70-30 split. So when you give subs, I'll get 70% rather than 50, which is, as you know, is a 40% increase. Makes a huge difference. And we are at 201... 201 points towards our Partner Plus goal of 300, and we've got 100 and something of those points today, so absolutely fantastic. For every individual tier 3 sub that people do or upgrade to, I will be painting one Warhammer miniature. So for example, like this, in the style of the tier 3 subscribers choice. So please do let me know once you've done tier 3 sub if that's what you want to do. Do I have any Tyranids lying around in that grey pile of shame? Yes. Somewhere. Deep down, I will, yeah. Why do you ask? Well, mate. Is it a Tyranid that you require? I definitely have a couple of Necrons, yes. Necrons are a definite yes. Tyranids, I think, are a yes. I've got some in the Warhammer Plus magazine. That's why I know I've got Necrons. Chat, the ads are going to be here in about 40 seconds. So I'm going to get up and do my stretches. Try and do them quietly without disturbing B, I'm going to be honest. When we come back from that ad break, I am going to switch games. So we're going to switch to Space Marine 2, which has drops. And I'll be using the mechanics inside Space Marine 2 to, while I'll also play Space Marine 2, I will be taking intermittent breaks to kind of quietly paint some Warhammer and have a chat with you guys. So knights are definitely too large on the miniature list. And also I don't have enough spare knights to paint one per chat member. So that would be difficult. However, if someone wanted me to paint a knight, there would be some kind of... I'm sure there is an amount at some point, once I've dealt with the partner program goal, that would be worth doing it for. I just need to get a knight. But the ads are about to start, so please do look after yourselves during those ad breaks. Descrungle your spine, make sure that you are looking after yourself, and I will be right back. The mini odorous? Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you all. Thank you all so much for being here and bearing with. We are going to switch games. So I'm going to save and exit this. Guardians of the Wild Sky. For those of you who haven't got the link, haven't grabbed it, let me do this. Go to Steam and grab you guys a link to the URL. Very much would recommend Guardians of the Wild Sky as a demo. I'm very much looking forward to this. It's very much on my wish list. Very promising. Ultimately, I'm looking forward to this. I think it'll be good fun to play with the community as well. So we are going to press exit game. I am then going to go into OBS and do So this will be my first time checking out the update. If I understand correctly, there's drops for this. Drops and rewards. They may have finished, so I just want to make sure before I put it in the title, that's why. It finished yesterday, so no drops. Good. Okay. Have I seen the new green screen tools from Corridor? I have not, Mivixov. What are they? Okay, so let's do that. And then we'll go into Steam. And we'll grab this. Space Marine 2. We'll click the play button. And I'll tell OBS to not freak out. You had an idea for our June server community event. June Squid Games. The game that could be done is red light, green light, duck hunt, like it was on Halo custom games, glass stepping stones. You've started to build bases to see if these are going to function correctly. Awesome. I'm interested to see how that works for you, Steel Brightbane. That'd be really cool. Once you've done the phone call for sorting the wheelchair, you're free to talk painting. Thanks, One Brown. I need to get into Space Marine, which is currently doing some updates by the looks of things. Download metadata, updating dependencies. And I'm going to have to change around all of my cameras and everything to make this work. So this could be interesting. That's the medium base brush. I'm going to grab all my brushes. I'm going to need to do a few things. You tolerate me for B? I'm fine with that. Can I check my sound levels? It's because it was high while I was during the break and it didn't turn itself down afterwards. How did Discord unmute itself? They made a new program that gives near perfect cutouts without bleed over and does hair and transparency. They're doing it open source. That's very cool, Move itself. I didn't know that. Warhammer 40k is infecting you like a spore. Oh no, it's an orc. Balthazar knows that Balthazar's appreciated. Don't worry. I tell Balthazar a lot. Hello? Space Marine 2? Oh, there we go, finally. Give me 1 second. OBS. Space Marine, do you exist? Here we go. So you can see how long it's been since I last played the game. Wait, how is this showing for you guys in OBS? Hang on. Very zoomed out. We'll have to deal with that. Just so the pattern is barely visible. I mean, it's all it's just stages of barely visible, like barely visible. Yeah, fine. accolades, Mark 10, Pristine Aquila breastplate available, Warfare Shield Power Axe, Mark 10 Tacticus. Okay. It's been a while, so bear with me. Video. Borderless. That seems to fit better. You will do as directed, window. There we go. Done. Wait. You appreciate me like beat Tech Marine? I mean, I will be playing Tech Marine, don't you worry. Like, Tech Marine is the plan. Okay, first of all, if I could I can't remember how much of this I actually unlocked. I haven't played this since the new difficulty came out following release. So, quite a lot. Did I see the roundtable for Total War 40k? No, I did not see anything other than the stuff that was announced at the release, like the announcement. I've not seen anything since then. Deal, Brightbane. You can get distracted by the mainstream if you want. I can make the mainstreamer larger while we do this. The Tech Marine update. In the name of the Emperor and the Omnissiah, Patch 12 brings a new operation, new battlefield conditions for stratagems, and the long-awaited Tech Marine class complete with its Omnissiah axe. Oh. I'd forgotten about how imposing it feels walking around in the armor. If I recall correctly, we changed the skins and stuff in here. There's a commercial where a streamer just throws their shirt in the dryer with a wet dryer sheet that deodorizes the shirt, and they wear that shirt day after day after day. That sounds about right. Arthur, I'm not necessarily doing any runs just yet. As I've been saying, I'm doing this for the swatches to start with, so that I can get a full list of from the people who have done the tier 3 subs, so we can talk about what we're doing pattern wise. If I take a Space Marine, wait, okay, that's copied it. Delete all custom rules. Okay, pattern. Let's go for basic, solid pattern. I've forgotten how you change. Ah, here we go. If we go for basic standard issue Marine, this will let me choose the color scheme better. On what date is the subathon planned? The subathon is planned for the 20th of March. It is in the title. You remember when Iron Mouse got her first recites? You were happy about it? Awesome. Okay, so I need to hear from Lukewarm Skelly, LCF Board Guy, Stunzia, Foxdie, Lilithian. I feel like Lilithian told me what they wanted, but I forgot. Pink and purple? We've got Luther, Balthazar, John O'Clock, Sally and Nitz, Affinated Minds, Wig Diddley, Sindri, Var Zidane, and Hell's Bliss. I knew I was missing one. So as a reminder to all of you, every single personal T3 sub that I get today and onwards, I'll be painting them today. I don't know when the next painting stream will be, but broadly, I'll be painting one Warhammer figurine, one miniature like this, for each T3 sub. Say thank you, and to also help get the Partner Plus program. For those of you who don't know how much difference the Partner Plus program makes, imagine if your boss just paid you 40% more each month for hitting this random arbitrary goal. That's how it works on Twitch. If you can get 300 partner points 3 months in a row on the Partner Plus program, which is individual subs only, not gifts, not primes, you can apparently have a 70-30 split. That's what Twitch says is enough for it. Apparently that's how Twitch justifies and pays for their business. But by default, you will get 50-50 on Twitch, which is very, very different than other platforms. And obviously a 40% difference on every single sub you guys give is huge. So you can manage your sub by going to, below the stream, there's a button that says manage my subscription. You want to upgrade from a tier 1 to a tier 3, very much appreciate it if you do. You can do that using that button, that manage your sub button. You're looking for, just so you know, it's this button here. This button, manage your sub. If you click that, you can choose what subscription tier you want to move to. What's on offer in terms of figurines? Anything not available to choose? We're talking basic Space Marines here, Caffeinated Minds. If you want to do more than that, then that's something else, because I can't. If I offer, you can have any figurine, all of you will choose Dreadnoughts, and I've got to go out and buy a Dreadnought per member. That's not going to work. Basic, miniature. You get to choose the color scheme. That's how that works. You choose the color scheme. And then I see what I've got in the box here. What if you want a critter? I don't know if I have a critter. You're working off of what I have. If we hit 300 PP points today, on today's stream, I will take the Dreadnought and I will let one of the tier 3s choose the color scheme. Which is wild. If I have an Orc, I'll take that. I do not have an Orc. What do I have? What have we got in this? What have we got in this box of mysteries, chat? So those look like Centurion. Partially painted Centurions. You would like a hot pink undercoat with yellow and blue brushed highlights. Horrifying, but fine. Fine. Do that. I didn't set thresholds. You know what? That's on me. Bad Monkey, thank you very much. That tier 3 sub. Arve Dominus Nox, thank you very much, Bad Monkey. What would you like your miniature to be, Bad Monkey? Because you have subscribed it with tier 3, you get to choose what you would like your paint scheme to be for the miniature that I paint. I have a large number of these. These are called infiltrators. So these are Space Marine troops. We've got a large number of these. Those are all primed and ready to go. For those of you who want to know what my normal paint scheme looks like, this is an example of one of my normal paint schemes. So probably better if I show you this one. Like this, you can kind of see. Bit difficult. You wish you had talons as a weapon in Space Marine 2? I think it'd be very difficult to do, but yeah, you know, having the claws. You need to reach the threshold only once. You need to reach it 3 months in a row, Gork to VT, and when you do that, you get it for 3 months. This is for 12 months. So you would like a Night Lords. Night Lords. I might have to actually to assemble some more miniatures. That's the fun and horrifying part. Hilarious. Can you make a salamander? I can probably make a salamander, yep. Not something I've done before. I did the base, yeah, I spent more time basing these than I do anything else, really. I love basing my miniatures properly. I know there's discussions around whether or not you should paint the side of the black part of the base. I personally believe painting the top and leaving the black side perfectly clean. because that is the bit that you hold of the miniature, so you don't get, you know, you're not getting paint on your hands, you're not getting anything else. You hold the base. Well, I don't paint the side of the bases. Could I do a demo in-game so newbies can see the type of paint schemes? Demo in-game, how do you mean? You mean like this? The way that the paint schemes can work is quite advanced. So at the moment, you can see that I've got black and gold armor. That's my kind of armor set heraldry-wise. But if I go into edit the heraldry rules, there are so many different options of colors. So you could go, for example, if you decided that actually I would like to have a white colored mini, that would be a real bitch to do. Not the worst color, but fine. And so I would like the trim to be, or the shading to be gunmetal, and then I want, you know, rather than gold trim, I'd actually like black trim. And then you can do things like the emblem color. That's a bit more difficult to do because these are normally done via water transfer. So normally these are kind of done black, but for example, you could very easily, you know, go for this. You could go advanced. You could have the helmet. You could be like, you know what? I want the helmet to be bright yellow. Why not? I would like the legs to both be. I'd like the legs to be dark black, like. You've got the options. Do I have any sororitas? I don't believe I have any sororitas, especially not that which are ready to do. That would be a long time away for that. You have Womp in the waiting room. Thank you, Balthazar. Yeah, if I'll drop Womp a message when I'm just doing a lot of stuff right now, so please. Blade Punner, thank you very much. 6 months at tier 3. What an absolute badass. Blade Punner, let me add your name to the list. You are an absolute awesome legend. Do this. Blade Punner. We actually, if we do hit 300 today, I'm gonna feel I might have a mental breakdown, just so you're aware. Let's see. 207. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Thank you all so much, genuinely. Jeez. Is that not the goal? The goal wasn't to overwhelm me. The goal was to help to try and push along the path. I didn't realize it'd be that successful. You've never seen a tabletop game played. Any chance of a stream of one? Streaming the tabletop is quite difficult because in order to stream the tabletop, not only do you need to have the space, you need to have the setup, you need to have someone else to play against, you need to have the camera set up. In order to set up a Warhammer 40k in-person game, I would need multiple days of prep. However, using something like Battle Sector as a game, or using Tabletop Simulator, that would be doable. Using Tabletop Sim, I believe they have all the versions, all the stuff for 9th, 10th, and other versions. So theoretically, you could inside Tabletop Simulator. If not, you can play a game. There's a game called I just said it. Battle Sector. Warhammer 40k Battle Sector is a turn-based Warhammer game. Let me have a look and see if I've got it here. Salachi, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. You are an absolute legend. Blade Punner, do you know what you would like your miniature to be painted as? Same thing for you too, Salachi. Okay, let's start getting some of the miniatures out that I actually want to be painting today, because that is another interceptor. Ah, that's my... Nice, okay, I can keep that as an example for all of you. I'm not going to be painting any Gravis models today. That's just not happening. Do you ever paint a bunch of Warhammer and not, like, realize that you painted them? Because I genuinely thought all the stuff that you can see in the bottom of that box was unpainted. But, that's all painted, chat. Very, you know, very painted. What is my chapter of choice? I made a Raven Guard successor chapter that I could also play as Blood Angels should I want to. So as an example, does this work? They're very basic paint. I like I said, I'm not a great painter. This is literally just a few quick bits to make it look all right for being on the tabletop. I didn't actually like some of the stuff that people like Wompratt can do is insane. My painting is very, very basic. It's designed to be easy, to be done in batches, to be done quickly. I will never call myself a good Warhammer painter, like compared to people like, for example, Wompratt, who has won awards for their painting of Warhammer and is kind of a badass. So we will likely get quite embarrassed if we compare work with Wompratt. I know a fair bit about some of the lore and such, but even then, like, you spend a week on a 5-man team? Yeah, that's I can paint a 5-man team if I really wanted to in like 30 or 40 minutes. Bailey seems very uninterested in Warhammer. That's really strange. I have no idea why he would care so little about Warhammer. There's the other one. I'm still missing one in the sector. Okay. Do that for now. We'll turn off this one. We do also have the option of doing things like building some of these that are needing to be built. Okay. So yeah, I got it from a friend when he was selling a lot of his Warhammer stuff away. Okay, so we have first on the list. Oh, didn't see Blade Punner's response. Blue neon. Straight up 80s vibes, painted in neon pink, blue, and green. Okay, that could be an interesting one. Didn't see if the Latchy said streamer's choice. Okay, nice. I can just put streamer's choice. Okay. Bro, I mean, I need to remember how to paint first of all. I should probably go and get the paint. That would also be helpful. You've got 2 projects on the go. You need my advice on one, and you're currently planning currently as it's perfect. Okay, we can do that. Okay, let me, in order to say that I'm actually playing the game, let me just quickly go and do a mission and remember how this game works. Because this is my character now. I kind of spent quite a lot of time playing this. Heck, Marine. Go in refinement and redemption. Oh, okay. So you've now got basically heroic weapons based on what you've actually done in the game and unlocked. So you can kind of customize your characters further with these relics. Interesting. After performing a headshot, 1 round is automatically reloaded into the weapon. Okay, so there's just more progression. Neat. Yeah, Luther, if you and I think Arthur asked as well, if you guys want to come along to do a mission, I haven't played this for well over a year, maybe nearly 2. Are you updated? A gifted sub to tier 3 on my end. It still only counts tier 1 for 7 days. Got to VT. Sometimes it can update sooner, but we'll see what happens when it comes through. So thank you very much for that. That is awesome of you. I really do appreciate that. Does that update now? I don't know if Twitch knows how it works. Yeah, we're at 220 points now. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, it definitely looks like it worked, Gork. So yeah, we're at 220. So you guys are absolutely kicking ass. And like I said, if we get to 300 today, I will, in the tier 3 channel inside of our Discord server, because there is a specific tier 3 channel. For those of you who don't know, if you're a tier 3 sub, you get access to the tier 3 containment pen on our Discord server, where you get extra pictures of B, who is obviously there, random photos of me yapping, photos of me out and about. So there, you do get, you know, some benefit from tier 3 sub as well. It's not just, you know, not just the support, which is very much appreciated. You do also, I do like to try and make it right, you know. So, Esplody, thank you very much for the resub at tier 3. Absolute badass, a complete legend, and taking us to... I'm gonna have to go and buy more Warhammer first of all. That's gonna have to happen. Let's type your name out correctly. Explodi. You too could have a parasocial relationship with B. 100%, yes. Yeah. No need to paint a mini for you. You need only complete one small... No. Not doing one small favor. Nope. I would rather paint a Warhammer. Rather Warhammers. Wig Diddley, it is not a problem at all. Thank you very much for the love and support either way. I'm quietly hopeful that we will reach it. Like 220 on the 9th is absolutely amazing. I might cry after stream. I don't know if I'll cry now, but like, you're curious as to what that small favor is. Midnight, they want me to do the quest One Small Favor. From RuneScape that I've sworn to myself I would never do again. Okay, we've got the heavy bolt rifle. What did I like? What did I enjoy? I feel like the heavy bolt rifle would be good fun. Range, firepower, accuracy, and headshot multiplier. Ooh. Is this the one that is used by my arm? It is. No, I think it's used by me. Excuse me, that snuck up on me. You're on Discord? Oh, thank you, Luther. I will also, let me drag one. I don't know if Womprat owns the game. Let me go join Discord. Brother. Discord. Allah. A wild Kronos? Oh god. Oh no. Where? I'm at most a semi-domesticated Kronos. Arthur, you can join my Discord server, the waiting room. We will drag you in. Well, one practice, you own Space Marine 2. You do? Okay, we'll do one round with Luther, and then Arthur can switch in afterwards, and then I will go and do some painting with Montprat. How about that? Good deal. Yes. Let me just put you guys over on so the stream can hear you and change the music and stuff around.
Now, before I do, just double check what I sent you on a message today. You can talk about it on stream because I don't think the person will find out. But
I just won't. We just won't tell chat. I think that's a nice surprise to keep to ourselves. I won't even read it. How about that? That way I can't spoil it. Done.
well, it is for a certain person that you mod for, so yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know who that could be. There's a few people. It could be Admiral Baru. You're right. When will
it could be him. It could be him.
Howling Nacho, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub, 8-month subscription. You are an absolute legend. We are now at something. 232 of the. Oh my god. Genuinely did not. Bearing in mind that last month we got 234, and today we're on 232. You guys are absolutely blowing my mind. I'm gonna take this plasma pistol and not think about anything else. Oh, I have to use a bog standard Omnicine axe.
Oh, you're gonna love the axe. I loved it.
I feel like I will. How's the perch reader for this as well? Range damage, melee attacks.
Really strong.
I mean, that's the way it is. Whenever any new class is released in a game, it always seems to be disproportionately stronger. Until it's... edit armor. Why are you using such gross armor? Grim.
I should probably mute the stream.
You can hear yourself twice. That'd be fine, right?
No.
Where is the gold?
Techmarine more of a gunner or more of a melee with the axe?
It's a little bit of both. It does prefer to have range, but you'll see tarantula turrets kicking around that Kronos needs to run to ASAP because they are busted.
Can we not have multiple tech marines?
No, you can only have
It doesn't let us. Someone was saying in chat that you can have all tech marines. I was like, I don't think that's the case.
There is mods out there that unlock the ability to have the same class 3 times or even 5 times, and then it gets
mods?
very fun.
If we were going to mod it, I would mod it so we could have 6 people in a fire team and we would go around wrecking face. That's what I would do. That's how it would get done.
The 5-man mod I've already got installed because it's just hilarious.
It makes things a lot easier.
Okay, do I have both of you on Steam?
No.
Well, that's helpful.
Yeah. Oh, you...
I'm going to be honest with you, I'm just going to do this.
What was your code?
Join on Luther. There's a mod for up to 12 people. That would be an absolute shit show. I'd love that. That would be great fun.
Oh god, that needs to happen at some point.
Great fun.
I will put the join code on me in the channel attached to the Discord channel, so you can join on that.
I am just unfortunately 3D designing things to fit. Whilst you guys are playing this and get to talk about painting shit, I get to sit here and design this.
Nice.
I thought One Pro was playing now.
No, I'm probably going to be playing later tonight anyway.
Okay, so Arthur, if you join on Luther, we will play a couple of rounds, and then I will switch to doing some painting, and we'll do a couple of rounds and do some painting and go from there. And that basically apparently is the rest of my life, because you guys have been absolutely smashing it, and I really appreciate it. Howling Nacho, do you have any idea what you would like as your style/color? Hello, are you back? Hi, you need me to check your food bowl, is that what it is?
Luther, where did you put the join code?
I can also DM that to you.
Yeah, because it's in the stream channel chat. I can't access it.
Oh,
The IMAX comments because when I played it with her. Oh, right. Okay, makes sense. Pink, blue, and
Yeah.
yellow. You can use your favorite Game Boy you've modded as inspo. Nice. Okay. Oh, Howling. See, it's illegal to have different names. How am I meant to keep track that you are in fact Rizal? That helps though. Thank you. How are you, buddies? Good to see you. Okay. Hi. Okay, I'm going to run the ads now while Arthur is joining, and I'm going to go and feed B quickly, and then we will get started doing a mission. Low difficulty, Luther. I have no idea how the mechanics work, and I'm level 1.
okay. Let's
I'll
go
run.
average and start the new missions.
Yeah, we'll start with the first mission. We'll just play through if we need to. Okay, chat. I will be right back. Make sure you grab yourself a drink. Make sure you unscrungle your spine, and we will start with a mission shortly, and then we'll do some painting. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in a sec. Whoop. I've pressed the button. There we go.
As the Emperor is a shield for me, so am I for my brothers.
Hello, everyone. Hello, thank you for waiting. I am back, and we are ready to get started with this mission. Inferno, is that what we're doing?
Yes. You said
Sweet.
the first mission, and I thought going back with an old one, and then when we are getting into the flow, trying one of the 3 new ones.
Works for me.
And when you're saying things like that, I'm very happy that I have part of aphantasia, so I can't imagine those things.
Yep.
It comes really handy then.
Yep.
I
Otherwise,
don't
you would have
have
just
that.
had a broken brain.
You would
Yep.
have done an after, because I don't have
Ooh.
that. My brain
Nellis,
has-
which one?
Thank
What?
you for that.
Now you know what I'm working on, and chat doesn't.
Oh god, chat is gonna. Yeah. It may be riots.
But I
Nah.
think chat
Oh,
knows
this
about it
one. This is
because
this
we
is
are
this is
on
a good
full
ad
stream.
for.
Yeah,
Download.
did Cronus leave us live to chat? All the
Yeah,
others
you
running?
yeah check and I don't leave you guys live to chat
I
during
know.
the break, but when I'm here, I leave you guys live to chat normally. Because they'll want to hear us
That's
talking
fair.
about the mission, etc.
Your mission is to use the
So
stored
when I came
media
back, that's when the sound always goes back on. Hang on, I need to quickly change something inside the ad Thor, so give me one moment.
We have since lost contact.
Upload image.
First, proceed to the Cadian outpost and establish their faith. You must then infiltrate the refinery and complete demolition's deployment. Trigger detonation only
Great timing,
when the
didn't
main
I?
swarm has entered the blast zone. Captain Akaram will coordinate our efforts.
Make slightly smaller,
There is sure to be an ambush.
and then disable that one.
So let me show you our.
Done. Sweet. Sorted. Next ad break, chat's gonna get real horrified.
Oh god.
Thanks, Nellis. I did it. Okay.
Now, my question for Kronos is, if Thor was a 40k Legion, which one would he be?
Invasive Xenos spotted.
Thor was a 40k. I difficult. If Thor was a 40k Legion, I can't remember any of the controls for the executes and stuff.
On mouse and keyboard, E is the execute. You want to press Q whenever you get a chance, basically.
Yeah, I remember none of this game, genuinely. Hang on, I need to do some stuff here. That down there.
I haven't played the other day.
Are there any legions that go with animals? No.
Salamanders?
No.
I can restore this sentry to operational.
There's no real connection between salamanders and animals. Not deep down.
The only one that
Seems like you,
are
Kronos.
like semi-connected is Space Wolves.
Oh yeah.
Restoring battle readiness.
Wait, so the things I had before were... I'm confused. I do remember there being something down here sometimes. I remember that one.
I yoink that.
What is it, normally?
A relic.
Relic, okay.
Power
Right.
booster. Which armor does the Tech Marine have? 3.
For now. What? Okay, I need to look at my keybinds. Give me a second. Keybinds, controls.
No worries.
I've got it set to C for that. Okay. Reload Q 1 2 F. Okay, fine. Sweet. That should be fine. Should be fine. Sorry about that, chat.
Forgot how good looking this game was.
It's very easy to forget how good this game looks. Yeah. Though I do slightly wish I could zoom out ever so slightly more from my character. Can I increase my field of view?
Control. Have to remember all key buttons.
As you increase the FPV too much. Yeah, that's better. There we go. One, that's better. Wait. Hello? Hello, Joy. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. I'm doing very good, thank you. Yeah. We are playing Space Marine 2. I've currently got a bit of a deal with chat on where for every tier 3 sub we get, I will paint a Warhammer figurine like this one in the style of their choice. So after we do a couple of rounds of this Space Marine 2, I'll be using the armor swatch system inside of Space Marine to design and do some of that painting today. And currently, I'm waiting for my wet palette to not be quite as messed up.
Joys of a wet palette, eh?
Yes.
You just put a tiny bit too much water on it, it's absolutely useless, and let it dry out too much, it's absolutely useless.
I let it dry out too much. It's currently been soaking for, well, since the start of the stream. So that'll give you an idea of roughly how long I've been
I need to send you a load of the wet palette sheets I use.
all I remember is mine is, it's an orange packet. An orange cellophane packet. A wet palette. Yeah, so a wet palette is like you basically have like a water absorbent pad on the bottom, and like almost like blotting paper on top, I guess, and you can basically get the paint off of the so you make sure you don't have too much on the paintbrush. And you can just kind of, rather than having to do like one thing, like, or rather than have to manually kind of like reduce your paints in thickness, you can do the thin coats like that. Is it C to block?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have it fuel one.
Like my wet palette sponge, it's designed that you are meant to just chuck it in water for an hour beforehand, take it out and chuck it in the tray. And then it's a weird paper that I put over it, and it worked perfect every time. But it's a godsend.
Diagnostics complete. Result: toxins.
I'm nowhere near as good as this as I used to be. What the fuck happened? I guess I'm getting old. Oh yeah, see, Joy, I don't think you're not a Warhammer player. See, Joy, do you have? I know how most streamers have like one expensive hobby. Are you a Magic the Gathering one? Is that what it is?
This tarantula is still battle-worthy.
Ah, yes. You pat the turret, and then the turret works. That's how it goes, yeah.
Yes, and it can run out of ammo.
Oh, okay, that's nice. Can I pet the
But
turret to give it more
then-
ammo?
Yes,
Yeah.
you just
Okay.
pat the turret and it keeps going again.
Guys,
You have
have
your-
your back here?
You have your dog. He's a very expensive hobby. That makes sense.
Dogs can be expensive.
Yeah, I mean, pets can be expensive. Just that's part of the trade-off. You know, we love animals, but like they aren't always cheap. They aren't always convenient. Like when B wakes me up in the morning. It's one of those things. New YouTube series. Kronos teaches JoJo this episode. Teaches Warhammer this episode. JoJo. I would be more than happy to teach a few more people about Warhammer. It's a great world. It's very, very detailed lore. It's very popular.
Reporting in. A team has arrived at the Imperial Guard encampment.
Talassa, you need to acquire the Astra Militarum demolition codes required to deploy and arm their ordnance. Source one from any soldier you see, alive or otherwise.
Probably what I miss the most about Warhammer was kind of the writers were in, and you got to just sit with them and talk lore all day.
They used to work for Warhammer. In workshop. I didn't know this.
Nice.
Yeah, for a good few years.
Oh.
Captain, demolition codes are secured.
Nice. Good job. I forget how good this game looks. Jesus, and this is running on 67% of my GPU right now.
Group.
Are you making friends, Arthur?
Yep.
Oh, you're making real friends. That's a Neurithrope.
Yep. Very angry with me. There are two of them.
Yep.
No.
Don't forget Q Chronos because it will give you loads of
Yeah.
firepower output.
What does this? Tempo increases. I
Oh.
will take this one.
What does my Q ability do?
So the gun on your shoulder targets those little targets that are around. So if
The
you're in
little
a
white
horde,
reticules. Okay, nice.
yeah. If you're in a horde, it'll help with that. But if you're against bosses, you can just mass firepower.
Okay, sweet. I'm gonna grab some ammo because for the first time, you know, this game. The graphics are I forgot how good the graphics on Space Marine 2 are. Ultimately, I played this with Thor and a few people like Iron Mouse and stuff last year. No, 2024. I had great fun with the game. Haven't played it a lot since then. Mostly because there was a problem where for a while you would encounter a bunch of hackers. I think at launch for a little bit. October 2024. Was it really that late? Why do I feel like it was like April? But oh yeah, you can do this. Just the satisfying kick. Boom. Like, you're basically a walking tank. That's what a Space Marine is. That's...
This is where we sow the enemy's defeat from.
I think it shocks people to find out like the lightest a normal Space Marine is 500 kilos.
Yeah, just a casual half-ton.
Yeah.
I think secret levels did a really good job showing off. How terrifying Space Marines are.
I've decided that I'm going to pull this Quiller off and replace it with something better.
The Emperor would probably frown upon you suggesting something was better than the Imperial Keeler.
Barrett.
Oh, it's alright, I won't tell them. I won't tell them, don't worry. There we go. Nice. Reload this. I do like my Space Marine power fantasy. It's very, very nice. Just, you know, not always convenient to be a Space Marine.
What do you mean, like when you're being assaulted by a horde of space? That seems like the least convenient time to be.
Go and help Luther a little bit, shall we?
Probably a good idea. I remember where he is.
That's fine.
Oh, there's a lot of... Execute. Oh, okay, Arthur's down. We'll grab that.
Lip. Oh, I had a relic.
Execute. There we go. Bigger splorge. It's just a very bloody and brutal game, just like the Imperium in general. In Warhammer 40k, like they're not a good faction. They're just compared to the rest of the factions, they're just not the worst faction. It's kind of that simple. That's how it works.
You are making good time. We are going to need it.
If you ever really want to understand, like, kind of the strength of a space marine is there are some later missions in this where you encounter some of the hang on, is this still a thing?
Sometimes.
Yes, you can swap.
Ammunition.
Gunstrike ready to deploy.
It's a grim dark game. I mean, yeah, the Warhammer 40k universe is very, very grim dark in general. I think that's something that has to be remembered. Like, you know, it's not a sunshine and rainbows kind of situation.
Before the guard is wiped out.
Use the codes to
That's not the right one.
For magic. Magic is his misery.
well. Cautiously.
Magic
If you know what is
is
good for you.
heresy, too, man. Back in English.
Tyranid leader base destroyed.
Oh, the space marine the voice lines are all just so great as well. Hang on, let me get the turret back up. Do this.
Restoring sentry to battle ready status.
Oh, extremist target.
Famous enemies
Likely to be a
on me.
Ravener, I'm guessing.
If you can bait them to follow you towards the turrets do shed tons of damage.
It is a burrowing horror. Cyber capture in progress. Tunneling Xenos purged from the sector.
Nice.
Tactical supplies. Locate servo gun is
Okay.
fully
Trolley
operational.
in place.
Fresh ammunition acquired.
Right. How did this work before? If I recall correctly, it was pushing this onto the spawn of where that starts. Okay, I'll go press the button, I guess. Let's press the button. How much about the first founding pre-Horus Heresy lore? A little bit more. That's. I know what I know, and I don't.
Does your gaming system need recalibration?
You must intercept the generator soon.
Yeah, you not letting you sneak up on the rest of our group like that.
Potential original sabotage of generator 2. Secure immediately. X-axis aligned.
I can just run around in a circle with a spear.
First leg of this race is behind us.
It's just kind of fun to run around with the axe and just run around with it like a halberd. It's kind of amazing. I just love that. Did you do it right? I'm guessing, yeah.
Generator 1. Do not foul the machine cause blessed mechanisms with organic parts.
Oh, I can't go through that gap, damn it. I can't even remember which class it was that I played the most of at launch. I know I did a lot of the heavy with the hammer because it was just fun.
Probably the one that you're the highest level in.
I
you
maxed
play-
level all of them, I think, that were out at the time. I played a lot of Space Marine.
Yeah, you played Assault, Tactician, Bulwark. You played a lot. I don't think you played Scout or Heavy that much.
I didn't
because-
play a huge amount of Scout, yeah.
Yeah. And Thorpe was playing.
I played the heavy a lot with the flamer, the multi-melter. I remember that a lot, yeah.
Provide service before components are armed. Fragmentation grenade deployed.
I like Bulwark the most. I just want the power sword.
Gunstrike ready to deploy.
I just like executes. It's just fun. It's just the executions feel real good. Feel real good.
Sniper's also fun, but needs coordination.
Attention. Crane drive is jammed. Follow the necessary cleansing to resume operation.
Oh yes, I like the small mob executes.
All in transit. Drive train pursued. Begin the chorus of locomotion adepts.
Begin the chorus of locomotion adept. You got the first book of the Horus Heresy. Look forward to listening to it. You're in for a real treat there. It's a very, very well written group of books.
There's a lot of very small friends here, but I think I can handle it.
Artillery extremists.
Oh shit, there it is.
And then the main
Observation platform overlooking the Cryptonium fields.
Ignore them.
It will make a good vantage.
Fireballs.
We've got an extremist target somewhere.
it's dead.
Oh, nice. Okay, sweet. You alright, Arthur? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine now. Everything that wasn't the extremists decided to attack.
That sounds about right, yeah. It's generally how it goes.
It actually worked out quite well.
You guys ever call...
And I do everything else.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, like I said, it's been a very long time since I played Space Marine. And, kind of forgot how enjoyable it was. There is a Medicaid pack here if anyone needs it.
Still have one.
Well, why don't you use the one that you're carrying? Oh no, Arthur, pick that one up.
Need it.
Pick it up. Pick it up. If you haven't got one, when I ping, you should take it.
I also have a relic, so if I go down, I can.
You can
get
come back up,
and
yeah.
Remove the wound.
Yeah, makes sense. Is this the level where you're defending 3 reactors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh, 3 platforms. Picking up the gene seed, there is now a guardian relic there.
I'll come grab the Guardian relic.
You better.
On my way. Ba-ba-ba-bum.
Where are they?
Hiding away in the corner.
His gifts are sometimes unfamiliar.
I do kind of wish this game had a mini-map.
Given the amount of stuff that's
I
been
can
modded
see-
in, I would be surprised if somebody hadn't modded in some kind of like, even if it was like a is it a PoE style mini-map that kind of sits on the screen? Like Diablo style mini-map that's kind of there as well?
I was kind of thinking more like Halo style, just a motion sensor, so I can see where you are. Would help.
Fair.
Situational awareness.
I normally listen for the sounds of explosions to find my teammates.
That's usually a pretty good idea, but it means there's a lot of explosions going off.
We sometimes get an extremist target around here, so I'm going to pick this turret up.
Forward.
Yeah, but we're on average. Up. Server skull there. That would actually be nice if you could spawn a server skull that is moving to the next nav point.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
We have arrived at Nozick's facility. Run distraction efforts as long as you can. We will be your bulwark, Titus. Rest assured. I will hold
Data slate up here. About it. Turret is friend. It's remarkable how much it kind of comes back to you when you remember how to play. That's for sure. Dispensing stim.
Yeah. Near,
Yep.
near
I've sighted a turret though. Friend.
Where is the nearest road? Oh, there.
Minor tyranny on my mark.
Nice. Grenades. That. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I'll take the crack grenades.
And new stims.
The only thing I don't like about Space Marine 2 is I do think they got the movement speed wrong.
They are very slow.
Yep. Space Marines are way faster than this, especially like in combat. Like Space Marines are so fast that they give normal humans something called post-human dread. So you see it and it looks human, but it moves so quickly and with such force and brutality that it is just not human anymore. That's how
not
normal
right.
humans interpret Space Marines. It's something called post-human dread. Like it's that
That's
faster.
not how a human moves. That's not right.
That's why I like the series of Astartes that was made by just a fan on YouTube that was that was then hired on. You look at how fast the Marines run. You can like the artist shows it inside of that, like exactly like how fast post-humans are.
I will say this though, could you narrow it down? Like,
What's that?
there have been a lot of YouTube makers who have been hired on as far as
Signal, Captain.
Dig in. We need that bomb triggered for optimal yield. Orbital scan estimates the bulk of the swarm will not
Okay,
be in
I'm
position
standing
to wire
by
it.
on this side
Keep your
platform.
heads and get it done.
Yes, I'll take the middle.
I see them coming, brothers. Plenty for everyone.
Blue
Right in
fair
front
side.
left.
Yep.
Putting up the bells on my side.
Clear to
Oh yeah, both sides.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
Don't go.
I can probably keep this side clear for a while. Arthur, if you go help blue fair side.
I'm fine if you can take care of the zone probe in the distance, because I only have really many capabilities.
I mean, I would, but you've already done it.
In addition to that, we
The refinery needs covering.
Oh, yeah.
middle and left side.
Pretty weird having a ranged character again. Like, I'm like, oh, I don't need to close in melee to kill the thing. That's so weird.
Yeah, I'm over it.
Ooh, that was good. Otherwise, I would have lost most of my health. Then I needed that execute.
We have more enemies on the horizon, brothers. Replenishing ordnance.
Left side.
Yep. Gonna go prime the flame trap. I need you to press it in the middle, Arthur.
Refreshing armaments.
Indeed.
I'm on my way.
Yep, done. Oh, thank you, Luther.
The swarm has almost fully committed. Be ready for my mark.
Don't drop.
Where?
bastards.
Lictor.
Readying the charge.
Fuck that Lictor. Why did... Oh, we did. I was gonna say, why did the bomb thing not go off? But that makes sense.
Boom.
Sights down 90%.
Yeah. I swear I remember it updating the overlay faster than that. The game ticks... Oh yeah, this game definitely ticks the Power Fantasy checkbox. 100%. You feel like a Space Marine when you're playing Space Marine 2. They got the feel of this right. 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, completely.
Extraction complete. Returning to orbit.
You have post-human dread when you see me playing games? I'm not that good.
What brothers?
You don't get post-human dread when watching me play, don't worry.
Rearm, refit,
I'd
and
be very
redeployment
surprised.
immediately.
Nice. Victory. Victory, chat. We got an epic victory.
Well, that's because
Are
we
you
are.
loading a bit faster than I do? So.
I don't know what you mean. I'm still loading game logic, so just take a while. There you go. Mission Inferno. Gene seed recovered. Nice. Yeah, 1,800 experience is not bad. That's like 2.5
right?
levels the Tech Marine? 3 levels of Tech Marine? Yeah, halfway through 4. I'll take that. Immediately mastering my Omniscient Axe as well. Hilarious. Not gonna say no to that one, am I, chat? Thank you all for the follows and the support today. I really do appreciate that. As a reminder, we are messing around with Space Marine 2 for a little bit before we get into some Warhammer painting. We'll use the Space Marine 2 swatch system for that. So if you do a tier 3 sub or you upgrade your sub to a tier 3, I will be painting 1 Warhammer miniature per tier 3 based on your choices. So we've got a lot of cool colors, but this will be the first ones that we're working on. There's something like this, you know, a Space Marine as depicted in the game Space Marine. Okay, so we can unlock this now. Yeah. Leaving potential 9. Speed. Ooh. Right, this one. And perks. Melee damage by 5%, melee attack speed by 5%, more attack speed. Speed and power. What else have I got? Perk tree. Oh, I didn't have any perks applied on my weapons. Oops. My bad.
Oh yeah, you haven't played since they reworked the perk system, so
Yeah.
every weapon you have doesn't have any perks.
Shots will penetrate enemy block stances. Okay. Do terminus enemy damage. Ammo reserve. You really don't get very many like, how are you meant to get to the top abilities? Like, I've got most of the versions of the heavy bolt rifle. At least, I don't know, I've got 3 that I haven't mastered, I guess, but that's still not that many perk points. Interesting.
High difficulties.
Oh, you're not supposed to get everything.
No, just it's you can't really even get into the relic tier without doing every single weapon, so why not just unlock all the weapons? Very strange. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna work towards weapon pen because being able to the bullets just going through an additional target, going into perpetual penetration is incredibly powerful on pretty much any gun because each bullet hit more target. You would like brown and green, brown and pine green with some blue and gold trim.
That sounds interesting.
It should be doable. Pine green. Do I have any pine green? Maybe a darkish. Should do.
Warren Forest, I think.
I should do.
You could take some of the greens, use the wet palette, mix black and browns in to keep more of a green, and go to a darker green if needed.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Perk trees for the plasma pistol. Weapon energy reserve by 20%. Cool down. Is he gonna charge shots versus non-charge shot builds is kind of the goal. Plasma pistol only used for charge shots. What the fuck do you get up on this then? Explosions? How does one unlock the heroic tier then? You just have to purchase it with the heroic tier accomplishments?
You need to. I think it's 300 accolades. You have 100 right now, if I remember correctly from watching your screen. And
Fine.
you get accolades by doing stratagems.
Oh, all of my classes are now level 1. Apart from tactical, which is level 4. What?
Did you prestige all of them?
What's that?
Did you prestige them? So did you? Yeah, you did prestige them. So you have to level them all again to unlock the next prestige level.
Oh. That's cool. So they basically added a huge amount of... I completely forgot about prestiging.
I think prestige was at the tail end of when we were playing a lot.
Lamenters, that's going to be a bit of a challenging one. Yeah. Yes, Scylla, I need to ask Spare Human about it.
For us, at the heart.
How do you get accolades again? I think that was really
No fear.
in the stratagems, right?
Sorry, say again?
I was more to the others about how one got more of the ordeal, the accolades currency.
StarCraft looks very different. I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
I
Matt
see.
Twitcher, this is StarCraft's new generation has really leaned into some of the more
think it
brutal
was,
aesthetic, yeah. Right, let me go and start getting paints ready and stuff then.
Yeah, that feels right.
Right, who will we start off with? If we're going to start off with Streamer's Choice, that means that I can actually, like, have a practice one. I'm actually really weirdly nervous about doing this chat on stream. I don't know why. Oh, that's surprisingly heavy. Oh. Because we're dicks? I don't think that you are. I don't. It's a me thing as to why I'm nervous about it, rather than a you guys problem. It's just a me thing.
I'm on my way.
Some of this is separated. Some of my paints have been... A lot of my Warhammer paint, I think, will have separated, will be my only concern.
Someone's been naughty.
That, I think, will work well for, if I do... I think this colour will work quite well for, Alpha Legion. Get a Vortex Shaker? Yeah. The other thing you can use, you know those massage guns that you get for like your neck and stuff? You can use those on the base of the bottle. It's, you have to really like you have to really mix your paints. Space in here, that didn't go the way I wanted it to. I did that. Jesus, what? I can't really play Space Marine with a huge amount of paint on my lap. There we go. Sweet, there we go. That actually kind of worked. I just need to not shut that drawer. And if you look on the cat cam, you'll just see paint.
Yeah, I'm not admitting to how many paints I've got in the house at the moment.
It's probably safer for all involved to not admit how much paint you have in the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you bought? Did you ever go through and like just buy the whole set and stuff that they make available?
So we were given on every time that they changed a paint, it was here is a full load.
Oh.
For your
Oh
personal
God.
collection.
Well, I mean, I guess I'll.
Here's everything, just in case you ran out. Also, here's the new one.
Here's every paint ever under the sun. Enjoy. Yeah, I thought I was bad with
Saying
paints.
working for Games Workshop is a really bad way of dealing with your Games Workshop addiction.
Well, it would be at weekends. I would be sat there painting something for myself and going, you know what, I really want to test this idea for such and such that I'm working on for in 3 months' time. Yeah, didn't go well.
I am glad we have been ordered back to Avarax. We can finally finish off the heretics here. What original sorcery disabled Fox's communications this time, I wonder?
I still have about 8 or 9 Devil in Wood. And about 10
Paint.
Magic Wash, still just sat in the corner. Yes, the old Black Wash. It was basically when you finished, dip in, coat, shake off, try and save.
It was always you'd have a drip catcher, wasn't it, for your shade, so you could put your null oil and then you would just put that null oil on something else again afterwards because you didn't have enough null oil. Because you can never really have enough null oil.
That's another dude.
That is the... I can't remember what they're called now. Chaos Spawns.
That was awful. Yeah, that looked a lot like a chaos spawn. I was gonna say. I don't remember this. Oh, the ads will be here in about 30 seconds, chat. Make sure that you are getting up, getting yourself a drink, looking after yourself. We can't really pause this, but if we get to a safe area, we will stop. Mostly because I need to go and stand up and stretch my legs out. Oh, here we go. We've got a reach. We can pause here, I'm guessing, Luther.
Losing them all would be a heavy blow to this sector.
Right, Luther? Oh, wait, I'm muted. Never mind.
Oh, it's a different kind of stim. I was just looking around.
That's all right.
You see-
I've got ads in like 3 seconds, so chat's gonna go and descrungle themselves. They promised. If we don't hit that objective, I don't think it will spawn anything new. So can I go and do my next set of stretches?
Yeah.
Thank you.
If a wave spawns, we can just defend. It's not a problem.
If a wave spawns and I die, we'll just rinse and repeat. Okay, there you go. Wait, nice.
Like that.
Yeah, perfect.
Luckily, we've got the turret right behind us. It's all good.
You can just stay there. We'll deal with the rest.
Harness gun loaded and calibrated. My harness gun will purge the enemy. This taint has
I'm so happy I decided to add a lot of battle damage to this. Just didn't look right without it.
I would say, what is it? But you'll probably show us.
Okay,
I'm taking
now I will
photos
be
of
right
it.
back. Luckily, these stretches don't take me long.
Yeah.
So I come here.
Imperial Guard just charging up.
servo harness gun available.
I mean, they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Shield. Hey, tank.
There you go, Alpha. That is what I'm currently working on.
Where is it?
Send it to you direct, because it's easier.
Yes. Oh. That does look good.
I've got to add all the battle damage before I even start thinking about how to paint it.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I found it quite useful to assemble the model and then add double battle damage, because then you can kind of see how the model sits together, and then how the
So-
damage would interact in different parts. But you're probably a hell of a lot more skilled. Well, I'd say you've won awards. You're a lot more skilled than I am.
So, when I'm doing the initial markup, if it's for a mini and not the scale that I'm working at the moment, I will blue tack it together, but then blue tack with super glue, so it'll hold together perfect. But the second I need to break it apart, pop.
I'm back.
I never thought of that. That's amazing.
Yep.
What do I think of the
Idea.
Gardens of the Wild Sky demo? Absolutely incredible. I'm ready to make progress. Thank you for waiting. I did do my heel dips. And then I also saw the cat at the same time. He was like, "You're doing exercises and you didn't pet me? For shame."
Brad just introduced me to a fantastic idea.
Yeah.
Blue tack, put a model together, so you can take it apart again.
And if you need it to stay together a bit better, you just use a tiny bit of super glue either side of the blue tack.
Right?
And at the end of the day, you can always file it off if you need to.
Yeah.
For me, the thing I want to pick up next on Warhammer is pinning, like when you can support some of those weaker, because I have a bunch of models that have those real weak lines, and there are some things I would love to like actually pin in, but I just need to work out how that all works. One of the things I want to pick up doing.
Dremel and paper clips.
Oh no, get a mini hand mandrel then you can have
I've got.
multiple-
I think I've got a small
Yeah.
hand drill that would work. what-
The thing with doing it for real thin points is getting very used to let the drill bit do the cut, and you're literally just holding it where it is and turning it.
What I've seen people recommend doing is if you're gonna do pinning, if you're gonna have a drill, mount the drill to a fixed location and be very, very careful with the model, because having two moving locations apparently for pinning is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah. If you're going to do it with a mandrel, it's easier for learning. If you're going to use a proper drill to do it, having the drill fixed, and then you effectively line it up, push it through, and done.
Nice, yeah. John O'Clock, thank you very much for the gifted sub.
Is fully operational.
Find a
Very, very
handheld
kind of
pen was exceptionally useful. A very small little bit. And then I just use paper clips instead of actual brass rods or whatever it is you're supposed to use. Because paper clips come in boxes of like 100 and they're very small.
Do you want to know what I use? Armature wire. I can get in rolls that's ridiculously long and whatever size I want.
Yeah. That's a good idea. That's a really good enough.
And then if I'm also building something custom onto the model, I can use the same armature wire to build the skeleton.
Yeah.
What am I going to be doing with this? Because I'm already having crazy ideas.
That's what was holding me back with my my night project. It came down to the fact that I just didn't know how to pin the things I wanted to pin. They were too flimsy, even with magnetizing, for me to be like, I want to get a bit more skill before I do this.
Yeah. I can always talk you through the process, because it's what we used to do. Like, every month, one of us had to cover the painting tutorial, and like sometimes it'll be, oh, I want to learn how to pin it. It's like, okay, we'll just do it. we did it every day as a job. It was.
Well, I guess, yeah. What the worst case scenario is what you messed up, and they were like, okay, here you go. Here's a different model. Try again, kind of thing. Like, yeah. I guess at that point it makes perfect sense. Yeah.
So it was like, why would we not teach you techniques that we're going to use?
Yeah, exactly.
We're here to learn. I may as well do 50 models with you and teach you how to do it properly.
Or they're teaching people how to use more advanced techniques to sell more products.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the way that I've changed to painting now just absolutely uses the new contrast paints.
Yeah, I've not used those that effectively, so I don't really know what I'm doing with them.
Same.
I just,
It seemed like a really good idea. I just haven't.
If you want to go darker than the contrast paint or lighter than the contrast paint, depends on whether you start from white or start from black. And it's not the way round you think.
I'm guessing if you want dark, you start with
light.
You start with light to go darker. That makes perfect sense. I don't know. That's what caught me out. It's the fact you said it wouldn't make sense, but I was like, but you want to go darker with washes or contrast paint, surely?
Yeah. So the idea is, so you effectively dry brush your way through. So if you're starting light to go dark, you're dry brushing yourself to darker and darker colours. So when you put the contrast over it, it'll then have a very dark layer and lighter sub-layers.
So, for example, you would paint the... You base your unit, say, white, for example, or, you know... You would then, you do the darkest colour first, or you do the darkest colour last, and you work your way up in lighter shades?
Yeah, so darkest colour last is if you're going to go light base all the way up. But your last layer of dry brushing is going to also be your lightest layer of dry brushing. It's a very hard way round to do it. The way I've always told people is get the slightly darker colour contrast than you would want, paint it dark and dry brush your way to light, and then go over it. And you'll actually get the colour you want.
Okay, well, I reckon what we'll do is we'll start off with one of the ones from the list that you think that you want to teach, and we can go from there, I guess, because
Yep. That's fine by me.
I don't know what I have in contrast. The issue is that in terms of base-coated minis, all of my minis are base-coated with dark colors, so they're all black.
Yep.
They're all black primer.
Yeah.
So
as long as if whatever ones you've got in contrast, if we've got the greys and the whites to dry brush your way up, then we can use those and away you go. Contrast is the dirt cheap way of creating an army that looks amazing, that is...
I've heard some very, very good things about the contrast paints. I picked up some of the darker ones, but I don't really know what I'm doing. Actually, I might have some... I may have 1 or 2 Thousand Suns, actually, that are base-coated in... Wraithstone, essentially? If that sounds right.
Yes, because I'm looking at the cans on my shelf at the moment to work out which one it was.
Unfortunately, mine's behind the cat bed, in front of my airbrush presser, which I also definitely haven't used in this house. So I haven't used my airbrush for at least 3 years. It's kind of wild.
Please say you removed the pin before you stored it, then.
I think I did, yeah. If not, it is only one of the very, very cheap starter ones from Amazon, so it was one I was looking to replace and upgrade at some point.
May want to clean that.
It definitely cleaned it. I took it all apart, stripped it out, cleaned it out, and then just basically put it down to storage. I just don't know if it was stored with the, you know how you can take kind of like the reservoir, the pin off, and you can kind of disassemble the whole end nozzle system on most of them because they don't come assembled. I think I did that, but I don't know for certain, and I can't see from where I'm sitting. Unfortunately, there are some Zarngors to deal with.
The only reason I always dismantle mine is I know even if you use like isopropyl alcohol in the final stage of cleaning, they'll seem to like glue together after time because it evaporates and causes nuts.
Nice.
And it's like, ugh, how the hell did you glue yourself together? However, I always loved it when they had tours coming around because we would get like 20-minute warning and you had to hide everything that was non-Games Workshop.
That's very funny.
Yeah, it would literally be, oh, by the way, such a tour's coming around in 20 minutes, and it would be like, open drawer, push into drawer, shut drawer, lock drawer, put key in pocket.
I'll let someone see I'm not using Games Workshop.
It wasn't that, it's like, we were using brushes that were stupidly fine detail brushes that even now you can't get at Games Workshop the same quality level. Like, their brushes are good, but these brushes were like...
My issue with with GW brushes used to be that they were very inconsistent, that sometimes depending on the batch that you got, you could end up with very different kind of like quality on the hairs.
Yeah.
And that made it really difficult to know like whether you could actually trust the brush that you were using or not.
When they went to synthetic brushes as well available, the synthetics are very consistent.
Yeah,
like,
that's
really good. But like I got used to paint with horsehair brushes, so no comment.
That is kind of the best.
So on my desk at the moment, there's 23 brushes, and not a single one of them I want to admit to what brand it is.
Are they from Timu?
No. I think the brushes are probably more than my rent payment. That's what would be my rent payment.
Oh.
Oh yeah, some brushes are like hella expensive.
But you don't need that level of brush to do a damn good job. Just look after your brushes and it'll be fine.
Base Raccoon Roymac, thank you very much for the resub with Prime Buddy. 7 months, absolutely amazing of you. Thank you so much, dude. As a reminder to all of you out there who might have joined in late, we are going to be doing some painting very soon, where I'm painting one Warhammer model figurine for each of the tier 3 subs. If we hit 300 points on the sub goal today, which we are only 68 points off, so less than... We are 13 individual tier 1 subs, which is kind of huge. So if 13 individual people are like, you know what, I want to go up to a tier 3 sub, we would have that today, and I would be painting a Dreadnought, which is a big project, and probably, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, I kind of, my last Dreadnought, I definitely took the easy route of. I painted some of the big panels and left it very, like, kind of low intensity for a reason. So it'd be interesting to see what I could do with One Pratt's guidance if you guys manage to get it up to that. And as a reminder, those don't unfortunately count primes or gift subs, but those do count individual ones. So I'd appreciate every gift sub, every prime sub, every tier 1, no matter what. We are just pushing to get the tier 3 subs because they count for extra free points towards the Partner Plus goal, which is how Twitch decides whether they give you 70-30 split or 50-50 split, which means that Twitch decides on a reasonably arbitrary basis of, you know, do you have 300 individual tier 1s, whether they give you 40% more income or not, which is kind of wild when you think about it. It's kind of, if you were in work and your boss was like, yeah, unfortunately, you might have 10,000 subscribers, but only 200 of them are actual individuals. The rest of them are gifts. We're only going to give you a 50-50 split this month. Thanks, Twitch. Neat. Why don't you go partner with Roblox some more, and we'll continue getting fucked over? Thank you. Alright, I'm a little bit salty about it at the moment.
Only a little.
I feel like if you are, as a platform, okay with partnering with a company like Roblox, knowing what's like their history and stuff, and then you know, on the same kind of week that you do that, you unban somebody who showed links to child pornography repositories on stream, like, you don't really deserve that much in my respect.
What?
Yeah, so that's a whole thing. That person was unbanned after 30 days, whereas on Kick, they'll never be unbanned. Why are Kick the ones making reasonable moderation choices? What the fuck is... What weird-ass timeline did we end up in?
One where we can't buy decent Warhammer models unless we like them.
These Chaos Spawn are very, very grumpy.
They are, and I don't know what that one's doing, but I did not like them. I'll let you handle that. Go.
Pet the turret. Pet the turret, chat. There we go. We pet the turret. Oh.
Okay.
I kind of feel bad for the Imperial Guardsman that just came around the corner and found a turret that was bigger than he is. Just shoot him in the face with a slug the size of his head. Like this one.
How as an Imperial Guardsman or he's a traitor?
They're heretic. They're heretic guardsmen. I think is what they're actually in the game as.
We can feel sorry for him only that he is abandoned the light of the Emperor and pay the ultimate price.
I don't feel sorry for them at all. I like running through those ones.
That is rather fun. I like to do the tactical dodge roll.
Look, they knew what they were doing when they were like, okay, we've got Space Marines, but let's also give them the ability to roll through the enemies because, like, you know what, fine. That's what I want from a game.
Where's the last one?
New.
This feels very suspicious. I played too many survival crafters where you can climb stuff. We've found a power cell. I don't know much on 40k. You were Tech Marine. This is the newest class that was released. Yes, this is in fact. Look, So you look, you can roll through these enemies, chat. Oh, I was gonna roll through him.
Sorry. I'll
Here's
let you roll
one.
through this one.
Flat. It's just fun to roll through it. Like, why wouldn't you?
Two barrel.
Full ceramite and plastinium armor, you know.
I know what I'll do. I'll stand here and shoot him with my sniper rifle.
Flat.
Controlling why is he rolling?
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. If a you know, the weight of a space marine is insane. It will be like having, you know, a 4x4 truck gonna roll over you.
The astropath is vulnerable.
The enemy wave is gonna hit us as we hit the boss, right? Is that the plan?
Probably. I don't know if I'd call it a plan so much as what's happened.
Oh, okay. This is fine. This is clearly fine. Getting dragged through the ground by weird Zinchian tentacles is never a problem, right?
Cannot allow any
Don't worry
influence from
about
the
it.
wall
Just,
to remain in the relay.
Which is
worry about it.
Slaneshi.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
it
favorite
could work,
combination.
let's face it.
I kind of want to use that that disc that they fly on as basically a giant aggressive discus. Like, imagine the most deadly
you wanna do
version
what
of
Captain
frisbee.
America do. Use it like Captain America. That's-
Yeah, like Captain America, but with space marine power rather than just, you know, some kind of puny ass super serum. You know, we've got extra organs that give us that strength and all other kinds of things.
I'd you know what? I'd agree. Valid. We should be able to use the disc, the joint discus.
Is fully operational. Tarantula, loaded and battle ready.
Tarantula, and everybody can.
They've definitely done the tarantulas justice, though, for this boss.
I just kind of wish you could deploy them rather than.
Opposite battlefield sentry.
Being dragged through the dimension just another Monday. Does that happen to you on a normal Monday? Because I don't think that my commute normally involves me dropping into, like, you know, the Chaos Realms. But it's been a while since I did the commute, so I guess there is that. Oh, more shot grenades. I'll take those. And I'll take these Medicae stims, because apparently I don't know how the stims work anymore.
Awaits. We'll be in the midst of that warp energy.
Well, that's not good.
You're not meant to do that.
I was walking on that.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a Mutalith beast.
Yep.
Oh,
That looks nice.
I'm guessing that the weak spot is the center of the mouth, not the Chaos Portal. Or the Chaos Focus.
well, this is as good as mine. I'm just going to drown its howling with the sound of my bolt.
Okay, so is he running?
Yeah, I think we hurt him so much that he went, oh,
What a bitch!
Whatever realm this is, we are not welcome. The corruption here exceeds even our limits. Whoever finds us an exit will have my thanks. That light could be an entryway back to our realm. Our beings are
and
concentrated.
he's firing his laser beam.
He's firing his laser.
If the abyss swallows me, I will choke it.
Him?
Now's our chance. Finish the beast off.
Nice. No, discolith. That is a discolith, to be honest with you. A Slaneshian discolith. Yes, that makes sense. I can see that.
Beast is dead. Well done, brother. Legion stands victorious this day, but the war for this sector is far from over.
Victory. Okay, chat. Okay. This means that we're doing some more Warhammer painting next, which is going to be great fun.
You want to do more missions or stop now?
I want to do at least... I need to do at least one bit of painting. Like I did promise, 2 missions and then painting. So...
That is fine. And I can take a break.
Yeah.
How long do you think the painting will take?
I have no... It's been such a long time since I painted Warhammer that I genuinely cannot tell you, like...
That sounds perfectly fine to me. The only reason I'm asking is because I have to go and my friend's an hour.
About an hour. I've got quite a few tier 3 stuff to paint, so we could I can do an hour. That's not a problem. Or do anything else. Hey, extermination rank, sweet.
I'll take a break. See you later.
Leaders. Reinforced position, designated target. Okay. Oh wow, yeah. Once you start getting the perks, like you can really see that Ekmarine just absolutely relies on the turrets.
Yeah.
Once you get a couple of the perks in, and I'm not even finished on it, you sit there and you just go, sit round the turret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drag them to it.
Come and warm your hands on the turret, brothers.
Yeah, pretty
Or
much.
a perk that lets you gives you invulnerability frames while you're doing the turret. I think that was the first one you got. Then it's like, yes, this is. I just run to the turret now and turn it on, and that's it. I do nothing.
So
Run to the
we
turret. Yeah.
It's the guy that plants a flag combined with you. They plant the flag next to the turret. You can't actually take damage.
It's ridiculous.
You can't take... oh.
So they plant the
okay.
flag, which gives you less damage. Then around your turret, you give them less damage. So as long as you're within zone of both, it's actually damage mitigation of 95%.
Fair, makes sense. My favorite Chaos God, that varies. I think that my favorite Chaos God will, at the moment, be the most underrated Chaos God and the most misstated Chaos God, Slanesh. Everyone's always like, oh yeah, Slanesh is the horny god. Nah, you're wrong. Slanesh has way more power than you think. Anything about excess, anything about obsession, anything where you do anything to you beyond that, which is like, you can even do, like we were talking about it, slaughter is by itself theoretically all cornate, but if you're killing people and you're doing it as an art form like Lucius the Eternal, very famous 30k I say hero for Slaneshian faction, but for the Empress Children, like you can still very much worship Slanesh through combat. It's not a matter of all combat serves Khorne. It's a very reductive view of the Chaos Gods. Malice, I think, has been retconned. I don't believe Malice actually exists inside the lore anymore. That was been pulled back, so unfortunately we can't represent Malice. I think the coolest Chaos also is currently Vashtor. I like Vashtor as an idea. He is the Vashtor the Archiphane is a demigod of demonic engines and obviously chaotic invention. So they have got a chaotic demigod in again. We can unretcon him. We can retcon the retcon. Or retcon.
And he is making power moves to become an actual god.
He's working with Abaddon, so...
Honestly, my favorite thing with any of the Chaos Gods is this story of Scarbrand and what he did to Khorne's foot, basically. He dinted his toe and then Khorne went flick. And 1,000 years later, he lands.
I'm sorry, who?
Scarbrand is a greater demon.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get the tactical up because it's probably the easiest one to do the heraldry and such on. And then, okay, so this is going to be the basis of what have we got on my list. We've got Streamer's Choice, Streamer's Choice, Streamer's Choice, the Simic Guild Mage, Streamer's Choice, Unknown, Streamer's Choice, Alpha Legion, Carcharodon's a real fucking bitch. I remember looking at this before and being like, I don't want to do sharks. Damn. No specific vote. Teal or cyan, like Space Wolves, Salamanders, Lamenters, Nuka-Cola Marines.
So, my question is, what contrast paints do you have?
Oh, that's a very good question. We've
Because
got...
that's a good start.
Black Templar.
So while you do this, I will mute myself and I will reappear later.
I have technical contrast medium.
So far, we're doing black.
Yeah, so far, yeah, which is going to be great because my units are already base coated black. Can you request obnoxiously American? Deli Hands, if you are a tier 3 sub, which you are, and you didn't already put one on the list, which I don't think I have one down for you, I can absolutely add obnoxiously American. Yes. Definitely can. I don't think I have one down for you, so let's do this. Yeah. Deli Hands, thank you again for that tier 3 sub, Deli Hands, you're a legend. You want obnoxiously American. That's not how I spell obnoxiously, but fine, that's... You know what? Close enough. Done. That's added to the list. Easy spray and done. Done. Okay, I've also got... Those are shades. Those aren't contrast. So...
Well, we can do magic tricks with shades. That's no worry.
Okay, then I'll go over to my shelf of many things. The nice thing about the contrast paints is that they put them in different bottles so you can notice which one's a contrast and which one isn't.
Yep. So, a year beforehand, we started getting the contrast to try, and they were in the same tub, and that was one thing that we said to them, please stop doing that, because we were getting confused. So it was, can you just put them in a slightly different shape so we can always know? They did, and it worked.
Okay, we have a few more options than just Black Templar. Okay, so we've got, and I want you to bear with me, we've got Black Templar. We've got, hang on, here we go. We've got a Black Templar. We've got a contrast stylish purple. Oh, so shyish purple. Shyish purple. So so 3 Black Templars. No, 2 Black Templars and a shyish purple. We've got a Blood Angels red. We've got a second Blood Angels red. We've got a Leviathan blue. A Basilicanum grey. We've got a Skeleton Horde, which is like a brown.
Yep.
We've got a Apothecary white, which is definitely separated and doesn't look anything like what its namesake is.
Yeah, you're gonna have to shake that one to death.
Oh, I'm gonna check all of these. Every single one of these is gonna need to be really, really shaken up. I've got a Talisar blue, and I've got an Aethematic blue. I think I was planning on using the Talisar and the Aethematic potentially to do 1,000 Suns.
I think that is what I was just thinking there.
Yeah, that would make sense. Do I have any of my 1,000 Suns with me to learn how to use them? That's the next question. You'd love to see the Hypershift purple stuff. I've got Cobalt blue color shift. I've got Mystic white. Black. Some of these are special ones. Because I'm going to be honest with you, for a long time, Games Workshop didn't do anything that worked very well with airbrushes, unless you were mixing the paints themselves. So so things like model. I've got a lot of Vallejo model air that I used a lot for airbrushing. It's quite helpful.
Do you want to know something quite funny?
Go on then.
So in my desk all the time, there was a lot of Vallejo paints, even when I worked there.
Yeah.
And some of the box painted miniatures that are still in effect, I know are still painted with Vallejo air.
Wow, that makes sense. Like it's very, very good. I've got a couple of. Look at this. Look at how yellow this is. This is FX Fluor Speed Yellow. Everyone knows that if it's speed, it's red. Green skin flat. So I've got these aren't contrast paints, the ones I've got here, but I've got a couple of like vector paints. I definitely have like a color shift purple that someone just asked about. Just sworn I had one.
I don't even know where my color shift paints are. I've got a load though.
Oh, I love color shift paints. They're really cool, but I don't have a couple of the minis actually that have them on it anymore.
Well, I have my spice mask that has hidden purple. Don't ask.
Speaking of masks, I will need to get a new ventilator mask for Warhammer. My other one is dead and gone.
Especially if you're going to use your airbrush.
Airbrush, yeah. Well, the challenge is, and I see a lot of people get this wrong, is a lot of people don't have the right filters in for model painting. Like generic, like generic building site filters and stuff. That's not going to work on the particle size that we're talking about here. There's 3 specific colors that you need to use. 1 second to look at this. The first one I find is the multi-shift purple. Hilarious.
I think that's the same ones that I was using. Just catching a glimpse of which ones that you're holding up.
Oh, you'll be excited. I found some more contrast. Do you know what color it is?
Black.
Black. Yeah, Black Legion, not Black Templar.
The joke is there is actually a difference that's visually different.
That's the one I want. Siren Scale Green. Okay, those are some of the ones I'm willing to do. I managed to find the Siren Scale Green I was looking for, which is the Green Stuff World metal color one. I feel like that'll work reasonably well on certain things.
Yep, I'm also pulling up my old charts that I haven't used in a long time.
You're basically going to have a whole stream now, chat, of me just shaking paints. That's basically the next few hours. And tomorrow morning I won't be able to lift my arms because I'll have shaken too many paints and I'll just be like, oh no. They're broken. Very broken. Lacquer paints, yeah, but like if you're airbrushing lacquer paints, like you need to be real careful on air in particular filter. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even really want to run the airbrush with Bailey around because like he's 16 and like paint fumes not gonna be good for him. So there's a whole, and if I have the window open, he might just come in through the window, so I can't use that as the primary ventilation point. There's a whole thing here to keep an eye on. Okay, so if I'm going to be starting off with a couple of these paints, I'm going to be honest, I might just go and grab a couple of the old models that I've got that I can just throw some paint on to see how it goes as an effect.
Yeah. I would say grab like 3 or 4 older models so you can test how to do things, so you can learn the weirder techniques that give you really outstanding results.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to teach you the fun techniques that allow you to make models look amazing with no time.
Wait. Okay, what kind of model would you recommend for that? Actually, if I've got some... I know that probably won't work. They're base coated black. I'm wondering if red over the black would work for Corn Demons.
Yes.
And I've got Blood Angels red. I think I've got some Tamiya clear red somewhere as well, but that's not going to work over black. It would work over...
Oh, you've got Tamiya clear red.
I've got Tamiya
Please
Clear
say-
Blue. I know that. I can see that right now. I don't know where the Tamiya Clear Red is.
If you've got Tamiya Clear Red, you can do blood effects.
I know that if you mix Tamiya Clear Red in with the all-game terrain water effect, you can make lakes of blood.
Yes, so basically what you would do is you mix it with a tiny, tiny drop of super glue. You want to use it like a cocktail stick when you
It's like
mix it.
7-to-1 ratio for that.
Yeah, it's like loads of the red, but tiniest bit of super glue. And you literally string fake blood between
It's what
jaws.
I looked into doing it for my Archlord Discordant.
Yeah.
Because that's the kind of thing that you would want to. I'm speaking to Lost Womp Rat, who's a member of our community. He is a Warhammer expert, I think is putting it mildly when it comes to painting. So he's going to be walking me through a couple of the things that I've definitely forgotten, or some bad habits that I learned many, many years ago. So I'm just thinking about the last things I need. I need to get my wet palette. I need some paint brushes. I need the base Citadel paints I'm going to be using. I'm going to need some kitchen roll. I'm obviously going to need a supply of water. Oh, I've got a wet palette. That'll be fine.
Yep.
Do you want to know the funny reason why I use a wet palette rather than having just water and paints? It is because I had another cat at my last house who had a habit of trying to go and drink the paint water.
So I would recommend even a small glass of water in a corner, even if you put something over it so the cat can't get on it, more for cleaning the brush out completely. Even though the wet palette, you can do a damn good job, you cannot get it as clean.
Oh yeah, I very much know that. Yeah, that's for sure. Warner, thank you very much for that resub at tier 1. You're an absolute legend. I'm just going to go and grab a couple of paints, chat, and a couple of the last bits I need to get this started. I will move around the B cameras so that I can get some kind of overhead camera, and I will see what I can do about lighting during that break. I've raised Womprat's volume, so that should be good.
Yep,
and
should be better.
We will go from there. What's the first model color that I'm gonna paint? That's gonna be the question. We'll start off with.
So I would go with one of the reds or blues, but you're actually going to start with greys and a black model.
Okay. What are we aiming for color-wise, so I can show chat on screen what it will look like heraldry-wise?
Towards not Dark Angels, something like Blood Angels red. However, you will be able to make it look a lot more heavily worn and highlighted without doing anything challenging.
I go primary color, darker bits of red. It'll be darker to go over the dark, won't it?
Yeah.
It'll end up coming out like corn red, even if I'm using lighter reds, I think.
So it'll start off as what will look like you're gonna end up with a very dark red. But by the time you've done the highlighting, you'll end up with a much more blended red for doing fuck all.
Like that. We don't want it to be Raven Guard, because Raven Guard on Blood Angels would just be wrong. Where is my Blood Angles? There it is. Thank you.
Hey, you didn't choose the right one. You didn't choose the right symbol there. You didn't choose the Alpha Legion symbol. That's Blood Angels, isn't it?
Technically, yes.
I need to dig out my entire army at some point and send you pictures, because I've done units where it looks like the Blood Angels, but then at certain parts of it, you'll suddenly notice, like, at a knee, there's a line where it looks like the cloaking's moving through, and it'll be Alpha Legion for the rest of the model, and it's just like, whoops. But every unit in the army was a different legion.
I like that we can customize the lenses in this now. It's nice.
Yeah. Do you have the right size brush to do the eyes?
What size brush would you recommend for the eyes?
As goddamn small as you've got.
Then, yes. Okay, chat, the ads are going to start in 10 seconds. I'm going to go and grab the stuff I need to start the painting. I'm going to grab a couple more extra models. And I will also grab all of the last bits and move the cameras around. So hopefully we'll be starting painting in just a moment. So bear with, and we will see you after the ads. De-scrungle yourselves, grab yourselves a drink, look after yourselves, please, because if I have to do it, so do you. So take it
Even
easy.
I'm going to.
Yep, see you in a sec. So I definitely don't think I've forgotten anything that I was meant to be grabbing while I was gone, but just in case. Couple more a couple more miniatures. It was wet pallets and water, paintbrushes.
Have you also got a piece of kitchen roll?
No, that was... Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I did remember that one. It's just over here. I thought I'd left it in the other room, but I didn't.
Yep. And to the stage of even I'm digging out stuff so I can go through the same processes with you. That one will do, because I've got...
Apparently chat's having a rave. I've just come back and they're all just having a rave. I'm fine with it, but I'm concerned and also impressed. I'm glad they're having a good time. Were they enjoying Hold Fast? Is that what it was? Did I grab my bolter? You know what? I think I might have left my bolter at home. Luckily, I bought a heavy bolt rifle instead. Needs a little bit more water in it.
Don't say that. I've got like 3 of them on my wall.
Well, 3 heavy bolt rifles.
Well, bolt guns, bolt rifle, and a repeating bolter.
That's cool, to be fair.
Yeah, that was signed by a lot of people, some of them were. And that was as I left.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. Adding a little bit of water back into the wet pallet. It's a little bit drier than I would want it to be.
Yep, right.
Also, I need to get a new pad for this because it's... There we go. Water is finally coming through the sheet slightly.
Yep, you only want it slightly coming through anyway, so
Yes.
pretty much perfect.
Yep. Okay, let me reposition the cameras so that I can make sure that chat can see. Keanu has a music video? What happened there? What do you mean Keanu's now doing music? Awesome, okay. And... Oh, that's going to be a bit difficult to deal with. Bit up this way.
I'm guessing yours is the bile red.
Bile red? You mean? The contrast paint?
Yeah.
Blood Angel's red.
I've got the other one then.
Nice.
I'm currently just grabbing a load of contrasts out myself so I can remind myself of how fun they are.
By fun, you mean... You're actually fun or, like, questionably fun?
Oh, no. So, you know when you like, if you ever went to tournament, you'd see those really nice painted armies?
Yes.
And, like, you'd see, like, they've spent time shading across the armor?
Yes.
You can do that while falling asleep.
Okay. Oh,
in fact,
hi,
on the
Bailey.
stream
That's
where
the
you-
worst possible timing. John O'Clock, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub to Troy Tech. Thank you very much. I appreciate the gift that you've done. Welcome, I hope you're all doing well. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we've got lots of paints around. Oh, it's because Bear Human's moving around. That's why you're so interested. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Okay,
Okay.
right. Do that. Let's turn this on.
Green shades. I've just dug out like 23 different greys.
That cable's going to piss me off.
Let's go.
Pull it through, tuck it away. Done. Okay.
Right.
Just a slightly damp to the touch afterwards. Sweet.
Yeah.
Paintbrushes. I've got an unused base M here from Citadel.
That'll do. Do you also have like a dry brush or an old brush that's battered?
This was my... I think this was my old dry brush, which is, as you can see, pretty messed up. Or...
Yep, that'll still do. And I'm not joking. It's a dry brush.
I'm guessing that one's a bit more of a dense bristle head, so I'm gonna use that one. Also, I think this one is actually a Citadel dry brush, so there you go. It would make sense to use the right thing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, John. I very much appreciate you. Keanu, Reese is a band, and there's the music. I'll have a look at that at some point. Thank you. Dogstar. Welcome to Art Software run by Kronos. Okay, so we've got a dry brush and a base brush. Okay.
I'm not even using either of those, but that'll do.
Sweet.
Right, so what you're going to need is greys, whites, and your black model. And that's it. That's your starting point.
Make sure there's no dust on this. Yeah. Okay, so we've got black model. Very, very small. This is a, old blood letter of corn.
Yep.
Say old, but see from the small base. The really teeny tiny bases, you don't get those anymore. In 140k. You want to compare bases, chat? We've got this is the base size difference that you now see. That was Warhammer Fantasy, or whatever they call it now. Age of Sigmar? What do they call it now?
Sure
And then you've got 40k bases now, 32 mil bases. This is a learning to play. Yeah, this is kind of this is Kronos learns to paint again. Yeah, fuck it. Broadly, yes. Okay, I have got I've got contrast apothecary white. Start shaping that.
You want like 1 or 2 greys and potentially a white to mix a different grey if you want a different grey. And I would not advise mixing contrast with non-contrast.
That's
That
what I
does
think
not
you
go
can
well.
use contrast medium for, can't you? Slightly to help with that.
You're meant to be able to. I never managed to make it comfortably work. So I just tend to go, if it's contrast, and I'll only mix it with contrast medium and shades. If it's anything else, it's a case of, nope, doesn't mix with contrast well.
Fair enough, okay.
That is that going on my quick model dryer. Because I didn't have any models black base painted for once.
Who are you?
I've been working on Eldar, so I've been working on white
Makes
models.
sense.
And it was a case of, what models do I have that are black? None.
That makes sense. I will be right back. I'm just gonna grab something that will help with what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. You've got Kronos shaking. Nice. What are we getting from the kitchen? It's mine now.
What's the problem that BCam is too far from the desk? This is for the painting right now. What is the problem? I've returned.
Yep. I have now got a dry model, so that's brilliant.
See, I could go through all the effort of shaping the models, but like, not the models, the paint. But this works just as well.
You've got a massage thing.
Yeah.
So I had a ultrasonic cleaner that broke.
Oh, okay.
From doing 3D model printing. It's no longer water sealed. So I now have that to chuck paints in. So I just chuck them all in there and leave it on for like 10 minutes and shaken to death.
Yeah, this is one of those muscle guns that you can use if you've got like a trapped nerve in your shoulder. You can get these anywhere. And I showed that on stream. Yes, I can show a massage gun on stream. But a massage gun, basically used for like getting deep into muscles and basically providing the shake. So that's shaken up that contrast paint a lot.
Yep.
I may need some
So we're more looking for your greys first than the contrast.
Yes, fine. But I need to get the contrast shaken up as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do those two. The contrast. We have Administratum Grey. We've got Runefan Steel is not a grey. It's too light. I've got what looks like white scarts of layer paint. I don't know if you want to use layers or you want me to use bases.
You can use base layers.
Alright, I've got ceramite white instead.
Yeah. I've got all the way to White Scars White on mine, and I've got quite a gap between the lightest grey and white, so I'm going to mix.
I've got Gracia Administratum Grey, which is also layer paint. I've got a bunch of others. What else have we got in here? That one. Like Mechanica Standard Grey. That's always a good shout.
Yep.
We love a bit of Mechanica Standard Grey.
So
That.
the next one is literally line them up darkest to lightest and load a little bit onto your wet palette of the darkest.
Okay, that sounds like it should be doable.
That's the nice easy bit.
Okay, start with the darkest. That's gonna be Mechanica Standard, isn't it?
Yes, because I'm even darker than that for mine.
Okay, what's even darker than that? Let's see.
I use Skaven Blight Dinge as my starting grey.
Ooh. I don't think I would have picked up Skaven Blight. Have a look. Eshin Grey, layer paint. Make sure I've got anything else that's darker. Another Eshin Grey. No, it does not appear so. Okay, let me start getting these all mixed up again.
Yep. Now, I know that you've done painting before. Were you ever taught the proper way of dry brushing, or were you taught?
Probably not. I'm gonna assume I was taught the wrong way of dry brushing.
Right. So even though we're using a wet palette, you're going to barely be touching the paint with the dry brush.
Sounds about right. Yeah, you put absolute minimal amount on. Yeah.
Yeah. Fine. And then you're going to take
still
it
get
off
rid of some.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to take it off to the stage of when you touch the tissue, you should be struggling to see it. However,
okay, so that much off. Okay, that's interesting.
It literally should be it goes on and it barely goes on. The problem is people are taught the starting of dry brush but not the end of it. The start of dry brushing is you still want quite a bit of paint on there to go, oh, I'm going to get the bulk of the dry brushing done very quickly. And every time that you escalate up to the next cleanest paint color, like the closer and closer to white you go, the lighter and lighter you want to be on your kitchen roll. There should be less and less and less every time that you move up so that you get only more and more details.
Makes sense. See, that works well. So, light. That works. Yeah, you happy with that? It's focusing fine. Okay. We've got Mechanicus at standard grey. Let's have a open it without firing the paint all over myself, maybe.
But where's the fun in that?
Well, fair point. Fair point. Obviously, chat would like to see me getting covered in paint.
For the people that do ask, I do painting streams. I'm going to be starting to do them on Mondays. It's just as and when I get a chance.
This is actually kind of fucked. I might use a better brush, but...
There we go.
Okie dokie. How much are we talking about? We're talking about just a teeny tiny amount of paint, yes?
So at this stage, because you're starting dark, going lighter and lighter, you want it to leave enough on there for you to very noticeably tell the difference. Because this is where you're going to basically just hide the crevices. So you want to effectively do a very light dry brush, but with more paint than usual.
So you're saying on the, you can see how much paint is being left behind on the...
That is pretty much exactly where you want to start.
Okay, sweet. And just do the whole thing. All the key areas.
Yeah, and it's hit everything that you don't want remaining very dark.
Sorry, chat. This is my first time. If I move the model off the camera, please do feel free to tell me, or to tell Womprat to tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can already
I
see
am
it bringing out the
watching chat.
highlighting a lot more. It's quite nice.
Yeah. But this is the cheat that you're
Oh.
going to learn about making an army look incredible for nothing.
Hang on a second. I can make this a lot easier for you. If I do this, I go output the scene of the Bailey camera as my virtual cam. And if I go into Discord to make for you, I can tell Discord to
Output that camera, and then I can click and make that bigger.
yes, so you can look at it live rather than with stream delay.
Yep. Hi up, Balthazar. Right. Yeah, so you can. I can see the difference even on your camera.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
you can see where I've done it all around, like, and you can see the grey on the horns versus the sword,
Yeah.
which is obviously still very kind of uniform and black, and even the
Yeah.
the rear side of the model. You can see the horns here of lightness. You can see the arms are actually slightly more highlighted. It's just very subtle.
Yeah.
Kind of see between the body where I've done and the lower legs. But I can get the sword
Yep.
done now.
Yep.
So this just brings out all of the exposed, more than anything, dry brushing highlights exposed edges, as far as I recall it properly, right? So all of the
Yeah, so-
exposed various bits, like the edge of the sword, for example, you know, this cornate symbol that's displayed here is all going to be kind of more predominantly displayed because it's been dry brushed,
Yep.
slightly lighter.
So that's going to pick out all the detail, which also means later on, if you're super detailing it, you have this highlighted image in your brain of, okay, well, this is a real high point because it's been caught all the way through the dry brush bit. So it reminds you of details that otherwise you are going to miss.
You're basically just starting the dry brush and you're basically just dry brushing it all the way to all the way to done. Like, it's just different stages, and then you put contrast on right at the end to bring all of that dry brushing into definition.
Yes. This is effectively the cheap method because when you think dry brushing a whole army, if you're doing it at speed, you use a much larger brush.
Yeah.
And you batch paint.
Yes,
So you would
that's
be doing
that's how I
10
always
back to
paint.
back.
I always paint in batches. Yeah.
10 back to back where you're doing the heavier dry brush, and it's like you look on the arm now and you can see it on camera. You can see that there's dark parts on the arm and light parts on the arm, and it looks really good. But when you then cover that with the contrast paint, there's going to be a dark red section and a lighter red section, which will then give you toning for nothing.
When you say you guys want me to swap the cameras, why? Because
I think they just want a bigger camera.
oh, they want more. You want more of the painting camera. That's fine. I can do that.
Right.
As long as we can see the model of what we're aiming for, kind of fine.
The other good thing with dry brushing that I love is you can go between layers so quickly.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I've got a dry box. That means, like, I've just done my third layer of dry brushing and chucked it back in. But, like, you're probably going to be able to do it as quick as I can.
No, I
So,
mean,
if you're-
I'm very out of practice with doing this, but even then I can already see the difference. So if I take what I've done with that model, so I've just obviously done that. This is the batch painting would be to switch on to the next model. But if I pick up one of the ones that
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing the chat, because now I'm comfortable to move on to that one and
Yep.
do the same thing.
Yep. And all this stage is you'll take the next lightest grey, mix it into your current grey, do it a slightly lighter dry brush. And only slightly. Like, this stage is not... You don't want to completely overpower it. You don't want to leave too much or not get too much. Because this will also, like, this is a stage where I could teach you about doing the fake weathering, where you would do a little bit of a heavier dry brush again on the boots.
I normally
round the
I normally
base of the
do a heavier dry brush on bits that would have more wear anyway.
Yeah.
So, like for
So-
example, you know, on the leading arm, I normally tend to do it a little bit lighter than the receding arm, because when you're looking at it that way, you can highlight battle damage a little bit easier. It's what I've always found if you're going to put battle damage on a model. So I always like to make sure. So, for example, this model is facing you head on. I will do a heavier dry brushing on this kind of side of it, because that's the side that's going to be facing the enemy. If I ever
need
decide to
pull it
do,
back a little bit. You
Yeah,
need
that
to pull
one's-
it back a little bit.
yeah, I just
You
felt
were
that coming off.
just off the top. No,
Oh,
you
do
were
I?
just
Oh,
off
sorry,
the top of the
my bad.
camera.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, the leading edge that you can see here, chat. I need to move that arm slightly back. The leading edge here pointing towards the enemy, I will do slightly lighter so I can actually kind of emphasize more battle damage on it over time.
Effectively, you want the heavier dry brush where you want the lighter effects.
Yeah.
But this first layer as well, if you're wanting to do very heavy weathering on an area, you want to get the heavy dry brush in there. So, like, I would be doing around the edge of the bottom of the boots a lot heavier.
I start at the top of the model and work down. You'll notice that I normally do
Yeah.
the head of the model first. I just...
Yep.
My process.
Hey, I'm just doing a chest piece of a chest on a Tyrannid to see if I'm going to do a new Tyrannid force.
Nice. Very cool.
But yeah. But thanks to what you said the other day when I had all those issues getting the models here, it got here very quickly.
Nice. There we go. Yeah. Kitchen towel? What do you mean, Dr. Crowley? What would you suggest using?
Like, there is other things that you can use better than a kitchen towel.
It's just
but
what I've got lying
kitchen
around.
towel
Yeah.
is
Readily available.
yeah, like they were saying to us we had this weird paper thing that we were meant to use, and you'd only see it on any of our desks when there was a tour coming round.
Of course, yeah.
The rest of the time, it was literally a roll of kitchen roll in the corner.
It's just convenience and ease of use, I think. I didn't have anything around. I'm surprised I actually had any of my wet palette sheets still. Because that's the kind of thing that normally ends up getting lost in a transit. Like I said, I've not done any of this for a long time. I do find that on the new Space Marine cast, getting into the real, like, the chest and torso cavities on some of the models is a real bitch.
And this is why I said earlier, when you are building models and you know it's going to be a bugger,
Yeah.
use blue tack.
Yep.
And then super glue the blue tack in place, and then you can pull it apart.
Yeah, because it'll form a hard outer shell, but the inside the blue tack is still blue tack, like.
Yeah. And the whole idea is then, oh, I can put the arms in place so I can then glue the actual two arms together onto the gun, but then I can pull it off the chest to paint it all.
Yep. So, chat, if I compare those two along, like the one I've just done, so you can see this one I've just done, which now it's now been dry brushed all over. Then I compare it alongside how dark the one alongside it is. You can actually really see the difference just from like that one quick coat.
Yep.
For a start, this one's far shinier still because you can see it's still got all of its priming on. This one's actually a little bit more muted just with the grey.
Yep.
There you go.
And then, like I said, the next steps are you go to your lighter grey, you mix a tiny bit of that into your current grey. It's a lot of dry brushing process over process where you're trying to just be lighter and lighter with each one.
I've got Dawnstone, and it's completely unopened. Never say no to an unopened paint.
Bad Kronos. Every one of my paints is opened.
That's not. I've only one of my null noils is closed. That counts.
Okay, I'll let you off for that one.
Null noil's a real bugger.
I've still got. I don't know if you were doing the hobby when it was the original Magic Black, Abaddon Black Wash.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've still got about 20 tubs of it.
Oh wow. Okay. Geez, that's been out of circulation for quite a while now.
Mm-hmm. I did have over 300.
Oh, that's horrifying. Why?
Because
no
of
one
how
needs
good of a paint
300.
it is.
No.
How good.
Can't believe it.
Like, it was the I need to finish this model, all over, shake over drip tray, grab cloth, wipe down, oh look, weather and done. So it was the game of, when they said that that was being discontinued, we were getting hundreds
You were
of them.
basically trying to grab whatever you could get.
Yeah. So it was the game of, I'm sorry, I'm buying them all from your store.
Might need to add a little bit more
Luckily,
water into my wet palette. I think actually it's drying out already because this room's quite dry.
Yeah.
I'm one of my hands is what's the word? Shaking paints. And the other
One
hand
hand
is
shaking paint.
the other hand
The
is
other one getting
preparing the
painted.
paint, preparing the palette. Yeah, I need to put a few drips in this corner, I think.
Yep.
Unfortunately, those of you who thought that Warhammer was a quick and easy painting experience are going to be very disappointed. Because that's not how it works at all.
Well, this is the
Quickest and easiest,
way...
or quicker and easier way of doing it.
Yeah. But I mean, you will be able to take this sort of thing to a tournament and actually rank quite well in a painting competition when you've done no effort. You've just learnt how to dry brush well.
Second.
A lot of people don't realize a lot of the guys that do win, like, best painted army at events literally have their armies painted for them.
Yeah, I know that the company in the UK called Siege Studios that does a lot of it. Got the big stuff at the moment now for tournaments.
I still do half of Team GB's.
Oh, nice. Well, there you go. Makes sense.
They just send me a message saying, we've got this new army, do you mind painting it?
Hey, dude, got a full Leagues of Votan army that I need painted. You got some time? Like,
Well, that's who the Eldar army was for.
makes sense. Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not admitting to how many hours I put into that. But the army looks gorgeous, so can't
I
complain.
am just going to go and grab a little glass of water to fully wash out the paintbrush because I knew I was forgetting something. There's always one thing. I'll be right back, chat.
Yep. I think I have unopened second edition era paints in storage somewhere. Oh, some of those will be good. Some of them will not ever work again. That's the big part. Some of them, the hex paints were dependent on what there was 3 parts of the hex paints paint, and depending on which ones they were, depending on whether it was good or shit. And that was it. It'd either clump up or it would never clump.
So the first thing I do is pour all of the Tesseract glow all over the model, right? That's how that works? Just
No.
cover it in Tesseract glow. Done. Necrons completed. Next model.
I could go get some Necrons out. I don't want to. No. Be good. Be good.
My issue with Necrons is just how flimsy they are to transport and stuff, let alone paint and such.
So your solution of the magnetic trays works.
Yes.
I have a contact at the... It's like a battle phone place. And I just say to the lady that works there and runs it with her husband and go, I need this, 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 and this in a tray.
Fair.
And about half an hour later, it's when are you coming to pick it up?
Okay, nice. Sweet, yeah.
So when I've done Necrons, like my full rusted Necron army
Ooh,
is in there.
very nice. A full like rusted Necron army is real cool, to be fair. Okay, I've got Dawnstone to mix with this.
Yep.
So
you're going to do like a 50-50 mix. It's not a massive mix, and you just go a little bit lighter than what you were this time. So not completely, oh yeah, hands off dry brushing moment. you're going to still cover quite a potential amount of it, but it's like a 50-50 mix before you go to the next layer down, which will be 100% of this dry brush.
I definitely didn't make the age-old smart choice of just resting my arm on my dabbing paper and end up with paint and a wet arm. That's definitely didn't happen. At least I didn't drink my paint water.
I was about to say, at least you haven't drunk your paint water yet.
Yet. Yeah. Should have used a larger brush for mixing these. I normally do.
Balthazar says the music's a bit loud since the ads.
Thank you, Balthazar. Very kind of you to let me know. Thank you.
I am basically the TTS for you guys as well.
Perfect. That's what we like. Brush filthy, clean brush, a little bit better after using. Who isn't a paint water sommelier? I don't think that I want to become a sommelier for paint water. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I just don't think that's really that much of a good idea.
I'll be honest, the amount of times that I have accidentally taken a swig of the water thinking, oh yeah, it's water. But no, that's paint water.
Do you not look at what you're drinking before you drink it? Is that
No.
Oh, okay, fine. Is that what? How? Okay, fine. You know what? I don't actually want to ask questions anymore. I'm fine without.
I'll be honest. Like when you're doing an absolute massive paint session, you get so locked in on the model. You know where your cup is to drink, but you can guarantee you've moved it, and the paint water is there at some point.
Hilarious.
And it's your focus, and it's like, oh yeah, I'll just grab a swig. You start getting the drink, and it's like, nope, that's paint water.
It doesn't take long, I would imagine.
No.
Yeah, I've never drunk paint water accidentally.
So you've done it on purpose?
Yes.
Ooh.
When I was a teenager, we used to have a thing where, like, occasionally you'd be doing a drinking game at a party, and one of you would dare the other person to call up the most recent person you phoned and ask them to drink the nearest thing to them. And I got a phone call from my mate one day. I think I was in the middle of just make some wine. I was like, you know what? I'll drink the nearest thing to me, and it was paint water. I didn't say I was a smart teenager, chat. Like, be real, I never claimed that. Never claimed that.
You know what? I've decided I'm doing a Nid showpiece.
Nice. I don't think the Tyranids get shown off enough anymore. They were really big because of the Battle of Macragge stuff. Obviously, like way back when, but I just don't think they've. I don't know. I don't know if they're as standout cool as some of the other factions that have had some more love in recent years. Like Necron's obviously got a huge amount of love with the release of 9th and 10th and stuff. Last couple of years.
Like, one of my friends is very well known for only playing Tyranids. And I say he's a good friend. He's asked me to paint his models plenty of times. His Tyranids are bright blue.
Bright? How bright blue are we talking? Give me like a Chaos faction or like a Space Marine faction of blue.
Brighter than Thousand Suns.
Like blue octopus ring kind of blue, like that kind of vibrant. Okay, I mean, I guess it does appear in nature as a color.
However, he is known, and people have like gone up against him, and he's gone up against a lot of the team UK lot very regular. And one of them was like, "Oh yeah, it's Nids. I'm gonna walk over them."
Oh, they're a good faction.
Like, at the time when he said this, they weren't.
Okay, interesting.
And the head of the team turned around and went, yes, but they're his blue Nids. Have you heard the nightmare of blue Nids? And he went, no. And he went, you will have at the end of this match.
That's what I was like. There was a local game for a while, and people were like, oh yeah, you know. Florence says, as a Space Marine faction, they were like, oh, Space Marines aren't that difficult. Raven Guard aren't that special. The problem is that I rock up with 20 Vanguard veterans, and when that just like drops on your line on the first turn and starts ripping you apart with power claws, people shit themselves, especially if you're playing Tau.
You might not have liked my Tau army.
Probably not.
It was only a few robots.
Oh.
30 of them.
30 robots, okay.
All with melters and plasmas, and a couple with rail cannons sat at the back. There's no armor.
So again, for those of you who are not necessarily seeing a huge amount of progress, the coloration difference is now pretty stark from just 2 coats of the base coat. So you can now see how much more highlighted that other miniature is. It makes a significant difference doing 2, just basically kind of not all over, but semi-focused areas of dry brushing. To be honest, you can just kind of brush it all over. If you've got like a uniform colored like faction,
So,
you can just slap it all over really if you need to.
Yeah. I would also do your what's it called? Bloodletter.
Good point. Well made.
Because you're going to see a massive difference on the swap over. Need to paint my Tyranids that I've had. Oh, honestly, Tyranids are amazing. Tyranids are amazing. I love them.
You did a drink. I had a sip, Outclaw. It was definitely a sip. I'm not going to drink a full thing of paint water. I'm not a monster. Well, maybe I am, but... I know there are better lenses and camera settings I could probably be using for this, so I might have to look at that if I'm doing these... I mean, I've got so many to paint that, like, it's going to be wild. So for those of you who are here and don't necessarily know, for every tier 3 sub that I'm getting until 20th of March, I'm going to be painting 1 Warhammer miniature for that member. And this is all part of us trying to reach our Twitch Partner Plus program. So, this is so that we can get a 70-30 split here on Twitch, and so that Twitch stops taking 20%, excuse me, on their side, more than they would, and it means that I basically have a 40% income increase, because 70-30, 50-50. The PvP program is very important. If we do reach 300 points today, which is not impossible, we're at 232 last time I updated it, probably a little bit more now, possibly a little bit more now. I will paint the Dreadnought, which is basically a whole stream for me to paint a Dreadnought. That's going to be huge. As a special, I'll probably do it as a special weekend stream.
Yeah, if you do get that, I will happily sit and talk you through some other things like object source lighting and all the other bits.
I've never done object source lighting, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Have you ever done non-metallic metallics?
No, because I just use metallics like metal color shift stuff because it's fun. I like metals. I know that you can make it look like metal when it isn't metal, but I would rather just have a metal so that it...
Yeah. All I'm going to say is the non-metallic metallics I was taught how to do, you wouldn't believe that some of the Grey Knights that were on boxes when Grey Knights got released in plastic were done in non-metallic metallic.
Oh, very cool.
Because we were bored and we wanted a challenge.
You know what? Fair. Like, why not?
We were down to like 2 jobs that month, so it was like, okay.
The funny thing is that these now look like they haven't been base coated, which is hilarious.
Yes. But you'll also find you've now got a lot of like light areas, dark areas.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, if I can just compare the backs of the two different bloodletters, like you can see, yeah. You can see that the one that's just base coated here has got so much like different definition than this one here.
Yeah.
Yeah, wild. Fear the Grey Army, don't fear the Grey Army. The unpainted army is not fear worthy. Can't strike fear into the hearts of the enemies.
Yep. So now the next bit is an even lighter dry brush with your lighter grey or potentially white.
I've got Grey Seer and then Grey Seer, then Ceramite White.
Yeah, so I would go probably Gracia next as the lightest dry brush layer, and then purposely only hitting like the real high points with the Ceramite.
Ceramite, yeah. Ceramite's real light.
Yeah.
Okay, chat, the ads are going to be starting up in just a second. Please get some water, stretch your legs, grab yourself a snack, look after yourselves. I will be right back after those adverts. I'm going to go and mix up this next set of paint and get myself a drink because I've run out.
Yep.
I need to hydrate. And we will be right back in a couple of minutes. So please do look after yourself. I very much appreciate all of you. And we will be back after the ads, which I've just started. Whoop.
Launch Combat Patrol, miniatures, launch.
That doesn't look like getting a drink. What do you call this then? Haha. Water. What? Ah. Yeah, I would never keep paint or wash paint in this, so I can know that I'm safe to drink this because I'm not an idiot. I look at what I drink before I drink it. I can see why people might fall afoul of that. Not a problem I'm known for suffering from. I've never done a
Doesn't
24-hour
happen.
stream. To be fair, in my defense, I've never accidentally forgotten about the stream timer and done a 24-hour stream. That would be a bit much. I've never managed to do that.
What was it? Was 20-something hours was the long one?
Under 24, I think, is the important part that we can all take away from this conversation. Balth knows what's up. It was only 2.2 hours. A mere 2.2.
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Welcome back after the ads, everyone. We're about to get started on our next follower, which means I need to get this Gracia all working.
Yep.
It's really weird because some of the paints have separated, some of them haven't separated, but they just dried out.
Yeah.
And they've just gone harder.
We were talking about some of the octagonal paints, the old ones.
Oh yeah, I've still got a
And
couple of those somewhere, I think.
There was 3 chemicals in them, and one of them, if you had
Hi, Bailey.
it with that in it clumped, another one would dry out, and the other one was perfectly fine. It'll just separate.
Hi, Bailey. You've been outside and you're shouting at me. Yeah, I've got a bunch of paint out, so I can't really do much. Well, you can, I mean, if you want to come up on the desk, you can. Oh, there you go. Spare Human came to rescue me from being stolen by B. Because B can't be around paints, chat. It's not good for him. Nellis, I hope that you slept well, buddy. Good to see you. Okay, this one, Gracia. No, yes,
Yep.
Gracia.
Yep. And this is where you're going to start getting to the stage of so little paint on the brush. You're sat there going, but it's not doing a lot. And it's like, you don't want it to do a lot at this point.
So I basically want to be having minimal impact is how I'm seeing it. Okay, so I've got very, very little on the brush. I'm going to start with the blood letter for this one, just for ease. Even then, I think I might still have too much on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But this is why you've got the blood letter to practice.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you can see as I start putting the this on, it really does bring out all of those like little dots. It brings out every single edge of the horns. It's bringing out, you know, each of the exposed kind of raised areas very, very well.
Yep. And basically, you're effectively doing the highlight with never highlighting it.
Yeah.
It's great. Because if you look on the arm, it gives a perfect example of why it's so good, because it's catching all the edges of the muscling and everything else, but it's going to leave all the rest of it dark enough that means you don't care.
I brush quite lightly more than anything, because it's about not putting too much pressure through the brush.
Yep. And then the last stage is the white, which you have to do even lighter.
Oh, I mean, that's gonna be a challenge.
Yeah. There is basically no paint on the brush.
Okay.
And you are only touching the bits that you want to super highlight.
Like the face, the coordinate symbols, the things that you want really to pop.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, for me on that one, it would be things like the veins on the arm.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
The face itself, maybe the ridges on the horns. Like, right on, in the Space Marines case, it'll be right on the edges where you're going to have had wear on the plates and the tiniest bits. And it doesn't matter if you miss sections either, because it will make it look more realistic.
True, yeah, because no one has a consistent wear on their armor, etc. Like there's always variation, etc. That's always my issue. My Marines I don't tend to deal with damage on them or anything, or to make them look too distinct, because ultimately, like they are batch painted to look like they're basically like kind of combat fresh. You know, they're being deployed out. That was kind of the goal when I did them, was to make them not be weathered. But now I could probably do. I don't need to do any of these as I quite like the idea of doing a Blood Angels army. I like the red. I love the gold of the Sanguinary Guard. Really, really love some of the Blood Angel stuff as well. So I might do some of these into Blood Angels.
If you ever do want to do Sanguinary Guard, there is a way of you have to do it with the gold spray base.
Yeah, Retributor armor base, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't know if they even do that one anymore, because they did stop it for a while.
That would suck.
But the whole idea is you start with that, you do 2 washes a shade, and then grab one of the golds and literally the lightest dry brush on earth and done.
Okay, interesting.
And they look stunning. Because it looks like it's that weathered gold. Like, it's not too shiny, it's not too dark. It just looks gorgeous.
The ominous like chanting in the from the game in the background is kind of like wham. Did I see the annual report from the Helldivers devs? I did not. Tell us about it, chat. Bring us your news while we do this Warhammering. Missed the backside of the gun on a couple of bits. Get that.
Yep.
Yeah. Rails. Right, okay, that is likely. I'll do the boots up a lot so I can weather them if I need to. And the rock.
Yep.
May need to redo some of the rock, but
Well, the rock you'd paint last anyway when you do the basing and everything.
yep. Okie dokie.
It's not like you're going to be crazy and static flock them, are you?
Sorry, what?
So you don't want realistic looking grass on them?
Not quite. No, I'm quite alright. So there you go, chat. Unpainted, and this has had the 3 base coats on it. So you can really see the difference, like how much it stands out, how much you can see the details of the model. Even like particularly the side of the guns, for example. Like look at the detail that you can actually see.
Yeah. So this is where you're going to want the shades. You can either use like not a shade, the contrast paint.
Well,
You
let me.
can
I
also-
still need to do the ceramite whites on a couple of bits. So let me do that. I want to do that on like the shoulder trim, etc. to make that really pop out. Although that's gonna get
Yep.
painted over anyway, theoretically. So
Yep.
properly seal the. The one thing I don't like about the new circular paints from Citadel is the fact that, like, on the back of them, this little, the hinge mechanism means that you get a slight lift here, and that can basically let air in and make the paint dry out. That's what I don't like about them. But I don't dislike them enough to bother repotting them all, because that is, I would probably rather have ass cancer, like. Awful. The idea of replacing all of these into like dropper bottles, for example, like some people have, it blows my mind the effort that people are willing to go to do that.
Yep. Like, don't get me wrong, there is a couple of paints that I do move into dropper bottles.
Yeah, but Citadel ones?
Yeah. But it is
Interesting.
literally like 3 paints and that's it. Everything else, I'll use the pots.
You say it's not hard to move into bottles, but like it's not hard to move one to the bottle, but like how many paints are we talking about? Because like this is some of my paints up there, like just a few, and then there's more underneath, and then you've got like that set under there. So it's about the amount of time versus the reward of actually doing what I need to do there, like If I talk like this, you can hear that I'm vibrating.
Oh. Cthulhu Lords moved the whole collection of paints.
You moved the whole... Did you find that it was worth it? Did you actually... I absolutely understand how that could be worth it. Don't get me wrong. I completely see why someone would want to do that. I know why people do like dropper bottles as opposed to Citadel ones. But did you find that doing the whole collection was actually worth it? Because that must have taken quite a while, like a day or two to do. I'm surprised at how well the paints have actually survived all this time, to be fair.
Yeah, they do seem to have got that down to an art of making sure that the paints are actually decent.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you had to add a couple of drops of water in, like 1 drop of water, then shake it up, and if it's still too thick, add a drop of water in. But you do that anyway. Like when you're when you're painting it, you already thin your paints anyway. So if you thin the paints in the bottle, a small amount, like it's not going to harm them. It has dried out. It's better than throwing them away.
Well,
the whole thing.
It was definitely the older paints had that issue of and okay, that's in the bin.
Yep, yeah. It had like 2 or 3 different states depending on what the paint was that would you'd be like, and you're gone.
Yep.
How many minis are we at from T3s? Theoretically, about 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 31. There you go. So my gut feeling guess was pretty close. I'll take that. Well, that'll win.
I need to find a Tyranid to paint.
A Tyranid? Okay.
Yep. So whilst you're doing the extreme highlighting, I'm gonna look on Games Workshop again for like the 3rd time today.
Element Games, my man. Oh wait, I guess you've pretty got contacts at GW, haven't you?
I use Element still.
Oh, nice. Okay, fair enough.
But what I'll do is I'll look on Games Workshop because I can get the 3D images.
Of course, that makes sense. Yeah.
So it's find exactly what I want, and then there you go.
We've got combat logged. So AFK logged. Thank you very, very much. Pepita, thank you for the tier 3 sub, adding you to the 30-second. If you know what you would like your model to look like, please do let me know. And if you don't, we can work it out. But thank you very much, Peter. You are an absolute legend. I really do appreciate the love and the support. Another tier 3 sub taking us to a total of how many sub points? I need to update the goal. Oh, 232 still. It's probably delayed, so I'm sure Balthazar will tell me when it's updated, because Balth's really on that at the moment today. So I'm going to go back to painting, get this paintbrush ready. Just washed it out completely, actually, because it's easier to wash out the brush completely and then remove all of the pigment from it, and then to start with a tiny, tiny amount of the white, ceramite white.
I really don't know what I want to do for these.
Matt is not a sheep. Thank you very much for the tier 3 sub as well. Matt, you are a legend. Matt, I will add you to the list. Thank you very much, buddy. I really appreciate you, dude. How are you, Matt? How was your time yesterday after the TTRPG? For those of you who don't know, I've got a TTRPG with Luther at the weekend. I was talking to a few people about it on comms yesterday. We are playing Draw Steel. Matt, do you have a preference of your Space Marine Legion / colorations for what I paint for your one?
How big are the Nords?
How big are the what?
Nordas Simulator, an emissary. Ooh,
no idea.
Yeah, right. That'll do.
Will it? Okay.
Yep, I've found what I like.
Chalamander12, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy. You are very, very awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you all a great deal for today. We are at 244 on the PP goal. If we hit 300 today, which is looking slightly less likely as it gets later, but possible, I will promise to paint a Dreadnought, and I will allow it to be raffled out to one of the tier 3 subs who will get to choose the color scheme for the Dreadnought, should they so wish. If you are a tier 3 sub, that's what we're currently pushing for, because you get 6 sub points, but every single tier 1, every single prime, every single sub is massively valued. Thank you all so much. Matt, you're an absolute legend. Thank you very much. We are at 244 on the Partner Plus program now, which is great. Let me grab some more white.
Popster says blue with green highlights. Basically, not another Space Marine. And Matt's not a sheep says dealer's choice.
Nice. Thank you, Matt. The future said blue with green highlights, yeah?
Blue with green highlights.
Yeah. That's a very popular color scheme right now, seems.
Time to log into Element.
What was that? Sorry, it sounded like your wallet was crying out in pain.
Oh, no. I know the owners of Element. I have a very nice deal with them going.
I mean, I guess given what you were doing work-wise, it makes sense.
If, like, they want something painted for display, they just message me and go, here.
Hey,
And
would like this, please.
Yeah.
Very nice. What a great deal, man.
It does mean that, like, spending weeks on them can happen.
Oh, I can imagine. Like, you can do some huge paint projects, I would imagine. Right, chat. I just realized it was off camera. My bad. So as One Proud was saying, this is the kind of the very, very light coat right at the end with white that I'm trying to get kind of key areas that I would want to bring some definition to highlighted. Highlit or highlighted?
Don't know which one.
Where's Susie Dent when you need her, man? If there was like an AI companion of Susie Dent, I would 100% subscribe to that. Whenever you're wondering, like on any word, Susie Dent would know. For those of you who don't know who Susie Dent is, she is the smart one on Countdown, who knows all of the words. She's the arbiter of the dictionary. He knows a lot about etymology, which is different from entomology, which is insect science. Okay, that is likely all of the highlighting. Oh no, let me do some of the boots, but weathering reasons. Right, do you ever get it right at the end of doing a dry brush when like there is literally very little paint left on the dry brush and you're like, I'm just gonna press a little bit harder to try and get some of the paint out, but you're like, not too hard.
Yep. And then you get to the point of, did I do too much? Please no.
At this point, I'm not going to know until the contrast is on if I've done too much, I think is how that works.
Yeah. The big thing is, like, once you get used to it, you will start doing some incredible things with it. Like, you'll learn that you can get away with not doing certain highlights and doing them as post-highlighting and little things like that. And, yeah, you can have fun with it. Well, my email's sent.
Nice.
I've asked for 2 Nord emissaries to do a paint scheme with. I'll get told how much that's going to rob me.
Yep, that's off in the way of it. Now, I think I want to take a chunk out of this guy's shoulder. There we go, chat. Look at that. That's very, very different looking than at the start, just in terms of the lightness, the highlighting. If you want the comparison piece, this is what it started as, and this is what it ended as. And now we do the contrast paint, if I recall.
Yes. So
This means
now
I need a larger paintbrush. I'll get that large one with the fucked up bristles that you saw earlier.
No, you want your white one that's right by your hand. Yep.
You just use a
basing brush or a layer brush.
Really?
Anything like that. I put it on very delicately so I can also guide it.
Oh, okay. This is, yeah, I mean, this will be the bit where we mess it all up, but that's just the underpainting. Yep. Yes, Freya, but the next step is literally putting on contrast paint, then you're pretty much done. That's why the contrast paint system is so effective. You do all of that, now I put one coat of paint over this, and it's done. Yeah. Maybe if I put varnish or gloss on it afterwards. But that's a spray.
It's like, for the blood letter from here, what I would be doing is I'd paint the red. I'll then gloss black the blade before I did flame highlight and all up the blade. That's it, done. But that's me wanting to do flame highlighting, so I'd have to gloss black the blade. The rest of the time, there's no need.
Thank you for reminding me about the blade. Need to get the right angle on this.
Yeah, painting the edges on those are problematic.
The leading edge is that way. I go that. The one thing I've learned on swords is if you can, get the brush strokes to be as if they are like bloodlines and it's moving through the air. Because that way you can actually get a bit of motion into stuff with your highlighting. The brush strokes naturally stick around if you're using a contrast, if I recall correctly, slightly.
They do if you're not careful. It's why you also do kind of want the synthetic brushes, because they leave less of a line in the contrast paint.
Okay. Yeah, the synthetic brushes I think are a newer thing for me because I'm not used to using those. I don't really know a lot about them. I just know they changed from being a black handle to a white handle. It's pretty much all I noticed that changed.
Effectively, for somebody that's painted before, treat it as how you would have like a normal detail brush.
Okay.
You're not going to lose as many bristles. That's it. If you were a completely new painter, I'll teach you the other way of using them. But if you've painted before, you're never going to break one of the habits.
Fair. Is that habit that you're never going to break the one where you drink the paint water?
No.
Okay.
It's where you actually hold on the paintbrush. Yeah. So, just for instance, keep moving it in, keep moving it up. And I'm not joking. Keep going. There.
Are you on crack, my friend?
That's where I paint.
Look at the amount of wasted paintbrush I have. This is like, look at how much money we could have saved.
Yeah.
Ruchi, thank you very much for that. Tier 1 sub, buddy. 6 months resub. You're an absolute legend. It's lovely to see you, dude. How are you?
But the one for it is because you've painted before, you're used to having your fingers at the back of the ferrule. That's how people learn themselves.
Yeah.
So, if you can slowly move yourself forward, you will find you have more detail.
More control, I can imagine, yeah. It would make sense. Okay, right, so we're done with the white. We're done with the greys. We are done with everything except for, I'm guessing, Blood Angel's red. Or...
Yep.
Yeah, Blood Angel's red.
Yep. So, however hard you have shaken the others, double it for the contrast paint.
Okay, well, we're going to be here until the next ad break. Fine.
Yeah. The reason for it
They're
is
suspension, aren't they?
Yeah, if these begin to separate, they're a nightmare. So you kind of... These are probably the only paint in most people's collection that should be shaken on like a 2-3 monthly basis of, have I used it? No. Is it open? Yes. Go shake it.
I mean, on the bright side, if you live in like mainland US, you're going to be okay because the regular earthquakes that you get from somewhere like California will shake your paints up for you. That's probably the only positive thing I could say about living in an earthquake zone is that it would potentially shake. It's not going to shake your paints up enough. It'll shake your paints, chat.
Yeah. Like...
No, that was... I'm having dumb science ideas. I was thinking if I put a couple of neodymium magnets inside of the thing and then I put one and I glued one to the end of the shaker, could I make myself a hands-free way of doing this? But it's probably not a great idea. That's going to go horribly wrong.
So, the way that I know people have done it, you get like you go to like B&M and get a little paint, like the shower tub things that'll hold like 5 or 6 paints.
Okay,
and then you connect that to the side of it and you just leave it running. You'll shake them all. So it's just literally a box that you're filling up with
by
the
the same logic, I just get all of my paints, I just gaffer tape it to the top of the lawnmower and I go and mow my lawn. Like that, genuinely, that might actually just make more sense, because that would work. Just walking back and forth, you know, you're mowing your lawn for like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, they're going to be well shaken doing it that way.
The magnet thing, you'll end up creating electrical charge? Cool. A blender or a wash? You know what? I'll put my paints in the blender. Thanks, dude. That helps. Great idea, Alpha. You know what? I'm going to immediately do that. Let's sack all of this off. Straight in the blender.
Uh,
Do that for.
but yeah, once it's well shaken, these are the most fun paints you'll ever have.
There we go. Let's see if this actually shook it up enough, shaked it up enough again. I'm not actually sure how to know whether this will be of the right consistency. It looks like it is, but how am I going to know?
Does it look like there's lumps floating?
There's a couple of small bubbles, but no lumps.
Then it's fine.
I
What
mean, look, you can see, chat. Look, you see? No lumps, just bubbles.
So one of the weird traits with contrast paints is it can dry out in the tub. And
Interesting. Okay.
It's like a skin that you get on it.
Okay.
And if you see that skin on it, you usually the general thought is, "Oh, pull it off." If you shake it back up, the skin goes.
Okay, I'm guessing it's an oxidized layer of the paint.
Effectively, yeah. It's you don't need to actually do anything with it.
Okay.
So what you want to do here is start from the top down, and it's a finish layer. You don't really want to use your wet palette.
Direct from the brush, direct from the pot, just onto a
I
very
would
small
not. So I have a second wet palette that is the contrast medium wet palette, because if it mixes with water, this can go horribly, horribly wrong. Basically, if you're going to do it, use a tiny bit of your kitchen roll to just wipe off any excess.
What I'm hearing is only take a really, really tiny amount of contrast paint at a time and try and avoid like having an excess. Okay.
Yeah. And if you start by just going over something like the face, you may want to move out and to the left a little bit. There you go. It will basically auto highlight and low light everything. And you do one thin layer, and then you can do another thin layer after. And it is always thin layers are better in this case. Because what you'll notice yourself, and it will be very hard to see on the camera, is like all the shading is pre-done. Like, this is why I love doing this method, because all shaded, all highlights are done. And yeah.
As long as I don't leave too much paint on one spot, I can actually take quite a lot of paint onto the paintbrush originally. And as long as I'm just making sure to be very careful with how I move it around, actually, I can have... kind of feels like I can take more paint than I was expecting to be able to take. Or that I would, if I was using, for example, a base, like a basic acrylic, like I would take a far less. I would never dip in as far as that. It's certainly.
So I personally don't like carrying a lot of paint on the brush, just in case, like, I need to stop because I've noticed something.
Yeah.
Like, say I've noticed that a highlight isn't quite right.
What do you do in that? So if I notice, like now, for example, that the highlight on this arm was slightly off, what would you do?
I would see whether I can correct it now, so like re-highlight it now.
Okay.
If it's wrong completely, I would debate leaving the arm and repainting it.
Okay.
But worst case scenario, I can correct it after with washes.
Okay, fair enough, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
It depends how bad it is. If it's like I've missed an important highlight, it would just be, you know what, I'll highlight it. If it needs me to repaint a load of it, it's like, do I want to do it after, or do I do it as a repair job? And 9 times out of 10, it is better to just do it later.
Fair enough.
Correct it
Okay.
with washes, because otherwise there'll be mistakes everywhere.
You mean like enamel kind of washes or just null oil wash?
Well, the new shades.
New shade? Oh, you mean like the
Yeah.
like the ones I've got in here, like more like not necessarily modern earth, but like Reichland flesh shade, for example.
Yeah, the flash shades and things like that, because that would be the next one for you to do over this. Is you would then go, have I got a red shade or a darker brown shade? If you wanted to have them a more browny, dirty color instead
Dirty
of the bright
cornite
red.
bastards. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean,
And-
you can see the definition on the arm, like with the highlighting, the way that the arm. I wonder if I can get to focus properly. Yeah, you can see
Trying to
them, like the veins on the arms, etc.
Yep.
Really cool. Okay, nice. I can see why the system, why this way of doing it works so well.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering
Well-
what I want to do with the sword, actually.
But remember, when you go to tournament, the general rule is 3 colors.
Yes.
You look at the arm, you think there's more than 3 colors there.
True. I mean, technically
So-
there is, because there's, you know, all the greys and stuff are separate colors. So I guess, you know, technically it is.
So by
You still get
technicality,
points at tournaments, like play
yes.
tournaments, based on if your army is painted versus not.
yes. At the Games Workshop tournaments, yes, there are some points involved. They will know if your army is painted by other people because, like,
You can tell it's their job.
Yeah. Well, I know the person that runs our tournament still, and he talks to a lot of us people that are known to paint in the community for armies, and he just goes, when they're done, just send us a picture. So if somebody tries to bullshit us, we've got proof. And it's like, yeah.
We do. Hang on, let me do. Inodia, thank you very much for the 100 bits. You are an absolute legend. We do something similar with artwork. So, for example, if for the game jam we come up with something that was like that we really suspect is AI artwork, because obviously AI artwork is against the rules of the game jam. AI generated art. If we strongly suspect that something is AI art, what we do is we ask them to provide the layers, like basically the work in progress stuff, because everybody who does art has you have the layers of the item. You know, you've got like previous versions saved, whereas if you're using AI to generate the art, you're not going to have that. And it's the same kind of thing. You're basically saying, yeah, give us a photo of you making it, or something of you in the progress of making it. And it lends credence to the fact that it's, you know, it's real. We can say, yeah, we've seen them making it. Same kind of thing.
Like, when I started doing all the silly dolphins that I've got for mine with, like, the bits and pieces on mine, it was like, I had sketch layer after sketch layer on Photoshop. And it was
Exactly.
like, this doesn't look good. Moving a flipper over this side just for the sake of moving a flipper. But
Yeah, I didn't enjoy. I've put off painting these bloodletters for probably,
too long.
I want to say
For the
like
wrong size base.
4 or 5 versions since the new bloodletter models came out. Since bloodletter went into plastic is when I got these, because they used to be metal.
Yeah.
Wild. So yeah, I've been putting these off for a while because actually, as a sculpt, they're both very flimsy and it's real difficult to get to them once assembled. And I didn't really think about that when I built them.
I'm just having a quick look at the normal bloodletters now. Because they've had a rebox. Have they been completely redone?
Well, I imagine when they did the Angron release, etc., they did a bunch on. I imagine they would have done a bunch on the Cornate Demons as well, wouldn't they?
They've just redone the box, not the internals.
Okay, so they're still using these plastic bloodletters then. Interesting.
Yep. Exact same ones.
Okay, how do I want to do the sword?
So you would either go with a black contrast paint up the blade, or you would paint it a bone color and basically go nuts.
I'm thinking about using the fact that it is currently quite light to use one of the color shift paints on to try out how those are now.
Yeah.
To be honest, I might just do that.
Well, that gets to show off a different type of paint, so
Yeah.
100% agree there. Like,
Ross
color
Light, thank
shift-
you very much for the resub, buddy. You are awesome.
Color shift paints, I don't know if it's the ones that you've got, but do work better over a gloss black.
Yeah, I've got the Mystic White. I think I've done it on the black before. It needs to be on a lighter. It needs to be on a grey. I think when I tried it.
Fair enough.
That's what it's black. I mean, it's
I-
white onto black is always going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I always try to research if I'm using a different paint from a different company,
Yes.
exactly what they recommend, and then I'll do a tester of my own where it's like I might have like 20 shoulder pads where I do increments from one extreme to another.
Okay. Presso Depresso, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. 6 months at tier 3 as well. Absolutely huge of you, dude. I will add you to the list. Do you have a preference, Cresso, on what kind of paint scheme you would like to see on the mini eye paint for your sub? Thank you very much, Cresso. You're an absolute legend. Thank you as well to Rostlight as well for that 9 months of tier 1. Amazing support. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate both of you being here. Let me check the PP goal. Let's do this. What are we saying? Are we saying 250? Oh my god, a nice round 250. We are already further than the entirety of last month. You guys are absolutely awesome. And I really don't deserve the support. Sometimes it's what I feel like, but I will try to feel better about it. Thank you very much, Balthazar. Never really painted enough patience. Oh, it's okay. We can do a streamer's choice. I can use it as an experiment one. It's actually quite nice to be painting again. I'm not really sure what I'm doing, if I'm doing a good job with it, but I feel like I'm not doing the worst job I've ever done.
So this is why I love contrast paints, because it's a way, if you know how to do the dry brushing stage, you can do a much better job than you could ever do with a brush. So it's like, okay, I'm not going to complain at that. No insult. Anybody that can paint well, but at the same time, if you can't paint well, cheat.
Well, I mean, painting well is a really interesting concept, because it's just utilizing a different bunch of skills and kind of tricks and knowledge and color theory well together. A lot of it's very ephemeral. So I guess where's that line between cheating and just knowing tricks to make things do the things you want to do? Like, you know that you get more control if you hold the paintbrush further down, so you can do fine detail better. Where's the line between that kind of trick and it being a bit of a cheat to be able to do detail work? Like, that's really subjective.
Yeah. Like, for me, it definitely comes down to how long you've had to practice. Like, I could teach you to do the same tricks as what contrast paint is doing, but I would need you to know how contrast paints do the job.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Vector, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. 10 months. Absolutely amazing. You're an absolute king. Thank you very much, Spectre. Spectre, how are you enjoying Dune? And also, do you have a preference on your miniature? We're 8 tier 3. We're only 8 tier 3 individual subs away. That's absolutely wild. Thank you so much, Spectre. Cresso, Depresso. Dreamer's Choice. I've written SC, so I'm going to forget what that means. I'm going to be like, what do you mean Star Citizen? Do you have a preference, Spectre, on what you would like to see for your painted miniature? 256, thank you, Balthazar. Absolute legend. Jeez, I can't believe it. 256, thank you so much, chat. You guys really have absolutely smashed it out of the park today. I cannot believe how it is. I genuinely. Practice is always number one in art. Yeah, I'm very much out of practice when it comes to my Warhammer stuff. I think that's half of the issue. It's I'm very much appreciate having one Pratt here to guide me through it all again. Because while most of it's just validations, validating that what I was doing isn't totally wrong. It's just reminding the correct order and giving a bit of confidence. Chat, the ads are about to start. Please get yourself a drink of water. Please grab yourself a snack and look after yourself. We'll be back after the ads. We've still got some more painting to do. I've got this color shift to try out, which I'm still shaking up. And then we've obviously got our first miniature to paint of the day for our Blood Angels character. We can go from there. So look after yourselves during the ads. As you know, this is how we don't have pre-rolls. And I will be right back.
Cool.
Welcome back, everybody, after the ad break. Thank you very much for bearing with us. I'm here shaking up color changing paints, as always. Still, from the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I'm glad. I'm glad, Presso. I'm glad you're enjoying. This one definitely seems like I put a ball bearing in the bottom of it, because I don't know if you can hear this across the stream, but like, you can hear there's something inside that, a bit like a rattle can. Whereas the other color shift one from the same brand doesn't have that, which is real interesting. So let me grab another one.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love color shift paints, but
A bitch.
yeah. It's still the same people. The guys at Element have already replied, yeah, we'll get in the post tomorrow. Cool.
Amazing.
I am tempted to just jump on the train, go up and collect it, but...
Where are Element based?
The guys that I know are in Stockport.
Is that where their main location is?
It's where the original one is.
Yeah,
There's
I
now,
remember them having a couple of them.
There's now London, Birmingham, Stockport, Nottingham, Newcastle, and Sheffield.
Oh, damn. See, I like to do with my demon blades. I like to make them slightly warped to make it look a little bit like there's crackling along. Sorry, I'm not on camera.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's the camera's crashed.
Turned off. Where's the camera gone?
It crashed, and there we go.
There we go.
Like I try and get some of the bristle textures in it to make it look a little bit like lightning crackling across. Because demon blades have all kinds of warp sorcery, so I like to put a little bit of texture into the blades where I can. Whereas if I show you the blades that I use on like Space Marines, I can do this in blue.
I'm gonna have to teach you the power weapon trick to do full-on gorgeous power weapons.
See, I've seen a lot of them, and I know there's a bunch of good tricks to them, but I quite like doing like my demon weapons to make them basically like Bane Iron, because like demons obviously aren't using power weapons. You know, it's not they've got demonic forces and they've got all kinds of magic and eldritch force going through it. Like it's more about that. Where is my other one? I need the.
I think a lot with the color shift ones, if you can do it over like the steel effects or something that's got a decent shine to it, you are going to get a benefit.
Oh, see, I'm not using the full color shift on this one because it's not the right kind of weapon for it. If I had a black gloss base coat and just doing it over that, it would work. But I've done that on my dreadnoughts and stuff. What I'm going to do on this is I will likely put one of the clear coats for the Tamiya over the silver, so you can get hopefully get slightly reflective sheen underneath the silver, underneath the clear. That's my hope. It's been a while since I did it. Last time I did it, I remember it working really well, but that was also like 5 years ago. So it could be rose-tinted glasses, like my rose-tinted paint water.
No, that's what is it? That's that pink lemonade stuff.
Oh, delightful! Yeah, I could just chug that. You know, I'm known for drinking pink lemonade. Of course, Cat knows that I'm a big pink lemonade drinker. Right, let's go and find out which clear Tamiyas I've actually got here with me. I may just try the Tamiya clear red over the silver and see what happens.
It'll look beautiful. It always will.
It's Tamiya clear red. It is the Tamiya clear red X27. Oh, it's unopened. Look at it. Beautiful. A gorgeous liquid.
Yep. And
Hello,
we'll barely
baby
need
doll
shaking.
bites. What's that?
Barely need shaking because it's Tamiya and their paints don't separate.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's actually still a liquid, and it definitely still is, because you can see in the bottom, completely liquid still. Even though this is probably like 3 or 4 years old, unopened.
Like, honestly, it's...
Ooh, I forgot
Tamiya
you shouldn't open them anywhere near
great.
your nostrils, though. Ooh.
That face.
Yeah, who needs glue?
Who needs glue when you've got Tamiya?
Yeah. We need to use a tiny amount of this.
Yep.
I normally do my first bit just off the liquid off the side of the bottle, just to make sure that like you don't get too much, because when you're dunking it in, especially to a fresh bottle, you can really overdo it.
Yep. Oh no, it's stronger than glue. It's way stronger than glue.
Oh yeah, this stuff is... To be honest with you, I probably should have covered it, because I can actually still smell it, and it's...
And people are clipping them perfectly.
Are they? Great. I love that. I love that for them. And for me getting removed from terms of service because I've accidentally done paints. I love Tamiya's products, man. Tamiya probably, if I had to recommend one paint, like one brand, it would be Tamiya. Like their extra thin cement is just, it's just too good to not recommend.
So when I left Games Workshop, they had just brought in the drop a bottle version of the super thin
Oh yeah, yeah.
of their glue, and they gave a load of us, like about 30 or 50 of them to test.
My God.
I've still got about 30 of them because I used Tamiya. It's that moment of, well, we don't use your glue, even like when we're building to paint, we don't use them. Which is why the top drawer in all the paint offices is locked when people are going around, because you'd see like Tamiya glue and all sorts of weird
because
paint.
the offices are up north and they can't have any kind of paint fumes or glue out and about because you know what the northerners are like. Doesn't the layer of red overwrite the previous layers of grey and silver? But the point of having the increasingly light layers means that some of that lightness comes through, so you can see that actually the area kind of has a bit of a glow to it. That's what's being brought through by the previous layers. So the previous layers, Matt, if I just did it onto a base black, it would be very, very different.
Yeah. So to show that, you could just use the
I will
other
I will, yeah.
one and show the complete change.
I will do. So I want the... it's work, definitely, to make it look like it's flame-based, because that's kind of...
Yep.
I can do some highlighting with yellows, etc. if I need to. Grab some of this and just do a bit of a... go over the corn logo. Make that...
And whilst we've been doing this, I've been green stuffing a ferret logo.
Oh, those of you who don't know what green stuff is. Green stuff is basically like a moldable kind of plastic that you can turn into this stuff, so you can make extra bits inside your models. So,
yep.
I assume you're using solid green stuff rather than liquid green stuff. I use liquid green stuff for basically filling lines if I ever need to do like a serious fill line.
So you know they've stopped doing solid green stuff, right?
What?
Yeah. Try Milliput. It's exactly the same stuff.
Yeah.
Just better.
It's hard to see the details on the stream.
Yeah. Like,
look, you can see when I catch the light, you can see the metallic sheen is still coming through beneath the clear red, whereas on the body it really isn't.
yeah.
Look at that. You see the shine differences?
And the it's hard to get it to focus, especially on
The model, yeah.
the model itself.
It work
Like,
better on
it's-
this side. Can you see it better?
might work better on your main camera.
If I go up here. And then
No.
I disappear.
A little bit. It's showing that there's lots of different reds and blacks.
It's still struggling to do it, yeah.
Yeah.
I can...
There you go.
Wonder-
There you go. It's showing it.
What, like there?
Little bit further back, it was showing it absolutely spot on. Bit forward, bit forward. Pretty much where it was focusing. There you go. It's starting to focus on it there. So, yeah,
I'll take
It's
some,
hard
I'll
to
take
show it
some
on
photos and
camera.
chuck them into Discord afterwards so people can see the real detail of it. But if I
Yeah.
just grab the other bloodletter that we haven't been painting and I just chuck some of this on the sword. Like, look at how little that red just comes through immediately. Like,
Yeah.
to compare the two of them, one coat of the red, that's the color difference.
No.
So that's why the highlighting is so important.
The other thing that you could show is the contrast paint straight onto the black, because
Yes,
you
I can
just
do
get
that.
a matte color. You honestly get a matte color, and it's like, like, don't get me wrong,
Bear with me while I
for
clean this
somebody
out.
somebody that's super new to painting, matte color onto it is fine. But
So
when
you want me to do the contrast directly onto the bloodletter? I hope
Yeah,
you know this
so-
feels deeply wrong.
yeah, it for once you see how easy it is for the little bit of dry brushing and then the detail that pops from it, it will always feel wrong from then onwards.
Yeah. Do I have enough paints yet? No, definitely not. Ace the Doctor, thank you very much for the resub. 10 months at tier 1, absolutely huge of you, dude. I really appreciate that support. Thank you so much. Okay, I will just grab this and I'll just basically chuck on some of the contrast paint with this in the same way. So
So you'll get like a very similar color, but you just won't get like the pop of detail. And it's just so that you can see the detail difference. Like, you won't have any detail in the arm. The face you will end up missing bits on, and it's like...
more like using a wash, to be honest.
Yeah. Effectively, the next stage beyond this would be like... You could use like an orange... What's the orange one? I would use something like... is it Magdadon Flame? The contrast that's orange, you would go like very thin over the body of the bloodletter, and then get like a dark red shade to go back over, and you would tone it all down with that, and it would just pop even further. But if you're working from white, you have to go dark to light, back to dark. If you're working from dark, you go dark to light, back to dark, back to light. And it just picks up every detail for you.
So that's one coat there. And just to compare the difference of one coat of the contrast paints on each one of them. Like, with the dry brushing done and without the dry brushing done is fundamentally very, very different.
Yeah.
This is obviously still drying, but it will be a lot darker. There's a lot less definition. And the swords, I mean, look, the swords are night and day. Like, you know, you asked why I put the look at the color difference there. I mean,
like I said, the way that I learn like other paints is I will have 10 of the same thing, paint them all ever so slightly different, and go from there, because you will learn, okay, so if it's a gloss surface and black, it does this. If it's a gloss surface and silver, it does this. If it's a gloss white, it will do this. And then, oh, I need to do such and such with this color. Well, I now know that gloss white is the way that I do that, or gloss black is the way I do that.
yeah, definitely.
And it teaches you a hell of a lot more than what people realize.
Oh yeah, you like do the kind of iterative passes. That's how I did most of my I started mine. So okay, we've now got our actual marine here. The actual mini we're meant to be painting today for the subscribers. So as a reminder to all of you, I am painting one mini per tier 3 subscriber, individual subscriber, not gift subs. As we are going to try and hit the PP point goal, so we can have Partner Plus. That's the goal for the month. So thank you all to all of our excellent tier 3 subs who have been taking today and absolutely smashed it. I will continue this this drive beyond today. Don't worry, this isn't going to be a just today only thing.
So for Arthur in the chat, usually when I'm doing that, I buy the shoulder pack packs to do it, so I just do it on a shoulder pad if I'm learning like a new paint. Keep it dirt cheap.
And it gives you a trim, it gives you, it gives you like an edge bit that you can use, it gives you all kinds of different details you can practice on the shoulders. Yeah, it's a good way of doing it, to be fair. I never really thought about doing it that way.
Like, I'll be honest, the reason I went to the shoulder pads is if I would stick a piece of blue tack in the back to hold them up, and then I've also got that curved surface.
Of course, yeah, you've got the inside. Yeah.
You've got all the different places where you can test how the paint's going to look. And you'll be surprised how often it's, oh, I don't like this, doing it this way, but, oh, look at these 4, I really like how that's come out. So, yeah. But that is the dry brushing lesson.
I mean, yeah, it certainly seems to be, it seems to be working. It's definitely bringing out a lot of good color in the red, particularly. Like, it's a really nice way of doing this.
Yeah, and this is how I would tell anybody that's starting out or wanting to, like, do a mass paint of an army at speed that you can detail later. You could go to tournament with that and then just paint the black sections.
Yeah, I mean, because
away you go.
while this has taken me a while, it's because I've been going to and from. I've not set up for it. I'm not practiced with it. I've been thinking. I've been looking at chat. And if I was doing 5 of these Marines at once, it wouldn't be a matter of I need to switch up the paint between each layer. It'll be I do one Marine, take them off there, put that one on, do it immediately. Very, very quick to do multiple at the same time. It doesn't take as long as one would think to do multiple Marines versus one Marine.
Yeah. So, how I work it out for my time when I'm painting commission stuff is how many models are there, how many models are the same, and add about a minute for the dry brushing per one.
I mean, yeah, I guess when you're a very, very experienced dry brusher, you can get it done in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. And
wild.
It is literally, oh look, whilst the dry brushing phase is on, I can fly through your army.
Yep, pretty much.
But if it's like show standard Marines, for example, I might be on them for like 2 or 3 days each.
Each Marine?
Yeah.
Wow. The idea of spending 2 or 3 full days on each individual Marine does kind of blow my mind.
I won't tell you how long I have spent on one Marine before now.
You have to tell chat now. I mean, otherwise they'll get upset. You know how it is.
6 months.
6 months on a single, working on it like every day or like every week kind of thing.
Every day for about half an hour a day. A lot of it was freehand.
What were you painting on that, if I may ask?
It was a full custom banner. Then I decided I'm going to do a full custom shoulder pad piece. And it ended up being, oh yeah, I'm going to do this. And yeah, scope creep basically.
Ah, yes. Well, I can imagine. Yes.
Because I did a mural on both of the leg pauldrons at the bottom. I did the stuff on the banner. I did stuff on the shoulder pads. And then I ornate did the gun where I also wrapped chain around it and all sorts.
Jesus Christ. Surprised you didn't spend time, like, I know, putting fucking gold leaf on the trim for the characters or something, Something suitably ridiculous, right?
I have actually had to do that for somebody. So, no comment there.
Wild. Wild.
Yeah, they went, is it possible to actually do that with gold leaf so it's as shiny as possible? And I went, it would be the same.
I mean, yeah, because paint is just gold suspension,
Yeah.
You're fine, but sure. Yeah, what the customer asks, what the customer gets, I guess, for a commission. And how that works.
If they say they want gold leaf, I will do gold leaf.
If the customer's going to pay for gold leaf, they get gold leaf.
It's one of those. It's a painful thing, but it will work.
Forgot to paint between his legs. Awkward.
Yep.
What, in your opinion, is the
Well-
most like forgotten about thing that people forget to paint?
As a newer streamer, as a newer painter, sorry, the butt, under the butt, to be precise, behind the back of the backpack piece, so between the backpack and body,
Yep.
or it will be the Aquila or under the arms. They're the miss spots every
The
time.
good news is that none of those spots you just listed I had actually forgotten. It's good. It's what we like. We like not being too bad. Bring the brightness of the backpack up slightly because it's quite dark at the back. Oh, that's much better. There we go. I do have to say, I do like the contrast paints. They are nice and easy. They're very simple to use.
So if you're doing a mass paint job and need it to be quick, easy, but look good,
Nothing
they
else,
are a god
yeah,
tier.
nothing else like it.
Like,
I've
when
heard
you
lots of
think-
very, very good things about them over the past couple of years since they were becoming more and more of a thing. So I'm glad to finally kind of get a hand to actually use them because I'd only really used them once, I think, on one test Thousand Sun, and then ended up having to have back surgery. It's, you know, one of those nice things that happens. Sod's Law will now say, by the way, chat, that my spine will fail tomorrow and I will need surgery. That's Sod's Law. Now I've made a commitment to do 30 models, and, you know, the universe will find a way to make it so that I can't do it.
Well, I had back surgery last Monday, so
Jesus Christ, dude. Every time I have back surgery, my hands start shaking for like a year afterwards, and I'm really sick of it.
I discovered something since the surgery. I can feel less in the lower parts of my body.
Oh yeah, I mean, that does, yeah.
So it's like I knew it was a risk of it, and I don't care.
Some of it, your brain, especially if you were suffering with it for a long time, your brain can do that as well, just to numb itself, to feel less sensations from the body because of the pain. It's a really interesting thing the brain can do. Okay, I think that is all of it suitably covered in the contrast paint.
So you know those 3 tubs of contrast black that you've got?
Yeah.
Do all the bits like for behind the knees and stuff using them, and it will still keep a load of shading for you.
Okay, interesting. Do that next.
So,
then.
yeah.
Is this like a streaming thing where you have to get back surgery if you're British? Should I avoid streaming if I don't want to have surgery? Yes. Yeah. As soon as you go live on Twitch, if you've not had a bad back, it will start happening. That's how that works. Sadly, that is the truth. Quite a lot of red left in that. How do you advise people clean their paintbrushes?
Water and patience.
Oh, okay, so you don't advise paintbrush cleaner of any kind.
So if it's a synthetic brushes, definitely not, because you're going to damage the bristles.
Fair enough. Yeah.
If it's proper horsehair brushes, which are not cheap, use the proper cleaner for them. Everything else, water.
Everything else was. There you go. There you go, chat. You've heard it here. You've heard it here. Right. Okay, we've got Black Legion or Black Templar. What would you recommend?
Black Legion. It'll be darker.
I love me my Black Legion boys. Contrast. Black Templar.
No, I do literally mean proper horsehair brushes. Like, when I joke that I've got far too many horsehair brushes in the house, I mean I've got too many.
That dropped my brain.
Don't do that, it'll hurt.
Nobody move. Drop my brain. It's hiding behind my drink. Found it. Okay. Now we're back to shaking up another contrast paint chat.
You are very right. True horsehair brushes, you basically clean them, in water and then clean them in oil. And you leave them in oil. You actually leave them soaked in oil to keep them very decent.
If you want to see the difference between the one that we highlighted and the one that we didn't, you can see them just alongside there. Like, you can see the sword difference, you can see the actual like difference between the two of them.
Yeah.
With dry brushing, without dry brushing, without. That Tamiya clear is very nice. I love that.
Yep. I need to sort out my overhead cam, and then I am going to probably do a lot more painting.
I think I just need to get an overhead cam that's dedicated with the right focus distance away, because I think what I'm currently struggling with is the focus distance of this camera, because it's designed to autofocus, you know, to whatever it thinks it should be. I probably need to set it so that it's not doing that.
So, I recently changed around my setup a bit, and I need to, like, do the refocus on the camera that I use for it, which is only a cheapy thing, but it works perfectly. So,
yeah, you probably shouldn't be using isopropyl to clean your brushes. Probably gonna
no.
probably gonna fuck them.
Like, you could in theory do it if you're super, super careful, but you are going to strip the bristles out in days.
I just wouldn't do it, you know. I wouldn't do it. Don't think it's worth it. Don't think it's worth it, chat. It ain't worth it, you know. Like the apples and pears. Right, let me grab the stuff from this. Again, bubbles, no lumps. That's what we like to see on the top of the contrast paint.
Mm-hmm.
And then
If it is slightly lumpy, mix it more. If it's like stupidly lumpy, contrast paint's gone.
what am I putting this this black on? Just the other areas like the gun, etc. I'm guessing.
So on the gun, the ribs behind the kneecap piece, around the ankle where you've got that bit, around the crotch bit, you've got like tubing and things in the elbow pieces. There's loads of little bits where you'll want it to look like it's an undersuit sort of thing.
I have to keep forgetting I'm not dry brushing, and actually I can put more like back on, I can put more contrast on the brush kind of carefully.
I'll be honest, LCF has brought up a very entertaining thing. Whilst I actually worked at Games Workshop, if I was using their brushes, use them once or twice and bin them. It was one of those of, nah, okay. I can just walk over there and grab another load.
That is very true. Catch you later, Cresso. Thank you very much for tier 3. I will get to your painting at some point. I promise I'll put an order of these into Discord so that I can keep track of whose painting has been done, whose needs to be done. Yeah, I see what you mean about the tubing and the legs and such.
Just touching that up really makes a nice little bit. Who is summoning me? Ah, Battlefield lot. Okay. I've got about 20 minutes left.
That's not a problem. To be honest, the only thing we need to do after this is do like armor trims and stuff, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I can probably do
it's-
armor trim without help. I'm not that
Yeah.
geriatric yet.
But then it's like, what I would now be doing is Devlin Mud, Griffin Sepia, null oil over where we're doing now. So they'll look like they're a little bit wet and oily. sepia around the base of the boots, and devil in mud wherever you think they've touched the floor. And that's it. And then it's pretty much all done. But I would do that dead last after trim, after any other detailing that you
I
want
normally
to do.
do trim as a whole day by itself for armor. I'm going to be honest with you. When I've done trim before, I'd like to just mark a day out and do all the trim of all of the armor of all of my guys. Because doing trim can be a real pain to like get myself to do. I may do a whole day of trim when I've got more stuff to do trimming with.
The thing that I'd advise with trim is get a synthetic, very small brush.
What I'm hearing is that I'm going to Games Workshop tomorrow to get more brushes, because it's just easier for me to do ordering some online tonight. That's what I'm hearing.
If you'd like the list of what I use from Element Games, I will send it you.
If you could, that would be helpful. I feel like the Warhammer channel is going to become much more used again very quickly.
Well, if anybody wants to ask questions, they can tag me. It might take me a day to reply, but I will look each day and check.
That's kind of you, thank you. Yeah, that chat. If you've got any Warhammer questions or you want to know a little bit more, you can tag Womprat in our Warhammer channel in my Discord server, exclamation point Discord, and a customer service representative will be with you shortly.
To the stage of, I am actually unmuting that channel right now.
Oh, amazing. Well, it's set to mentions only, I guess.
Yeah, it's mentions only. There we go. Because usually I keep a lot of channels just mute and I go to them when I want.
But I think most people use Discord that way. I'll be honest with you. That's, I think, how I use Discord. Or I just block people that you don't want to hear from. The other option. Your call is important to us. Please hold.
It's when the call isn't important, is the one.
Your call means jack shit to us. Please fuck off. Leave a message after the tone. It doesn't play a tone. Sorry, I keep on moving it off of camera. I'm not very good at this yet.
Yep. Even I will move it off camera when I've painted on camera. It is very, very hard to not take it off camera. Oh god, Balthazar clipped the your call is important to us.
Nice.
I think that could be a good soundboard one for when people are trying to join the Discord chats. Your call is important to us.
A customer service representative will be with you shortly. Have a nice day. You see something suspicious, please report to a member of staff of the British Transport Police. See it. Say it. Sorted. That's an iconic British one. If you're ever visiting Britain and you don't hear that, you've not used the train system.
I'm going to be honest, I don't like the train system in the UK at the moment.
Oh, don't worry. That sounds about right. Mostly because it's I think, as far as I remember, like 1 or 2 of our franchises are owned by France. Some of them are owned by the Dutch, and some of them are owned by the Germans. We own a lot of the French railways, if I recall correctly, which is nice, right?
Yeah.
But Peter, thank you very much for that gift, sir, buddy. You are awesome.
It's that moment of I had to go to Birmingham like a week or 2 ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Got there and nobody was there to put the ramp down.
Oh. At Birmingham Central, like the big one. Wow.
I had to wait about 20 minutes after the train had arrived. Luckily, I was traveling with a mate and he went and found them. And it was like,
wild.
You know there's somebody in a wheelchair coming? And they're like, yeah, he comes on the next train. It's like, no,
nope.
Learn to read a 24-hour clock, please.
Amazing. Maybe they got confused by daylight savings 3 weeks in advance. Who knows?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
I get that it gets confusing between us and America right now, because they've moved and we haven't, but still.
Bing bong. Then pancrustation. Okay. Right, well there you go. That is all of the base done.
Yep.
For our Blood Angel. Let me see if I can. Let me sort a few things out. Hang on, let's do this. West Mid should soon be good. Good. They're now UK owned. Good. That way I can get annoyed at British people, you know, in person for our trains being shit. Much better change, right? Passenger Since is a joke. You used to book it for customers in my previous job, and the amount of complaints about Since not showing is crazy. I can imagine, yeah. Why have daylight savings? I'll be real with you. I agree. Why we don't need it. I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference. It just messes people up. It just throws everybody's body clocks completely out of whack, and we all hate it, don't we? So like, why? Why would we do that? Why?
So when I did work at Games Workshop, like they didn't care what time we painted till. So like daylight savings didn't mess any of us lot up. But I wouldn't want to do it if I could avoid it.
Yeah, why would anyone choose daylight savings? Honestly, we just save as much sunlight as possible. What? Okay, what do we do about the people who are inside the Arctic Circle? Like, they just get kind of messed up by it, and we just kind of like leave them to it. My only thought is it's actually quite dark for a Blood Angel, but I mean, it is nice. We'll probably do another layer, I guess, of lighter contrast where we really needed to make it a lighter Blood Angel.
Yeah.
But Blood Angels aren't that light normally, so I guess it works.
So I would use something like Balal Red to do a lighter Blood Angel.
So rather than the Blood Angels red, you'd actually use a lighter red contrast to make a lighter... Okay, interesting.
Because I can always wash it down, dirty it up, and hide the brighter red. It's very much harder to get a lighter red out of a dark red.
That is true. This is a beautiful Alpha Marine, isn't it, Farana? I completely agree with you, thank you. How much would it cost to get started with painting? You can get started with painting for very, very cheap, I guess. Like, you can get some of the start painting boxes from Games Workshop for like, I think it's like 25 quid. But it depends on what it is if you want to start painting well, that's different. But with, like, as you've seen, we've used, so today, the only paints we've used and needed were 1, 2,
3. So the box that I would go to that helps a lot of people, it's the 2751. It comes with the snips, the cleaning tools, a brush, and a load of paints.
Do you have a link for that I can chuck into Twitch chat?
I'll grab it from Element because...
Thank you, yes.
Element.
Yeah, of course.
Because Element is 23 quid. So...
Don't cheap out on paints if you want to keep your figures in pristine condition forever. I'll be honest with you, the best thing I found for that is literally just like have a spray-on varnish. Like the Citadel varnishes are pretty good for that. I have some spray-on like gloss varnish that I would use if I want a gloss, or I've got a matte one that I've got well for that. So I recommend those. But where am I looking? Where's my Discord? Discord, where are you? Why have you forsaken me?
Yep. In the box, it's got Abaddon Black, Corax White, Wraithbone, Nagros Knight, Macraw Blue, Lead Belcher, Balthasar Gold, Budman's Glow, Methiston Red, Thunderhawk Blue, Magros Purple, Agras Earthshade, and Armageddon Dust.
You can actually do a decent amount with that. Yeah, wow. What do you get miniature-wise with it? Do you get any? No, it's literally the paints and the tools.
Yeah,
it is this one, chat. I realised that all of the paint stuff is in the way. Hang on.
Yeah. The reason that I say that one is, number one, the mold line remover. You can't get a smaller one that is as good.
Yeah. Mold line removers I've normally found are actually pretty good Depends on what it is that you're making. Some stuff doesn't have as bad mold lines, but some stuff it does help with.
So that one of those, I drilled a hole through the top of it to put it on my keychain.
Wow. Okay, so it's that useful for you. Wow.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
It's always been used. So the keys that I've got for like the more expensive paints and the other brushes that I don't trust people with, even though I'm the only one that lives in the house now.
We have got ads, so I'm just gonna wait a second.
Yeah.
The thing we've used are Blood Angels Red, Dawnstone. We used Ceramite White and Gracia. What was the other one I used? This one, there was a darker one. Did I use Mechanica Standard Grey? Sworn I used Mech Standard Grey.
You did.
Is it hiding behind my
Step in
water?
between. Yep. Most likely.
The paint is missing. It's wandered off. Abaddon Black. There you go, Mechanica Standard Grey. I don't actually know if I used that much. Standard Grey with Dawnstone. Tiny amount of Gracia and a tiny amount of Ceramite White, yeah. We did, okay.
Not a lot of some of the lighter colours.
Yeah, it's mostly the contrast red, to be honest. Then, do I have Retributor armor? I do, here we go. The work that One Brat did at Games Workshop is probably more akin to the painting work rather than sitting in the store as essentially childcare by parents dropping kids off. But kind of different work, yeah.
Like I painted pretty much 24/7.
I mean, makes sense, doesn't it? How am I with Biscoff? What about Biscoff? I'm fine with. I think Biscoff's been real popular recently, and I think it's probably a little bit overrated, but like, it's still pretty good. Just if you have too much of it, you can't really like feel your mouth anymore. Like, in moderation. Biscoff in moderation, please. Please Biscoff responsibly. The British Transport Police say please Biscoff responsibly on our services. Stopping at Manchester and Greater London. Not actually how that works. This is the Southwest train service for Exeter St. David's, calling at London, Waterloo and Exeter St. David. This train has 8 coaches. See it, say it, sorted. What do I have here? Layer.
Oh my god. I found my old order from the last time I ordered for the brushes. I was having a look to see if I could find it just so that I could steal it as a list. And yeah, I'm gonna have to edit it because it was a bit long.
Oh dear. That curse phrase, an hour tube journey, you want to commit crimes. That's why they have to have the transport police. It's not because, you know, people are going to go down there and commit crimes. It's because the queuing gets so bad that people start getting murderous on the platforms. The funny thing is, I think the last thing I might have used this brush for might have been Retributor armor, because there's a tiny gold flake on the tip of one of the bristles. Hilarious. Less disturbing than Kitten Thor. Fair enough. Well, let's try harder in future for you then.
Having to remove how many times I ordered each of these brushes.
Oh dear.
Like, I've just noticed how many glazed brushes I should still have. Which is like, okay.
glad that my shakes have gotten so much better over the last year, because I didn't used to be able to do trim. Why I stopped painting Black Legion originally.
Yeah. There is ways that you can really make doing trim easier, but it's holding it in your hand in a specific way and then holding your wrists against each other.
Oh, like
and
this.
Then even if even then if you get the shakes, you're moving together.
Yes.
So it doesn't actually affect you. But
Depends on where your
so
shakes are.
hard
If your
to
shakes
do.
originate in
Yeah.
the fingers, they can you'll still shake against each other.
Yeah. But it is so hard to do.
One gold shoulder plate. Luckily, not a huge amount of trim on this armor. There will just need to be some edge highlighting. I think there's a leather band on the...
Yep.
Yeah, that's a leather band, so I'm going to use Rhinox hide for that. There's very little trim on this. Okay. Literally just that one shoulder pad. Wow. This must be why I started off with infiltrators.
Then the only other one that I ordered from here is one of those.
You get spasms in your thumbs, so you can predict them and move your hand away in time, unless you end up with cleanup work to do. That's the problem. So, Master Sprite, this is part of my pile of shame and the promises that I made to chat in order to, you know, we're working on our partner program for the month, so I'm trying something out. So for every tier 3 subscriber that I got today, for example, we will paint one Warhammer 40k miniature. So I'll slowly start working through my backlog. Some of them have selected styles. Some people have said it's the new streamer picks. So there's that. But broadly, it's about having kind of a chill day. We were using Space Marine 2 to do it, but I got a bit carried away by doing these by doing the painting. So there is that. Right. I think I need to let this dry, and then I probably need to do what? Dry brush the gun with gunmetal, for example, etc.
Yeah, so if you're going to do the dry brushing on the gun, I would edge highlight over the dry brush. So,
okay,
like, you'll take the gunmetal and you go over the bits where, like, you'd have caught it on a side of a building, or you've caught it as you're reloading, so that it looks like you scraped the nice shiny black paint off.
So you want to... Okay, yeah, fine. I could probably do that. Where is all of my gunmetal stuff?
Yep. Now, I have sent you the list of brushes I last ordered. I
Okay.
have removed the quantities, but there are 11 brushes.
Wow. How many... Quantity-wise, what are we talking about here, roughly? Like, you know, if we were to guess at the quantity of brushes that you ordered, you know, we're talking like 15 brushes, 20 brushes, 30 brushes?
Hang on, I'll pull up the email. In total, 235 brushes.
Wow, total of 235.
And the smallest one of those is a 52 brush order.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Like
Jesus.
the super detail brushes I kill every time I use them. I can't clean them well enough to make them worthwhile for the next one.
Fair enough. Okay, chat. So you can see here now these are both dried off completely. You can see the difference between the one that we did all of the edge highlighting, the base coating on with the dry brush, and the one that we didn't. I mean, look at how muted that looks in comparison to this. And this we can still do a lot more with. If I went over this in kind of a dry brushes with a kind of a lighter orange, it would really pull out some of those kind of speckles and spots, make it look kind of much more flame-like. So you've got those are pretty good. And then this is the one that, you know, still working on, but that's the Space Marine we've been working on. So, you know, you can see that the reds come out really well. You can see the areas where I've got the extra black wash in to make it look kind of and you've just the one solitary pad that we would normally put a transfer on there.
Yep.
So it's dark red with the contrast. So that was our first time using a contrast paint. There's more we can do with that, but to be honest with you, that is painted black, gold, and red. That is 3 colors on that. That is tournament suitable. No one could deny that is tournament suitable.
Yep. And in all honesty, a Games Workshop tournament, they'll look at it and go, "Oh, you've done all the shading." You haven't. You've just dry brushed.
But it makes it look like I've done the shading.
So automatically, it's not, "Oh, you're just a tournament-ready army. You're a detailed army." Done.
Done.
You would actually get more points for doing
fair.
next to no work.
Very fair.
Now, I'm going to scoop because I'm being summoned to Battlefield by friends that want me to join in the killing spree.
Absolutely fair. Completely understand. I'm actually going to raid out and have dinner. So thank you very much for your company today, and you know, obviously walking through the stuff. And I hopefully will do more of these. And if you're going to be doing stuff on Mondays, we should probably arrange a regular thing. Because it would be kind of neat to do some of these and to try things out.
Well, I'm going to... I don't know what I'm going to do first, but next Monday is going to be my next proper one.
Okay,
where I'm
sweet.
going to do something unique, and I have no clue what I'm going to do yet.
Nice.
But
I think you should paint, you know, Skaven. 40k Skaven. Carve them out of green stuff yourself.
The other thing that I need to do is completely modify what you know is coming.
Yes.
To have what we all know it needs, and I might even do that on stream.
Okay, chat.
So if
you're wondering what's coming, it's winter. Winter is coming. That's what it is. We all know that. Yeah, that's okay. So I'm gonna raid out. Thank you very, very much, buddy. I really appreciate you for being here, and enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy Battlefield.
I certainly will. Have a good one, guys, and remember just to hit it. He likes the PP, the passion project. I mean the
partner program, you mean?
Yeah, the partner program. That one. Have fun.
Take it easy, bud. Thank you very much. So for those of you who don't know where that was, let me do... Womp. The Lost Womp Rat. There we go. That was Womp Rat. Make sure you go and give Womp Rat a follow. Thank you very much for the support there with our Marine. I'm very, very happy with this today. With the getting back into painting was less daunting than I thought it was, so I will likely make this into a regular thing on stream. Thank you very, very much, Drew Monkey. I appreciate that. It's really, really kind of you. I will check the Partner Plus program now. We will see where we are before I raid out. We didn't hit the Dreadnought goal today, but my God, you guys got close, so I may continue it tomorrow. We are at 256 points on the Partner Plus program, which is absolutely immense, given that in January you were at 248 and February we were at 234. Thank you so much. Absolutely amazing day, and I will see you all tomorrow, where we'll do more games, probably do some more Warhammer, and have like a chill day. We are going to raid a good friend of mine who many of you know very, very well. She is playing Dispatch, so we are going to raid my friend Vicky. Make sure you drop her a follow. She's got quite a lot of energy. She's enjoying the game. As you all know, I really enjoy Dispatch. I learned an awful lot about myself, I think, playing Dispatch. And she taught me a little bit about the way that I manage my team and manage the mods. So, we're going to go raid into Vicky. I will give you a raid message if you want, John O'Clock. This is the raid message for Vicky. We are going to go with Where's Suki? Suki is her cat. She is my goddaughter. She's Bailey's pen pal. They send P-mails to each other. Very nice. Thank you all very much. Have a lovely day. That is the raid message. Where's Suki? Where's Suki indeed? You'll get to see a cat as well, chat. Make sure you give Vicky all the love and the support. Thank you all very much for being such an awesome community. I could not ask for better people to hang around with all day. Thank you very much, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take it easy, and have a lovely, lovely evening. Bye. I will definitely pet Bailey for you. See you later.